लेकिन कुछ लोग लेकर जा रहे हैं इसलिए पता नहीं लगा तो सब इंग्लिश में पढ़ रहे हैं सारे सेशन में सर का सेशन है अभी तो Namaskar, good morning. Ladies and gentlemen, we now move into a pivotal segment of the 9th Indian Ocean Conference. This special keynote session promises to offer profound insights into the evolving dynamics of our region. To begin, it is a distinct honor to invite the chair of this session to the dais. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Ram Madhav, President, India Foundation. It is my privilege and honor to invite our esteemed special keynote speaker for this session. Please welcome on stage His Excellency Dhananjay Ramphul, Minister of Foreign Affairs, Regional Integration and International Trade of the Republic of Mauritius on the dais. I now hand over the floor to the chair, Dr. Ram Madhav, to preside over the proceedings.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm sure you all had good rest last evening. After a big start last evening in the august presence of the Excellency Prime Minister of Mauritius, we are today commencing our plenaries. I'm sure you all have seen the schedule for the day. It's going to be a long day, but we are going to have many ministers, senior officials addressing us through the day. I'm sure you will all attend these sessions and learn from the speeches and discourses here. This morning, in this session, we have the Honorable Foreign Minister, Minister for Foreign Affairs, Regional Integration and International Trade of Mauritius, Shri Dhananjay Ramphul. He will be delivering a special keynote address. As I mentioned yesterday, he is our host, and we are really enjoying great hospitality from the government of Mauritius and especially the External Affairs of Ministry of Mauritius, which has extended such a wonderful hospitality to all of us. A round of applause for the ministry. But before I invite Excellency to deliver his keynote, we also have a special address received from the Foreign Minister of Australia, Her Excellency Madam Penny Wong. It's a video address. She could not make it to the conference, but as I said, she was the host of Indian Ocean Conference in 2023, and she always tried to address the conference in person or virtually. This year we have her message. We will have the message of Excellency Penny Wong first, followed by the address by our special keynote speaker.
Hello, I'm Penny Wong, Australia's Foreign Minister, and I want to acknowledge the important work of Prime Minister Ramgoolam, Foreign Minister Ramphul, and Mauritius as the host of this year's Indian Ocean Conference. I also want to thank my close friend, Minister Jaishankar, for his ongoing leadership of this conference. There has been great change in our region and the world since Australia hosted the Indian Ocean Conference just 2 years ago. The prosperity, peace and resilience we seek are being seriously challenged. We all know the conflict in the Middle East has had far-reaching implications for our region. As Indian Ocean countries, we are all grappling with the profound implications for energy supplies, agricultural producers, and economic growth. This crisis only underscores the global importance of the Indian Ocean as a region and the relevance of this year's theme, Collective Stewardship for Indian Ocean Governance. Australia wants a region that is peaceful and predictable, that is governed by accepted rules and norms where all of us can cooperate, trade, and thrive. That is why the Indian Ocean Conference and key Indian Ocean institutions like the Indian Ocean Rim Association continue to be so important, and why Australia with India have been co-leading the IOC Maritime Safety and Security Working Group over the last 2 years. And that work has only become more vital given the uncertainty and instability we face. Iran's de facto closure of the Strait of Hormuz, coupled with its attacks on commercial vessels, civilian infrastructure and oil and gas facilities, has caused unprecedented energy supply shocks and undermined our shared security and prosperity. We will continue working with international partners in support of diplomatic efforts to reopen the Strait of Hormuz so critical supplies can flow to those who need it, including the most vulnerable. To this end, we welcome the agreement by the United States, Israel and Iran to a 2-week ceasefire to negotiate a resolution to the conflict in the Middle East. The implications of the Middle East conflict for our region underline the importance of working together to support peace in our region and beyond. Australia will always remain a principled Indian Ocean power and a reliable Indian Ocean partner, because this region is our region, and together we get to determine its character and decide its future. Working together, we can achieve a shared vision of a peaceful, stable and prosperous Indian Ocean region. Thank you.
That was the message from the Foreign Minister of Australia. May I now request Excellency Foreign Minister of Mauritius to deliver his special keynote.
Excellencies, heads of delegations, members of the diplomatic corps, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning to all of you. I hope that you are all having a good time in Mauritius, and it is my honor to welcome you today as we host the 9th Indian Ocean Conference. Allow me at the outset to highlight that we have 9 African countries bordering the Indian Ocean. And I take pride that we are the first African state to host this annual event, which has the ambition of becoming a perennial feature in the diplomatic agenda of the Indian Ocean region. This is to the credit of the India Foundation and the commitment of its president, Dr. Ram Madhav, and his team to make of the conference a conference of the friends and stakeholders of the Indian Ocean. Dr. Madhav, thank you, and through you, thank you to the India Foundation. This year's theme for the conference, Collective Stewardship for Indian Ocean Governance, is highly relevant given the current geopolitical context. Little did we know that when the theme was adopted, the Indian Ocean region and beyond would be affected by the conflict in the Middle East. For over 6 weeks, the world has been experiencing major disruptions in the global economy. And some economists are even warning that the worst energy crisis in history is on the horizon. The recently concluded ceasefire provides a glimmer of hope. The ceasefire is fragile. The US-Iran talks in Islamabad today could end the war or ramp it up. But it holds the desperate hope of a possible way forward towards the eventual end of hostilities. The current situation compels us to reflect and reassess our priorities, reorient our collective efforts towards an effective governance of the Indian Ocean for the interest of the region and beyond. Excellencies, distinguished guests, as far as Mauritius is concerned, the foundation of our foreign policy is to realize a prosperous and sustainable economy, a small island developing state, fully integrated in a globalized and equitable world. Globalization and equity have never been more relevant today, especially for us, the states of the Indian Ocean and their partners beyond. The national anthem of Mauritius sings of the population of the country gathered as one people, one nation in peace, justice, and liberty. As you may know, as you might have seen since your arrival, we in Mauritius are diverse, hailing from Africa, Asia, and Europe. Our ancestors were forcefully brought to Mauritius. Others came by choice. The population of Mauritius has many histories. Diversity is a wealth. Diversity is also a challenge. It calls for the contribution and efforts of all to work towards a common goal and forge a common destiny, especially as we seek to build the bridge to the future. That is the objective of the government of the day. We might not always have common positions, but we all have common interest to cater for our immediate priorities and build the future we want for our children and the generations to come. The story of Mauritius is thus that of the states of the Indian Ocean and the stakeholders beyond the Indian Ocean. Our governments might not have common positions, but the Indian Ocean is our common interest. When this government was elected in November 2024, it pledged in its program to explore all opportunities arising from bilateral and multilateral cooperation in addressing, among others, the development of the ocean economy, promote regional cooperation and enhance economic integration, particularly with the coastal states of the Indian Ocean, enhance cooperation with the Indian Ocean Commission and the Indian Ocean Rim Association, and press for more equitable arrangements in the allocation of marine resources in the Indian Ocean. This is in line with our will to see ourselves no longer as a small island state, but to position ourselves as a large ocean state. This obviously calls for a change in mindset. This also calls for cooperation and synergy with and beyond the Indian Ocean states. Friends, the respect for sovereignty and territorial integrity has always been and remains a constant of our foreign policy. It is a principle we uphold with conviction and one we defend with consistency. Today, the recognition of our sovereignty over the Chagos Archipelago, as enshrined in our Constitution, is a reality acknowledged across the international arena. This is a matter of justice. It is also a reaffirmation of outcome after more than 50 years of struggle, which is grounded in international law. And I wish to take this opportunity to thank all of you present today for your continuous support in this long struggle of unfinished post-colonial business. We will spare no effort to seize any diplomatic or legal avenue to complete the decolonization process in this part of the Indian Ocean. Yet, for Mauritius, sovereignty has never meant isolation. It has never excluded cooperation. On the contrary, it has guided us towards constructive partnership. While today some are disputing the right of passage along international straits, back in 2012, Mauritius and the Republic of Seychelles chose a path of collaboration. We concluded treaties to exercise joint sovereign rights and joint management over the continental shelf in the Mascarene Plateau region. This was a deliberate choice, a choice to avoid lengthy and unnecessary maritime disputes, a choice to act in the shared interest of our peoples. The Mauritius-Seychelles Joint Management Area was a first in history. It is a pioneering model. It is widely regarded as a textbook case of maritime cooperation, a model that delivers tangible benefits to both parties, and one that creates opportunities for others to engage alongside us. Our experience in establishing the Joint Management Area shows that cooperation is possible, that sovereignty and collaboration can go hand in hand, and that together we can build a framework for the collective stewardship of the Indian Ocean. This is the spirit that must guide us in the Indian Ocean, a spirit of partnership, a spirit of pragmatism, a spirit of shared responsibility. In line with the principles of the non-aligned movement, Mauritius has remained steadfast in its commitment to sovereignty, territorial integrity, and non-interference in the internal affairs of states. These principles are not abstract. They are essential to stability. They are fundamental to trust. We do not seek to influence the internal affairs of others. That is not our role. But we are ready to share our experience. We are ready to contribute. This is our vision, and this is our commitment. Excellencies, distinguished guests, any governance calls for a rules-based order to which all parties agree to abide by. This ensures coherence, coordination, and organization for the good of all. On that score, we are fortunate to have the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea, which sets the legal framework for all ocean space, including the Indian Ocean. UNCLOS thus gives all Indian Ocean states and beyond the legal parameters for marine activities and resource management, defines maritime zones and jurisdictions, amongst others. UNCLOS is therefore a grand maritime architecture. More recently, the UN Agreement on Marine Biological Diversity of Areas Beyond National Jurisdiction, the BBNJ Agreement, came into force in January 2026. The BBNJ addresses gaps in UNCLOS, in that it focuses on the conservation and sustainable use of maritime diversity in areas beyond national jurisdiction. The Indian Ocean is vast. We coastal states of the Indian Ocean are already hard-pressed to manage our EEZs. This is why UNCLOS, BBNJ, and the two other implementation agreements under UNCLOS are welcome. Their legal framework provides the context in which we can work towards our collective stewardship of Indian Ocean governance. Those UN legal frameworks provide the context in which operate the Commission de l'Océan Indien and the Indian Ocean Rim Association, respectively, for peace and stability in our region of the Indian Ocean and for socio-economic and other peaceful consideration. And both organizations are, in fact, hosted by Mauritius. Our cooperation with parties in the Indian Ocean, such as Cutlass Express led by the USA and Exercice Papillon led by France, participate in the upholding and respect of those UN legal instruments. More recently, following the recognition of the sovereignty of Mauritius over the Chagos Archipelago, half a century after our independence in 1968, Mauritius has initiated action to establish a marine protected area of some 645,835 kilometers square in the archipelago, the Kampa, for the protection and preservation of the terrestrial and marine environments of the archipelago. This project is being organized with the support of the International Union for the Conservation of Nature and the British authorities, as both Mauritius and the UK share the same environmental ambitions in the Indian Ocean. Our commitment to the Indian Ocean cannot be ignored. We must look beyond our shores and towards the horizon. We will work with the region, with the states of the Indian Ocean Rim, and with partners, be these states and organizations beyond the Indian Ocean, to enhance collective governance of the ocean. We also acknowledge the contribution of our partners, Australia, France, India, Japan, the United Kingdom, the United States of America, in the enhancing of our governance capacities of the Indian Ocean. Yesterday, in his address during the inaugural session, the Prime Minister, the Honorable Navin Chandra Ramgoolam, highlighted India's Mahasagar vision, which expanded its maritime vision beyond the Indian Ocean, while maintaining its focus on the global south. Behind this vision lies the practical reality of India's multifaceted contribution to the collective governance of the Indian Ocean, be it through its current chairmanship of the Indian Ocean Rim Association or its Information Fusion Center, which contributes to enhancing maritime safety and security in the Indian Ocean region through information sharing on various threats such as piracy, terrorism, drug trafficking, and human trafficking. India's Information Fusion Center aligns with the information feed provided by the Regional Center for Operations Coordination in the Seychelles and the Regional Maritime Information Infusion Center in Madagascar, which are supported by the European Union. Though at the antipodes of Mauritius, Australia contributes very much to the Indian Ocean security architecture through its chairmanship of the IORA's Working Group on Maritime Safety and Security. Japan is just as far-flung from Mauritius, yet the government's commitment to taking Mauritius-Japan relations to a new level is substantiated by our opening an embassy in Tokyo in October 2025 during the participation of the Prime Minister, the Honorable Navin Chandra Ramgoolam, to TICAD 9, and during which the then Prime Minister Ishiba announced Japan's Economic Region Initiative of Indian Ocean Africa. The initiative seeks to promote Africa's regional integration and industrial development in the Indian Ocean Africa Economic Region, thus contributing to global economic growth. The states of the Indian Ocean are thus in alignment on the relevance of collective stewardship for the Indian Ocean. We would require more, especially in the current times. And this is a plea not only for Mauritius, but for all the states of the Indian Ocean, be they island or littoral, as well as our regional organizations such as the Commission de l'Océan Indien and the Indian Ocean Rim Association. For example, we are looking into developing our Port Louis Harbor with eventual support from India. This development will undoubtedly contribute to our national development, but the expansion of our port facilities and port infrastructures also facilitates the servicing of all Indian Ocean states, Indian Ocean partners, and state entities beyond the Indian Ocean for better Indian Ocean governance. It is through the enhancing of the collective capacity bilateral and organizational, that the collective stewardship of the Indian Ocean will gain in credibility. Excellencies, distinguished guests, Mauritius is committed to collective stewardship for the governance of the Indian Ocean. Our conviction since we achieved independence is that multilateralism is the preferred path towards the collective good. This has been our approach for the recognition of our territorial integrity, for the promotion of the interests of small island developing states, and for the governance of the Indian Ocean. We live in troubled times, marked by geopolitical and existential challenges. All of us here today are different. We have different histories, we have traveled and will travel different pathways. Yet, our presence here at this conference reflects our common interest in the Indian Ocean. Its reach, be it economic, financial, or security, extends far beyond the shores of its littoral states. I believe that more than ever, it behoves us to work on our shared interest for our greater good, both today and tomorrow. My wish is that as you depart from Mauritius at the end of the conference, you take with you the contribution of all those present to work together for our common good, immediate and future, in the Indian Ocean and beyond. I wish us all fruitful sessions and plenaries, and to all of you, an enjoyable stay in Mauritius. Thank you.
Priorities for the region. Now to the end of the special keynote.
Thank you, His Excellency, for the incredibly insightful remarks. It is clear that the themes we are exploring in this conference resonate deeply across our shared regional interests. Now I request Dr. Ram Madhav, President, India Foundation, to felicitate His Excellency Dhananjay Ramphul, Minister of Foreign Affairs, Mauritius. Thank you, His Excellency. Thank you, Dr. Ram Madhav. Moving forward, it is now time to commence plenary session 1. To lead this vital discussion, it is my distinct honor to invite our session chair to the dais, Shri Suresh Prabhu, former Union Minister of India. I now have the pleasure of inviting our distinguished panel of speakers to join him on the stage. First, I would like to invite His Excellency Barry Ford, Minister of Foreign Affairs and Diaspora, Seychelles. His Excellency Mahmoud Thabit Kombo, Minister of Foreign Affairs and East African Cooperation, Tanzania. His Excellency Dien Dungyel, Foreign Minister, Bhutan. His Excellency Shishir Khanal, Minister of Foreign Affairs, Nepal. Without further ado, I hand over the floor to our chair, Sri Suresh Prabhu, to guide the proceedings. Sir, the floor is yours.
Good morning, friends. And let me join all my colleagues in welcoming such a distinguished gathering who assembled to reinforce our commitment, making Indian Ocean a fully stress-free ocean which can actually transport goods, people, but also importantly, make sure it doesn't become a flashpoint for any geopolitical reason. And therefore, I'm very happy that we have such a distinguished ministers who will be offering their views and making sure that we all fully rededicate ourselves to this commitment of ensuring that we have the proper joint convergence of views and the governance is handled in a manner that will ensure that participation of all the countries who are Indian Ocean Rim countries. And therefore, I'm very happy that I am going to be chairing this very important session. As we know, the oceans are really responsible for globalization. The world globalization was not born. The ocean ensured that we can actually have connectivity with several countries, seafaring nations, to make sure that we have a flow of goods and in the process develop culture, understand each other better, and therefore oceans are in a way responsible for harmony in the world. Sometimes oceans get rough, but oceans are the last resort for ensuring that we have, as many speakers have pointed out, including just now, the Honorable Minister of Mauritius, who mentioned very correctly, that we have a very big responsibility to maintain ecology, marine ecology, but also make sure that oceans are free from the kind of challenges it is facing because of human action. We are seeing that there is more plastic flowing into the oceans, and it's always estimated that probably there will be more plastic in the ocean than fish. Just imagine the challenge that we are facing. The sea level rise is a direct result of climate change. Oceans are actually getting warmer, and therefore bleaching of corals is already happening in a significant way. And these are all environmental challenges. And as now we are seeing right now in the world, the importance of oceans. Even small little strip which is not flowing the traffic properly could pose so much of challenges in the world. And therefore, I am sure we'll have this opportunity to get different views from different countries who share not just culture and maritime borders with each other, but also offer solutions, suggestions to rest of the world to keep it open and also safe. This is one ocean which actually connects not just countries but also continents. This is a very interesting. Indian Ocean has a unique place, the third largest in the world, is a unique place in the entire geopolitics and economic development of the world. Without oceans, there will not be proper flow of very life, essential life, today's life. It was not necessarily 100 years ago that the life people used to live differently, but in today modern life, without oceans, we'll not be able to have a circulation and also economic activity. So I would request my colleagues to offer their suggestion. Let me start with the Seychelles, the minister who is very closest to this country. In fact, Seychelles is one of the most beautiful country, very small population, but very talented people. And I've been to Seychelles and I have really enjoyed the hospitality of the people there. So I request you to please start giving your remarks, followed by our close neighbor, Bhutan. And of course, then we'll have our friend from Nepal and then from Tanzania. So I request you to please offer your comments. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Excellency. The Foreign Minister Dungay of Bhutan was just saying that Seychelles is the closest. Yes, we're just a few walks away from Mauritius. Just to share with you a little side joke. The Honorable Dhananjay Ramphul, Minister of Foreign Affairs, Regional Integration and International Trade of the Republic of Mauritius, Mr. Suresh Prabhu, Chairman of the Governing Council of the India Foundation, Mr. Dr. Ram Madhav, President of the India Foundation, Honorable Ministers, Excellencies, members of the Diplomatic Corps, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. It is a profound privilege to address this distinguished gathering on behalf of the Republic of Seychelles. I wish to express our sincere appreciation to the government of Mauritius and the India Foundation for convening this 9th Indian Ocean Conference. I wish to congratulate Mauritius, the first country in Africa to host this conference. And yes, together we charted a path to collective stewardship in 2012, when together we founded the Joint Management Area over approximately 400,000 square kilometers of ocean in the Saya de Mala, a key international example of ocean governance. I thank him and the Prime Minister, Dr. Navin Ramgoolam, for their brilliant addresses at this conference. Our theme this year, Collective Stewardship for Indian Ocean Governance, is both timely and necessary. However, we must As we meet, we must recognize a fundamental truth. The stewardship While stewardship is a shared responsibility in principle, it is not a burden shared equally in practice. What is the reality of large ocean states? Foreign Minister Ramphul referred to some of our states being small but large ocean states. For nations like Mauritius and Seychelles, we are often labeled as small island developing states. But in the context of this conference, we are actually large ocean states. While our land masses may be modest, the maritime territories we manage are vast. The Indian Ocean is not merely a strategic space. It is the shared economic lifeline that sustains our entire region. Today, that lifeline is under immense strain. Tensions in the Strait of Hormuz, the Red Sea, and the Bab el-Mandeb are reshaping maritime activity before our eyes. We see shipping routes adjusted, insurance conditions tightened, and transit times lengthened. For import-dependent economies like ours, these are not abstract geopolitical shifts. They translate directly into higher costs of living and mounting pressure on our tourism, fisheries, and food supply. What happens at sea shapes what happens on land. Stewardship as a public good. Seychelles and our neighbors in the Western Indian Ocean provide a public good to the global community. We secure key corridors against sea piracy and maritime crime. We manage the health of the beating heart of our economies to ensure the ocean remains a space of shared opportunity. Yet the cost of this stewardship is immense. As shipping patterns adjust, activity increases in our waters, placing growing demands on our port infrastructure, maritime services, and logistical coordination. Reliability is the currency of global trade. And for island states, that currency is currently under extreme pressure. Redefining resilience, the multidimensional vulnerability index, and climate justice. Key foreign policy priorities for countries like ours. Governance cannot be effective if the stewards of the ocean are denied the tools to build resilience. The current global financial architecture often fails to see our reality. We are frequently penalized by traditional metrics that look only at income, ignoring the inherent fragilities of being an island nation. We call for the urgent and full implementation of the multidimensional vulnerability index, which was adopted a year ago by the United Nations General Assembly. We must move beyond an outdated obsession with GDP. Furthermore, we cannot discuss governance without addressing climate justice. Our people are on the front lines of a climate crisis they did not create. True stewardship requires that those who benefit most from these blue corridors contribute fairly to their protection. Security is the prerequisite for prosperity. but sustainability is the prerequisite for survival. Seychelles remains committed to practical cooperation. We are honored to currently chair the contact group on illicit maritime activities. We recognize that partnerships multiply capacity and that shared challenges demand shared responses. However, collective stewardship must now move beyond principle and into practice. This requires, one, investment in infrastructure, strengthening port efficiency and sustainable maritime connectivity to reduce reliance on limited, vulnerable transit routes. Two, securing digital frontiers, recognizing that the maritime domain is now as much digital as it is physical. We must protect critical undersea cables that underpin global finance and communications. Three, unlocking the blue economy, not simply using the ocean, but sustaining its value through marine innovation, sustainable aquaculture, and ocean-based services. The former Union Minister of India spoke about the need for the protection of the ecology. Effective enforcement. 4, ensuring operational responses are backed by strong legal frameworks. Without investigation and prosecution, there can be no deterrence. And without deterrence, no lasting stability. In drawing to a conclusion, Excellencies, the Indian Ocean does not divide us, it defines us. How we choose to govern it today will shape the future of our region for generations to come. Stability in this ocean cannot be taken for granted. The stakes could not be higher. Let us work together to ensure the Indian Ocean remains open, secure, and economically vibrant. A shared platform of opportunity for us all. I thank you.
So thank you very much, Excellency, for very interesting ideas and also giving a proper perspective to many of these issues related to governance of Indian Ocean. And therefore, I want to, can you hear me? So I want to thank you for that. May I request now our close neighbor, our great friend, and who otherwise is a landlocked country, but our oceans are theirs. Like we believe in that all oceans belong to everybody. So therefore, I will request you to please offer your views and ideas. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. A tiny country tucked right up in the Himalayas stands before you today to talk about the Indian Ocean Conference. Interesting, isn't it? Your Excellency, Sri Suresh Prabhu, the former Union Minister and Chairman of the Governing Council of India Foundation, Dr. Ram Madhavji, the President of India Foundation, my friend and colleague, Excellency Dhananjay Ramphul, the Foreign Minister of Mauritius, my minister colleagues here joining with me in the stage, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great honor and a privilege for me to join the 9th Indian Ocean Conference here in the beautiful city of Port Louis, Mauritius. My delegation extends its heartfelt gratitude for the warm welcome and hospitality extended to all of us. At the outset, I would like to extend my deepest gratitude to the organizers, the Government of India, the Government of Mauritius, and the India Foundation for their kind invitation. Although Bhutan is a landlocked country, we are intrinsically connected to the Indian Ocean through ecological systems, trade, and connectivity. The Indian Ocean had long served us as a gateway for Bhutan and a vital link for our trade and connectivity with nations in the region and beyond. Our access to the Indian Ocean is through India, which has been steadfast in its support to strengthening the trade and connectivity routes. This unwavering support provided by Government of India has not only made Bhutan's access to the ocean possible, but has greatly contributed to Bhutan's economic prosperity. Even as we gather here today, the transport corridors and logistics hubs are being strengthened to foster a more integrated and connected future. The Indian Ocean is not only a vital artery of global trade, but it is an important link for cultural exchange and ecological diversity. The ocean has shaped the livelihoods of millions of people and has connected us with one another. It is pertinent that we continue to recognize our shared heritage over the ocean. The Indian Ocean is also a vast carbon sink, absorbing carbon and critical for the global fight against a rising temperature and changing climate. The ocean regulates the regional weather, including monsoons and rainfall patterns, where millions are dependent on for. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the Indian Ocean, however, faces numerous challenges ranging from climate change and marine degradation to geopolitical competition. Any further degradation of the ocean have catastrophic impact not only to the coastal areas, but even to countries, the Himalayan nation like Bhutan. The rapid melting of glaciers in the Himalayas due to the rising temperatures is a serious challenge and a threat Bhutan is facing at the moment. Similarly, the erratic and heavy monsoon storms that we increasingly experience are causing huge loss to the livelihood and national infrastructure. It's also vital to ensure the freedom of navigation in the Indian Ocean in keeping with the principles of international law. The ongoing conflicts around the world have shown us that despite being geographically distant or far away, any action that changes the freedom of navigation can have devastating effects on countries across the globe. What happens in the Indian Ocean matters to all of us. Its health, its security, and its governance shape the future of our region. Bhutan has not been able to shield itself from the impacts of the global fuel shortage caused by the ongoing conflicts. Overnight, the price of fuel doubled, leading to sharp increase in the cost of living for the people. While the royal government is making every effort to mitigate the impact, our citizens continue to bear the brunt, particularly those living in the low-income groups. as the COVID-19 pandemic had devastating effects in our economy. These conflicts and the subsequent effect on the cost of living is likely to undo all the recovery that we have made since the pandemic. Excellencies, the theme of this 9th session is particularly significant given our strong dependence on the Indian Ocean. It is pertinent that we continue to build a collective stewardship of the ocean as well as its governance. It's heartening to see here today the recognition that the Indian Ocean is a common heritage and a shared space guided by principles of inclusivity, mutual respect, transparency, and adherence to international law. The discussions we already had on shifting from competition to cooperation, from short-term gains to long-term sustainability, and from fragmented approaches to holistic governance of the ocean is highly encouraging. Bhutan believes that we should continue to strengthen regional institutions, fostering dialogue, and promote trust-building measures which are key to minimizing challenges and enhancing collaboration across the Indian Ocean region. We firmly believe that no single nation can effectively manage the complex and interconnected issues of the Indian Ocean alone. It is important that we as a region come together to safeguard the many aspects of the ocean. Bhutan would also call on the enhanced economic cooperation by promoting blue economy initiatives such as sustainable fisheries, renewable ocean energy, and ecotourism, which, while unlocks shared prosperity, also preserves the ocean's health. As emphasized by our development philosophy of gross national happiness, harmony between human progress and environmental conservation is highly relevant to Indian Ocean governance. Our collective efforts should be for sustainable use of marine resources, protection of biodiversity, and urgent action on climate change. It is against this backdrop and recognizing that areas beyond national jurisdiction remain the common heritage of mankind, Bhutan has been actively following the BBNJ, that is Biodiversity Beyond National Jurisdiction, preparatory commission sessions, and has also undertaken the preliminary discussions on the process. It is apt that this conference now provides the vital platform to discuss this very important water body in the region, from converting our shared challenges into shared opportunities, to embrace collective stewardship of our common good, and to enhance the sense of cooperation in a polarized world where the prosperity is shared, our ecosystems are protected, and peace is preserved. Bhutan stands ready to contribute to this shared vision. I look forward to the discussion and wish for a very, very successful and of fruitful proceedings hereafter. I thank you all.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for giving a very sage advice and also some very good insights into what really we should be doing as we move forward. So thank you very much for that. Let me now invite one of the youngest foreign minister of Nepal ever to deliver his remarks. I was just asking a little earlier whether he stepped out of university campus right into the foreign ministry. He said, no, I took one stop before that and was the member of parliament. So I'm very happy that you will provide us with a different perspective coming from the peak of the world about like a watchtower for the Indian Ocean, not only Indian Ocean, but what's happening in the world. So probably not just bird's eye view, but probably a entire different perspective coming from the top. Because oceans and the skies are the only ones which go all over the world, not the land. That only connects the world. So thank you very much, please.
Honorable Chair Suresh Prabhu, former Union Minister, thank you so much for such a warm introduction to my first international address. Honorable Dhananjay Ramphul, Foreign Minister of Mauritius, who has been our amazing host. Dr. Ram Madhav, Chairperson of the Foundation, India Foundation, thank you for inviting me to this event. Excellencies, distinguished delegates and friends, ladies and gentlemen, namaste and good morning. It is an honor to address the 9th Indian Ocean Conference here in Mauritius, a nation that reflects the diversity and dynamism of the Indian Ocean community. I bring with me the warm greetings and best wishes of newly formed government and people of Nepal. For Nepal, collective stewardship begins with a simple recognition. The fate of the mountains and the ocean are inseparably linked. Excellencies, as we gather here, we cannot ignore the conflicts unfolding in the Middle East. For Nepal, these are not distant events. Millions of Nepali citizens live and work in the region, and their safety remains our foremost priority. We've already lost one life in the Middle East, and others have been injured. The consequences extend far beyond the region, affecting fuel prices, supply chains, and livelihoods back home. These disruptions remind us that the stability of the Indian Ocean is inseparable from global peace. The theme of this year's conference, Collective Stewardship for Indian Ocean Governance, could not be more apt. Climate change, maritime security threats, disruption to global supply chains, and widening inequalities demand not just cooperation, but genuine collective stewardship. In the view of Government of Nepal, stewardship means moving beyond narrow self-interest towards a shared responsibility for our global commons. This requires inclusive, transparent, and rule-based multilateral frameworks. These must be anchored in international law and guided by the principles of sovereign equality, mutual respect, and peaceful coexistence. Our governance must be equitable, ecological, and above all, inclusive of those who rely on the ocean from the landlocked interiors. Nepal may be a landlocked nation, but our bonds with the Indian Oceans are ancient, organic, and inseparable. Long before the age of modern diplomacy, Nepali traders, pilgrims, and scholars moved along the routes and connected the high Himalayas to the source of Great Ocean. These routes were not just for trade, they were conduits of ideas. The philosophies and traditions that form our shared civilizational heritage moved along the currents. Most notably, these sources carried the teaching of Gautam Buddha, who was born in the sacred garden of Lumbini in Nepal. The Buddha's principle of pratyutta samutpada, the law of dependent origination, teaches us that nothing exists in isolation. This teaching reminds us that all phenomena arise in dependence upon other phenomena and causes and conditions. Today, we see this ancient wisdom reflected in modern science and geopolitics. The Indian Ocean and the Himalayas are not distant strangers. They are bound together by ecology, hydrology, and destiny. The Hindu Kush Himalayan region serves as the primary source of fresh water for billions of people. The glaciers and snowfields of Nepal feed the great river systems that ultimately discharge into Indian Ocean. Therefore, the health of the mountains and the health of ocean are inseparable. Climate change has laid bare this interdependence in most alarming ways. As Nepal's glaciers retreat at unprecedented rates, we face the imminent threat of glacial lake outbursts, floods that endanger entire communities. At the same time, the Indian Ocean is warming faster than any other ocean, driving sea level rise that threatens the very existence of low-lying island states and coastal communities. What melts in mountains eventually rises in seas. Nepal has been vocal about this nexus at the United Nations and COP summits. We have also established Sagarmatha Dialogue, our flagship global dialogue platform, especially to address the future of humanity through the lens of climate change and mountain-ocean link. We call upon this conference to formally recognize this ecological breach as a critical dimension of Indian ocean governance. Our stewardship must encompass both the peaks and the waters, for they rise and fall together. As a signatory to the United Nations Convention to the Law of Sea, Nepal reaffirms its commitment to the foundational framework for the law of the sea. We emphasize that landlocked nations possess inherent rights to access the high seas and to participate in maritime economy. These are not privileges granted by geography, but rights enshrined in international law. The Indian Ocean is central to global trade and energy flows. Its stability is therefore a global responsibility. Nepal is deeply concerned by threats such as maritime terrorism, piracy, illicit trafficking of drugs and human beings. These challenges affect real lives, including those of Nepali citizens who travel across these waters in pursuit of livelihoods. We support the peaceful resolution of disputes through dialogue and international law. Nepal's foreign policy is grounded firmly in the UN Charter, the principle of Panchashil and non-alignment. We call for the rule-based international order where the rights of all nations, large and small, are respected. Excellencies, as I conclude, every time I hear of the ocean, I'm reminded of an ancient story from Hindu text called Samudra Manthana, the churning of the ocean. In the story, rivals Devas and Asuras decided to collaborate to churn the ocean for Amrit, the nectar of immortality. Yet, before the nectar could emerge, the churning released the halahala, a lethal poison that threatened to consume all of creation. It was Lord Shiva who, in act of ultimate stewardship and profound compassion, stepped forward to consume the poison to save the world. The poison was so powerful that even Shiva's neck burned to blue. To soothe his burning throat, he sought sanctuaries in Himalayas of Nepal. This story is a powerful metaphor for our times. Today's world requires karuna, the compassion and empathy from everyone, especially those who hold great powers, much like Shiva himself. This compassion must extend not only to human beings, but also to all living beings and non-living beings alike. The marine life in our depth and ecosystem of our peaks. Excellencies, we're bound not only by geography, but by our shared responsibility. Nepal stands ready as a partner in dialogue, a voice for the landlocked, and a bridge between mountain and the ocean. Let us move forward in the spirit of Sarve Bhavantu Sukhina. May all beings be happy. Thank you.
So thank you very much, Excellency, for giving the Nepal's perspective about all these issues related to Indian Ocean. Thank you very much for that. Let me come to a friend from Tanzania. His Excellency, please offer your comments.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair, former Minister Suresh Prabhakar Prabhu, former Minister Union of Republic of India and Chairman of the Governing Council of the Indian Foundation, distinguished delegates, esteemed colleagues, I stand on all the preceding protocols. At the outset, I wish to express my sincere gratitude to our gracious host, my colleague, Honorable Dhananjay Ramphul, Minister of Foreign Affairs and Regional Integration and International Trade of Mauritius, and to the government and people of Mauritius for their very, very warm welcome in hosting me and my delegation from the United Republic of Tanzania. But I would like also to extend our appreciation to the 9th Indian Ocean Conference Organizing Committee, especially to India through Honorable Minister Dr. Subramanian Jaishankar, Minister of External Affairs of the Republic of India, and the India Foundation Chair, Dr. Ram Madhav, President. Thank you very much for organizing this. I was looking at my speech, which I prepared, but most of the things have been said from yesterday, from the Prime Minister of Mauritius to the Minister of Foreign Affairs, Oman, Sultanate of Oman, to the ministers this morning and yourself, plus others. So I will try to go into challenges directly that we are facing as nations, challenges of different priorities to every nation, and focus on the purpose of this conference when it was started 10 years ago. The main purpose of this conference, everybody, as they can know, it was started as a think tank to address our challenges. And it worked well over time, bringing a lot of countries along the Indian Ocean coast. But the other benefit that it had, it brought also landlocked countries like Bhutan and Nepal, who are depending somehow their lives on Indian Ocean. So, Mr. President, one of the challenges that Tanzania is volunteering to help and support you is bringing more Africans, because directly we attached 9 countries. I think we are 4 or 5 today countries here. I know I was looking at the list here and I saw some African countries, but this list on your timetable is dominated by Asia, followed, just look at the statistics, followed by Middle East, and then Africa is the last. But Africa, besides the small island states, they're no longer small, they're big economically. Madagascar, Mauritius, and Seychelles. We also have coastal countries. And Chairperson, you spoke about pollution and plastic pollution into the seas. We are also one of the biggest polluters because we are doing a big campaign to remove plastic, by law, to remove plastic into the market and replace it with biodegradable materials. So I would like to say that we are 9 of us from Africa, but we would like to have more active participation. But don't forget, 30 countries, 5 of them bordering my country, are dependent by 80% of their economies on Indian Ocean. And if you want, I can give you all the statistics. I came with all the statistics: trade routes, number of containers, number of cargo, number of tonnage per year, fuel, energy, etc. This is number one. Number two, the global challenges will continue. And I'm very happy to see my dear brother, Sheikh Shabut from United Arab Emirates, Minister of State on African Affairs. These global challenges will continue, and the UN will be tested throughout, especially the UNCLOS, which you mentioned this morning. We'll continue to see these challenges on security matters. We'll continue to see these challenges on competition of trade economies between East and West. And we, as growing GDPs, will continue to face these challenges. Strait of Hormuz, Bab el-Mandab, and the rest which have been mentioned this morning will directly affect our economies. Our GDP per capita in the United Republic of Tanzania is $1,400 per annum. India's, I was looking this morning, is $2,800 per annum. Despite of your population of 1.something billion, because there are many statistics on Indian population, but let me say 1.something billion. Some say 1.5, some say less than 1.5. But our GDPs are directly related to the Indian Ocean, and that's why we are here. In United Republic of Tanzania, 60% of our population is involved directly with the ocean, be it fishing, be it trading, be it logistics, be it shipping, be it any other features of mariculture and other aspects. So for us, it is 60% of our livelihood. 70% of our economy in Tanzania, both inward and outward, depends on Indian Ocean. So for us, Indian Ocean is our life, is our livelihood. It's not just a conference and coming here on the 9th conference, etc. I'm very proud that Mauritius, you are the first African country. I would like to challenge you, will be the second after India next year. I would like to challenge, because I was communicating with my leader about the possibility of us hosting, and the first was thumbs up. So we hope to be second after our brothers and our leaders, Mauritius. I would like also to discuss about the challenges, Mr. Chair, through this panel, and I will attempt to provide some solutions, although it is not easy, because governance is also challenged. For us to be present here all together, we are also challenged. We saw several ministers doing it virtually because they couldn't attend here because of the same challenges. They couldn't be here with us physically. Yesterday, we had Minister from the Sultanate of Oman, His Excellency Badr Al-Busaid, when he mentioned that he couldn't attend here and the reasons why he couldn't attend here. So some of the other challenges beside the economic challenge is security challenge, which has already been addressed. Indian Ocean as a hub becomes also strategical in the global routes. Excellency Minister from Mauritius mentioned also the UNCLOS being challenged with some of the smaller islands in the Indian Ocean under different administrations, but trade and energy flows will continue to be challenged, especially those countries which are providing energy and our countries which are providing food, because we are food basket also. We are exporting most of the food stuff, especially grains and others. So this will be continue to challenge, and this is also for countries like ours with a 1,400 GDP per capita is about priorities. Where do you send the budgets? Do you send the budget for the patrolling, or you send the budget for people's health, people education, etc.? So sometimes the security is either higher or lower in the priority list of allocation. Patrolling, overfishing, illegal fishing in our areas is another area whereby we have a huge EPZs which we need to manage and control and patrol and watch over. And this is also challenged by budgetary constraints, putting enough resources to manage. We have other institutions. We are working very closely with the Indian Ocean Conference, IORA, and the Indo-Pacific. But also we have in our area, WIOMSA, which we are working very closely with to address some of these challenges. But all need the resources, and these resources sometimes are also a challenge. So we need to work together with those touching Indian Ocean with higher GDPs, with the longest border points, longest coastal lines, etc. Because one challenge to a nation will affect the other one because of our connectivity. We have landlocked countries which are directly dependent. I said we need to convince them together jointly in order for them to join together with us. Another challenge is the climatic changes, increase of salinity level, migratory species being affected in their migration. I'm informed that there will be discussion, scientific discussion, also on migratory species, their mating and the deliveries and hatching and laying eggs are being affected. So this will affect, besides the energy security in Strait of Hormuz, will also affect the food security, which is another security as a challenge that we are facing together. Pollution and waste. It has been written and it has been said some of the highest polluted areas are also in the Indian Ocean. Others are working, other oceans which are connecting also continents are working on their cleaning, but because we are all connected globally, we need to do more. And United Republic of Tanzania is putting forward its commitment towards cleaning the oceans. Blue economy is growing. Demands on blue economy is growing. Demands on transportation, logistics, business, competition between the East and West demand more on waterways. So this also creates some level of pollution on top of the climatic changes. But the final one is for developing nations to come forward. Mr. President and our host, where I'm standing here, if I look at the room, I see this room is very much dominated by countries from Asia and Middle East, and least dominated, to be diplomatic correct, by our African colleagues, our neighbors, our counterparts. We, as United Republic of Tanzania, are ready to work with you very closely, are ready to work with Mauritius, Seychelles, and other partners of the small Indian Ocean states to convince our African colleagues. I've seen South Africa in this program. I've seen Comoros in this program. I've seen other African nations such as Egypt, but we need to bring more. More than half of Africa is directly connected or dependent economically, security-wise, transport, you name it, with the Indian Ocean. So I would really like this panel to dwell and look into the challenges that some of our developing nations with the GDP per capita that I mentioned are facing as a challenge, and we can work together. Because the purpose, besides think tank, it converted to be a soft power now, working on the governance, as the theme says here, on Indian Ocean. So once again, Chairperson, thank you very much for giving the United Republic of Tanzania this space, and we do hope to host one of the very near future coming event. I thank you very much.
So thank you, Excellency, and also for a very tempting offer of hosting the next conference, one of the next conferences in your own country. So thank you very much for that. I'm sure we'll take on your offer one day soon. So thank you for all of you for listening to such very interesting ideas. As you know, the whole theme of the conference is collective stewardship for a better governance. And as you could see from 4 different honorable ministers, the views which are so different coming from different geographies, but has convergence in terms of what really need to be done. And that shows the necessity for having such a robust cooperation between Indian Ocean countries. So thank you very much. I thank each one of you for giving different ideas and really looking forward to work with all of you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Deepest gratitude to our esteemed speakers. It has been an enlightening deliberation, setting a profound tone for the conference. Now I request Shri Suresh Prabhu to felicitate the speakers. His Excellency Barry Ford, Minister of Foreign Affairs and Diaspora, Seychelles. His Excellency Mohammad Thabit Kombo, Minister of Foreign Affairs and East African Cooperation, United Republic of Tanzania. His Excellency D.L. Dungyal, Foreign Minister, Bhutan. His Excellency Shishir Khanal, Foreign Minister, Nepal. Thank you. With this, we close plenary session 1. I request everyone to kindly remain seated.
Friends, we have the pleasure of the presence of His Excellency Sheikh Shabat bin Nahyan Al Nahyan, the cabinet member of Government of UAE and Minister of State in the Ministry of External Affairs. He was to leave immediately after the session. Hence, I would like to take this opportunity of his presence to request him to come and deliver his address before we break for tea. Excellency, please.
Your Excellencies, Foreign Minister, honorable dignitaries, ladies and gentlemen, very best wishes from the United Arab Emirates. It is a privilege today to address you at the Indian Ocean Conference. I extend my sincere appreciation to the Indian Foundation and the government of Mauritius for convening this timely dialogue at a moment when the strategic importance of the Indian Ocean only continues to grow. Today, the Indian Ocean sits at the center of global trade, energy flows, and connectivity between Asia, Africa, and Europe. Its stability is therefore not only a regional priority, but a global necessity. The UAE's geography places us at the gateway of one of the world's most critical maritime corridors, the Strait of Hormuz. From our shores, vital energy suppliers and the commercial flows transit. This waterway, daily along with 20% of the world's energy supply and 30% of its fertilizers. The strait, by the extension, the freedom of navigation, that powers a global economy is a public good, and it is one cannot be taken hostage by any country. Excellencies, the UAE condemns the strongest terms the heinous, indiscriminate, and unprovoked missile and drone attack Iran has carried out against my country and our neighbors in the Gulf and other Arab countries from over a month now. Moreover, we condemn Iran's actions that have violently prevented movement through the Strait of Hormuz, scaling the impact of its aggression far beyond the Gulf, and amounting to economic terrorism, which Iran continues to inflict against the millions of civilians around the world that deepened or depend on the strait for affordable energy and food. Dear esteemed colleagues, freedom of navigation and the security of international waters remain fundamental principles of Indian Ocean governance. Disruptions to maritime traffic, whether through conflict, coercion, or unlawful interference, carry immediate consequences for global markets, energy, security, and the stability of food supply chains that continues across the region depend on. Underscoring the importance of reinforcing a rule-based maritime order grounded in international law and collective responsibility. In response, the UAE has worked constantly to strengthen the resilience of global energy and logistic corridors. Through DP World and Abu Dhabi Ports Group, the UAE continues to invest in world-class maritime logistics infrastructure across the Indian Ocean region and beyond to strengthen connectivity, improve logistics, efficiency, and support reliable trade networks linking Asia, Africa, and Europe. Investments, including the development of Fujairah as an alternative export hub supporting flows beyond the Strait of Hormuz, reflect only our commitment, not by national preparedness, but to the continuity of international supply chains. Excellencies, economic opportunities across the Indian Ocean and region depend fundamentally on security, legal certainty, and effective institutions. Governance remains the foundations upon the sustainable prosperity is built. If international maritime law is allowed to be violated in one waterway, there is nothing to prevent the erosion of these norms in every waterway around the world. To that end, the UAE calls on the international community to uphold its full responsibility to safeguard the freedom of navigation in line with the international maritime law. We do remain committed to strengthening our cooperation through regional and multilateral platforms and working with partners across the region to support resilient and open trade corridors, ensuring the Indian Ocean and all international waterways remain defined by stability, connectivity, and shared progress. Your Excellency, thank you very much for having us. Your Excellencies, thank you all the very best, and I hope you're well. Thank you.
Thank you, His Excellency, for the incredibly insightful remarks. Now I request Dr. Ram Madhav to felicitate His Excellency Sheikh Shabud bin Nayan Al Nayan. Ladies and gentlemen, with this, we close the session. We have a break for 5 minutes, 30 minutes, sorry, and it's on the left side for the tea. We resume again for the next session sharp at 11:45. I request all of you to be back in the hall sharp by 11:40 so that we begin the session 11:45. Thank you all.
How many in here? Five.
Ici. Ici. E. C'est un. E. Ici. Un. Ici.
एक बार टाइट बना मेरा can tell someone to close up switch to the close up one for me second number camera Ilan cam 2 shift एक बार लाइव यहाँ चाहिए ना ये ठीक है ना इसको इधर शिफ्ट करना पड़ेगा ये फिर ये हो जाएगा इशू आ जाएगा ये है यहाँ चाहिए इधर लाइव क्या हो रहा है देख अभी दिखा दो क्या हो रहा है अगर मैं इधर हूँ ना एक मिनट फ्रेम कर हटो ना पीछे से ये देख पूरा वाइट हो रहा है इधर पे रहना पड़ेगा हाँ ये इस पोजीशन पे है ना ये यहाँ पे अगर यहाँ आऊँगा तो वो वाइट आएगा बस ओके थोड़ा टेक राइट थोड़ा सा राइट मोर अ बिट टाइम ओके बस ये ठीक है हाँ टेम्पल पे किरण आपका ओके एक बार चेक कर
Ici. C'est un. Ici. Ici. Un. Check. Et.
screen.
एक मिनट यार, एक मिनट.
Test ici. Un mic. This.
Love that takes you higher, I will forever be intertwined with you. Where the sun never goes down and time will slow down. Would it be too crazy if we decided to stay forever? Decided to stay forever, forever. Stay forever. Stay, stay. Stay forever. Stay, stay. Stay forever. Stay, stay. Stay forever. Stay forever. Jump into the fire. I'd like to see your wild side. We should run away.
You gotta put your past behind you. Look, kid, bad things happen, and you can't do anything about it, right? Wrong. When the world turns its back on you, you turn your back on them. That's not what I was told. Then maybe you need a new lesson. Repeat after me. Hakuna Matata. Hakuna Matata. It means no worries.
May I request everyone to please come in the hall? We'll start shortly now. We'll be starting in a minute now. May I request everyone to take their seats, please? Ladies and gentlemen, I'm Shashwat, and we will now move into the next segment of our plenary sessions. It is a great honor for me to invite the chair of this session to the dais. Please join me in welcoming Shri M.J. Akbar, a prolific author, former Minister, Government of India, and member of the India Foundation Governing Council. Thank you, sir. Moving forward, it is now my privilege to invite our distinguished panel of speakers to join Shri Akbar on stage. May I invite His Excellency Zulkarnain Abdul Rahim, Minister of State for Foreign Affairs and Social and Family Development, Singapore. His Excellency Un Kiang, Secretary of State for Foreign Affairs, Cambodia. His Excellency Muhammad Abu Bakr Saleh Fatah, Deputy Minister for African Affairs, Egypt. His Excellency Gustavo Sobrino Gage, State Secretary for Environment, Mozambique. Without further ado, I hand over the floor to our chair, Shri M.J. Akbar, to guide the proceedings ahead. Sir, the floor is all yours.
Your Excellencies on the stage, thank you very much for joining us here at the India Foundation event, which has now become a very important point on the international corridor for an exchange of what we hope is a display of candor and honesty between friends. Thank you all of you for being here. We meet, ladies and gentlemen, at a moment which is fraught with so much peril that it might defeat words. The 20th century was known for world wars. The 21st century is being defined by a very different phenomenon: worldwide wars. The World War was not a world war because everybody fought in them. They were world wars because European powers fought between themselves to control the world. Worldwide wars are different. They are continuous and contiguous. They are wars, they are fires lit by separate triggers, searching for each other, searching for one another to create a common bonfire. We think of Ukraine, to give you an example, we think of Ukraine as a land war. Ukraine did not begin as a land war. Ukraine began with Crimea. Ukraine began with the Russian control of Crimea, and it began in 2015, and the response of the world to 2015 was silence, ambiguity, and in fact cooperation with Russia in the takeover of Korea. We are seeing today is the first time that a serious war is being fought over oil and water. And this brings me to the point that oil is impotent without water, because production is meaningless without supply. If you think that Ukraine is not somehow connected to this and it's not part of a worldwide phenomenon, then I would just ask you just to glance at a bit of geography. Next to Crimea, just next to Crimea is Chechnya and Dagestan. Just south of Dagestan is the Caucasus. From Caucasus, you enter Syria. From Syria, Palestine is not far away. From Palestine, you come to the Red Sea, the Houthis, who are active participants via Iran or sometimes without Iran. Before this, without it. And this has developed into what I have called in an essay, the war of the 5 seas. Mediterranean, Caspian, Black Sea, Red Sea, and Arabian Sea. And those of you who are under the illusion that the Arabian Sea and its contiguous waters, the Indian Ocean, are somehow sanitized from this war, you might want to remember that a ship was blown up in the Indian Ocean. The war has come next to Sri Lanka, so Singapore, my friend, is not that far away. The crisis that we see today has very deep roots. It's not simply a crisis of what might be a clash of events, let alone a clash of civilizations. The crisis is deeply rooted in the collapse of the world order as defined by 1946 protocols, in which the idealism of the United Nations was shaped by one single element before anything else. That was the sanctity of the sovereign nation state as the building block of the architecture of stability. Once the sovereignty of a nation state can be violated and is violated by the security guardians, by the guardians of security, then the world order becomes extremely vulnerable, and we are on the point of collapse because both the idealism and the institutions, as represented by United Nations or on a military level, the institutions created like NATO, before that the Warsaw Pact, all have either in a melting pot or have disappeared. And it is this larger crisis which brings us, I hope, to be a point for examination, which is the challenge before us, both at the thinking level and at the implementation level, is how do we go about creating a world order? Because the world created under Pax Americana in 1946 is gone. What is going to replace it? There's a very famous line of poetry, English poetry, by actually a minor poet. One world is dead and the other is not born. And we might be in just that phase. So welcome to the rogue elephant in this room. The rogue elephant is not a benign elephant. The elephant in this room is war. And I think we need to put our thinking caps on and see whether the institutions that we have, like BRICS, like Aura, can play a part in bringing together significant parts of world leaderships, no world leader anymore, world leaderships into finding some semblance by which we may protect the 21st century. Thank you, and I think we can go to the conference now for the major, and shall we begin with my friend, the Minister of Singapore? Then, please.
Chairman MJ Akbar, fellow panelists, excellencies, distinguished delegates, it gives me a great pleasure to address you today at the 9th Indian Ocean Conference. Before I begin, let me extend my appreciation to Minister Dhananjay Ramphul for hosting this conference. I would also like to thank Dr. Ram Madhav, President of the India Foundation, and the team at the S. Rajaratnam School of International Studies for bringing us together at this critical moment. Now, this year's theme of collective stewardship for Indian ocean governance is a timely reminder of the need for collective action to manage the global commons at a time when the rules-based international order is being eroded. For centuries, the Indian Ocean has served as humanity's great highway of commerce, culture, and connection. Today, it remains the world's third largest ocean, carrying the lifeblood of global trade. Over 80% of global seaborne trade by volume traverses these waters, including about 40% of the world's offshore oil production, and 2/3 of global oil shipments. The maritime corridors of the Indian Ocean, from the Strait of Hormuz to the Straits of Malacca and Singapore, and from the Suez Canal to the Cape of Good Hope, these are critical nodes upon which global trade and prosperity depend. As the Indian Ocean bridges Africa, Europe, and Asia, a single disruption in these waters reverberates across these continents, affecting everything from fuel prices in Europe and Asia to food supplies in Africa. For Singapore, which handled a record nearly 45 million TEUs last year, this is not an academic discussion. This is our lifeblood. Maintaining these connections is essential to keeping our supply chains open and resilient, and ensuring that we remain connected to the world. This is true for every nation represented here today, whether you are a major port or a landlocked country dependent on maritime trade. Today, stability we have long taken for granted faces severe challenges. The ongoing conflict in the Middle East has demonstrated how quickly it is regional tensions can escalate into global crises affecting maritime trade. While the ceasefire between the United States and Iran offers a brief moment of relief, it is a temporary reprieve and not a return to normalcy. Singapore welcomes the commitment under the ceasefire agreement to restore shipping traffic through the Strait of Hormuz. We call on all parties to uphold their obligations under international law and restore safe and unimpeded transit passage in the Strait of Hormuz, in accordance with the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea, UNCLOS. The closure and conditional reopening of the Strait of Hormuz have exposed just how fragile global supplies are and how quickly law, commerce, and geopolitics can collide. We have witnessed attacks on commercial vessels, disruptions to vital shipping lanes, and the weaponization of maritime trade routes in pursuit of political ends. These actions have disastrous consequences for global shipping, trade, and supply chain resilience. To give an example, the risk insurance of ships passing through the Strait of Hormuz have risen by 200 to 300% since the start of the conflict. This has forced major carriers to either suspend voyage through the Gulf or divert cargo away from the strait, which would lengthen transit times. Supply chains that took decades to optimize have now been disrupted overnight. As we have experienced to varying degrees in recent weeks, these disruptions have real consequences for all of us in the Indian Ocean region. They underscore a sobering reality that in our interconnected world, no country can remain insulated from maritime insecurity. Asia, for instance, could plunge into an economic crisis as a result of a blockage in the Strait of Hormuz, given its dependence on oil and gas from the Middle East. Oil and energy prices in Asia are already rising due to limited supplies, threatening economies and livelihoods. The Indian Ocean also serves as a vital corridor for global food security. Agricultural products, fertilizers, and fishing yields from our region feed millions worldwide. A third of the global trade in raw material for fertilizer, for instance, passes through the Strait of Hormuz. Disruption in these supplies will have severe impact on food prices, which could precipitate global hunger crisis. Climate change compounds all of these challenges. The Indian Ocean recorded its highest average surface temperature in 2024. Such rising sea temperatures threaten marine ecosystems and fishing yields. For low-lying island states like Singapore, Mauritius, and our Pacific Island friends, this is not just an environmental concern, it is an existential threat. The Middle East crisis is a function of a broader global pattern of instability where institutions, processes, and norms that have anchored the global system are breaking down. Long-established principles of multilateral cooperation and respect for international law are being undermined. There is a trend of countries being driven now by a narrower definition of national interest. Some are even willing to weaponize all levers in their hands: currency, technology, trade, critical minerals, and maritime choke points. These levers that used to bind us together through interdependence and fostered an era of peace and prosperity are now tools for exploitation. The cumulative effect is a more dangerous world for small states like Singapore. The breakdown of trust limits cooperation and increases costs as the need for hedging and contingency planning will place inflationary pressures across economies. Nations are reducing dependencies and restructuring their economic engagement. The global economy is being reconfigured from prioritizing efficiency to emphasizing resilience and security. The consequences arising from the Middle East conflict has already reshaped markets, shaken confidence, and altered how states assess risk and security. What comes next will not return us to the world we knew before. For countries like Singapore, the lesson is clear. The rules that keep sea lanes open must not only be defended, but they must also be strengthened. This is precisely why it is now more important than ever that maritime routes remain open and that we uphold the rule of law, specifically the 1982 United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea. UNCLOS provides the comprehensive legal framework that guarantees freedom of navigation, establishes clear maritime boundaries, and ensures equitable access to maritime and marine resources. It is the constitution of our oceans, and its principles must be upheld without compromise. This is essential for a peaceful and prosperous Indian Ocean. UNCLOS keeps littoral states like Singapore connected to the world, and our supply chains open and resilient. In practical terms, this means that a ship leaves Mumbai, Colombo, or Singapore. Now that vessel does not need to seek permission from or pay tribute to anyone in order to decide where it will call next. This is not merely a technical arrangement. It is the foundation of our global trading system. This is also why Singapore co-sponsored the UAE's proposal for the Council Declaration condemning Iran's attacks on vessels and its threats to close the Strait of Hormuz, as well as Japan's proposal to establish a safe maritime corridor at the IMO, both of which were successfully adopted by consensus. Now, notwithstanding these gloomy times, there is always a silver lining to every cloud, and I wish to end my speech on a positive note. The rules-based multilateral system, while eroded, has not been abandoned. Most countries, including Europe, Japan, ASEAN, and all of us gathered here, still subscribe to the UN Charter and believe in multilateral processes. We must continue to strengthen and reform global institutions like the WTO and the United Nations so that they remain effective and relevant. All of us here continue to support multilateral platforms like the IOC that foster critical and open dialogue between governments and communities on pressing issues in the Indian Ocean. At the same time, we also need more flexible approaches to cooperation. One practical way is for smaller groups of like-minded countries and partners to create plurilateral arrangements that complement rather than replace the multilateral system. We already see this approach at work in maritime governance. Singapore is developing green shipping corridors to support the decarbonization of maritime transport. In the Indian Ocean specifically, we are contributing to the Silk Alliance initiative, which aims to enable zero-emission shipping across the Indian and Pacific Oceans. You may also recall the successful conclusion of the Biodiversity Beyond National Jurisdiction (BBNJ) Treaty in 2023, which Singapore Ambassador Rina Lee presided over. Aimed at conserving and sustainably using marine biodiversity beyond national jurisdiction in the high seas, the BBNJ will contribute to the protection and sustainability of the rich resources in the Indian Ocean. In September 2025, Singapore, together with New Zealand, the UAE, and Switzerland, co-convened the Future of Investment and Trade Partnership, FITP, to uphold a rules-based trading system and promote openness and inclusiveness in global trade. On 31st March this year, FITP members issued a joint statement on maintaining open and resilient supply chains, reaffirming our commitment to keep land routes, air hubs, and seaports open so trade can flow unimpeded. Such multiple overlapping groupings of like-minded countries working together to address common challenges, including on the maritime front, will allow us to navigate geopolitical headwinds and make progress. If designed well, these groupings can complement and reinforce each other, serving as building blocks for a more resilient global architecture over time. So let me conclude by saying that in these uncertain times, we must recommit to the principles of collective leadership. Our path forward requires us to maintain a rules-based global order, honor international treaties, resolve disputes peacefully through dialogue, and work together towards a sustainable future. The challenges that we face, from maritime security threats and climate change to energy and food security, are too complex for any single country to address and face alone. The choices we make today will determine whether future generations can inherit an Indian Ocean that remains open, secure, and sustainable, or one that is fractured by conflict and degraded by neglect. The voyage ahead requires all hands on deck. This conference is an opportunity to exchange ideas and explore potential cooperation to enhance regional cooperation and promote a peaceful, stable, and prosperous Indian Ocean. Let us not be mere passengers of history, but stewards of its course. For in uncertain seas, it is not the strength of the storm, but the unity of the crew and the fleet that determines the journey ahead. I look forward to constructive discussions ahead. Thank you very much.
In 1981, when Iraq's nuclear facilities were bombed, she told the Jewish Chronicle in London that if the international rules-based order is destroyed, it will be replaced by international anarchy. Something that we need to remember. My friend, Secretary of State Kyan, please, sir.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it is a great honor to address this distinguished gathering at this year's Indian Ocean Conference. I'm particularly pleased that the conference is being held at the beautiful island state of Mauritius. I also wish to express my sincere appreciation to the India Foundation, the Ministry of External Affairs of India, and the government of Mauritius for their warm hospitality and excellent arrangement. We meet at a time of growing geopolitical uncertainty and climate insecurity. The international system is undergoing profound transformation, marked by intensifying great power rivalry, the erosions of multilateralism, and increasing challenges to international norms. While the world may appear fragmented, it remains deeply interconnected. Development in the Indian Oceans are not confined to the region. Events beyond it inevitably shapes its dynamics. The challenges we face today are increasingly multidimensional, requiring coordinated responses across multiple levels, across actors and regions. In this context, forums such as the Indian Ocean Conference are important than ever, serving as a platform for dialogue, cooperation, and bridge building. The theme of this year's conference, Collective Stewardship of the Indian Ocean, is both timely and highly relevant. Although Cambodia is not a littoral state, it remains closely connected to the Indian Oceans through trade, energy flows, and global supply chains. Moreover, the Indian Ocean is an integral part of the Indo-Pacific, the world's most dynamic regions where peace and stability are indispensable for global development. At the same time, the Indo-Pacific is characterized by intensifying geopolitical competition. Various powers have advanced their respective Indo-Pacific strategies. Cambodia believes that these strategies should serve the common interests of all countries in the region and beyond, rather than deepening divisions or create spheres of influence. The future of the Indo-Pacific must be shaped by inclusivity and cooperation, enabling countries, large and small, to exercise agency, contribute meaningfully, and benefit equitably based on mutual respect, sovereign equality, and non-interference. In this regard, Cambodia supports any Indo-Pacific strategy that first promotes regional peace and stability, second, is not used as a strategic tool against other states, and third, respects ASEAN centrality, including ASEAN Charter and the ASEAN outlook on the Indo-Pacific. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, as the international system grapples with geopolitical uncertainty, it is equally confronted by deepening challenges driven by climate volatility, resource stress, and accelerating the degradation of ecosystem. Reversing this trend requires effective maritime governance, anchored in respect for international law and the faithful implementation of commitments. In this regard, Cambodia has taken concrete steps to support the strengthening of international maritime governance, including the ratification of the United Nations Convention on Law of the Sea this year. This reflects Cambodia's firm commitment to rules-based international order in which right and obligation are clearly defined and applied equally. At the same time, scientific evidence points to a near irreversible tipping point in ocean ecology, reflected in rising sea temperature, sea level rise, and depletion of maritime life. Cambodia joins the international community in safeguarding the health of the world's oceans. At the third United Nations Ocean Conference in 2025, Cambodia signed the Biodiversity Beyond National Jurisdiction, or the High Seas Treaty. At the national level, Cambodia has adopted policies and action plans to address maritime environmental challenges. The Royal Government of Cambodia has integrated the Sustainable Development Goals, particularly the SDG 14, into national development agenda, and is promoting the blue economy in collaboration with development partners and private sectors to ensure the conservation and sustainable use of marine and coastal resources. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, recent global developments underscore the risk posed by imbalance between economic advancement and environmental preservation, as well as unsustainable exploitation of natural resources. Addressing these challenges requires a firm commitment to protecting the oceans that sustain us. Collective stewardship of maritime environment is not only an ecological imperative, but also a shared responsibility for future generations. At the same time, development in various regions highlight the growing tendency toward unilateral actions, and in some cases, the use or the threat use of force in addressing interstate disputes. Such action undermine trust, erode established norms, and risk destabilizing not only specific region, but also broader international system. These trends reinforce urgent need for restraint, responsible conduct, and strict adherence to international law. Achieving this goal requires that respect for international law and the peaceful settlement of disputes remain at the core of our collective efforts. Disputes, whether on land or at sea, must be resolved through dialogues, negotiation, and appropriate legal mechanisms in good faith and in full coordination with international law, including the Charter of the United Nations, particularly obligation to refrain from the threat or use of force. At a time when growing uncertainty, we must renew and strengthen our collective commitment to peace and to international rules of law. And Cambodia stands ready to work with all partners to ensure that the Indian Oceans and the broader Indo-Pacific remain a region of peace, stability, and shared prosperity within a context that we all work collectively to promote, again, strengthen rule-based international order. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Thank you, sir, for the reiteration of so much wisdom. And of course, the rebirth of Southeast Asia is one of the modern miracles, given what what you have gone through. And other regions at war might learn by the power of principle in restoration. Our Minister Abu Bakr from Egypt.
Thank you, Chair MJ Akbar, Excellencies, Honorable Ministers, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It is a great honor for me to address this distinguished conference today. And at the outset, allow me to extend Egypt's sincere appreciation to the government and people of Mauritius for the warm hospitality and the excellent arrangement for this important gathering in collaboration with India Foundation. And I thank Dr. Ram Madhav very much on that. We also commend the initiative of convening this conference as a high-level platform for dialogue on issues of common interest to India ocean states and for strengthening regional and international partnership in a spirit of collective responsibility. This year's theme, Collective Stewardship for Indian Ocean Governance, is timely and consequential, as the previous speakers mentioned. It reminds us that the Indian Ocean is not only a geography, but also a shared space of responsibility for stability, for trade and prosperity, and for sustainable management of our maritime commons. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, since its launch in 2016, the Indian Ocean Conference has evolved into an important forum, bringing together key regional partners and maritime stakeholders to deliberate on shared responsibilities and cooperative framework. Today, this conference offers us a practical opportunity to translate dialogue into coordinated action. Egypt welcomed the focus of this year's program, including the plenary and thematic discussions on freedom of navigation, maritime laws and governance, and maritime security. Such pillars define whether our sea and ocean pathways remain routes of stability and opportunity or become arenas of disruption and uncertainty. In this regard, allow me to share 3 messages that Egypt considers essential and which we believe resonate strongly with the objective of this conference. First, Egypt's engagement in maritime security is anchored in our responsibility to protect the safety and security of international navigation, which is particularly critical in light of ongoing regional tensions, including the war in the Middle East and its potential repercussions on the safety of maritime navigation, especially in the Strait of Hormuz. Such developments underscore the direct impact of geopolitical instability, even if it looks a regional one, but on global trade routes. Egypt supports approach that uphold freedom of navigation and commerce while strengthening respect for international maritime law and practical mechanisms of cooperation. From this perspective, Egypt continues to exert sustained and extensive efforts to ensure de-escalation and to promote a peaceful resolution to the conflict. In fact, Egypt views maritime safety and security as a prerequisite for trade, investment, and stability that our peoples deserve. Second, the strategic linkage between the Red Sea and the Indian Ocean is indivisible. The Red Sea is connected to the Indian Ocean through the Strait of Bab el-Mandab, and together they form a strategic corridor supporting global shipping, energy flow, and international supply chains. As you are well aware, the Suez Canal is vital for world commerce linking East and West. 13% of the global trade is going through the Suez Canal. The stability of maritime routes extending from Indian Ocean through the Red Sea and into the Mediterranean is fundamental to the stability of global trade and to international economic growth. Safeguarding their security and governance is essential not only for the uninterrupted flow of global trade and energy supply, but also for reinforcing confidence in international shipping routes. Third, Egypt is committed to deeper cooperation with all countries overlooking the Indian Ocean, whether African or Asian, with a focus on tangible outcomes. In our view, there is a significant convergence of interest with all partners in areas such as maritime safety and security, sustainable ports, developments, logistics, trade facilitation, and the blue economy. Egypt also recognized that climate change, adaptation, and sustainable ocean governance are not side issues, but rather central to stability and development for coastal and island states alike. In this spirit, Egypt stands ready to work with all partners, including African as well as Asian partners, to advance cooperation, especially in the area of capacity building and knowledge sharing. Looking forward for the future, we believe that this forum today is uniquely placed to tackle key priorities for our countries. And I really appreciate very much that India next year will host this. I'm sure we will have a successful another round. It can also be advanced by promoting a robust agenda on maritime governance, one that reinforces international law, enhance practical coordination, and ensure that freedom of navigation is protected as a shared interest. And before I conclude, I echo the excellent intervention made by His Excellency Minister Mahmoud, Foreign Minister of Tanzania, in terms of really bringing on board the African nation much more to be engaged from now on in the next summits. And apparently it seems that Dr. Ram Madaf and His Excellency Akbar took care of that in this session, that we can see equal participation from both continents. In conclusion, I would like to reiterate our gratitude to Mauritius for hosting this important conference, and to India Foundation and all organizers and participants for their valuable contributions. Thank you.
And that was a message from Egypt, from the Red Sea, and Bab al-Mandeb. Just a reminder that Bab al-Mandeb means the gate of tears. And surely the challenge is how to make that gate of tears back into a smiling face. Welcome, Mr. Gustavo from Mozambique. And as you can now see, that the alleged imbalance against Africa has been corrected.
Thank you very much. My name is Gustavo Judge from Mozambique. I'm Secretary of Land and Environment in the Ministry of Agriculture, Environment and Fisheries. Your Excellency, allow me to express our appreciation for being here. Mozambique is a big country. We are located in West Indian Ocean in Africa, and we have very extensive coastal line, about 2,070 kilometers, especially in the Mozambique Channel. Our position in the coastal of Africa is very important because it's the strategic area. We have the mineral resource, gas, and oil. And now in Cabo Delgado, we are start to explore the gas, and we are looking to explore the oil. But we are in Bazarut archipelago. We have the status to know if we can explore oil and gas. This strategic position connects the country to neighbor Madagascar and Comoros, making it an important link in the region with great tourism potential and rich marine resources. Our coastal is rich in biodiversity, including the coral reefs, and the country attracts tourism to areas such as the Bazarut archipelago. Last time, Mozambique's land was the attractive to tourism. Now, we are looking to improve the tourism area in Bazarut Island. We are declared Nyamban from the capital of the tourism in Mozambique. We have engaged in diverse measures to protect our ocean, such the approved of as a marine spatial plan and the blue economy strategy currently under implementation. The Indian Ocean not only units us, it's a source of good security and job creation for more than 60% of our population. We have to know when we are investing in the coastal marine, but don't include the communities, we don't resolve the problem of poor. In the regions of coastal line in Africa, There are more people live there. They have low situation about your lives. And we have to include in our plan to explore the Indian Ocean to resolve the problem of profiteering. Together with the nation in West Indian African Ocean or in Indian Ocean region, we have been promoting a permanent dialogue on ocean governance with a platform designated Ground Blue and with two second edition already done. Mozambique is planned to release the fifth edition in planned for this year and would like to count and invite all people and all countries here to participate in our fifth edition to continue identifying solutions for our ocean. Maritime security is a challenge that calls upon all of us to strengthen our cooperation to face the challenges of illegal fishing and other forms of illicitities at sea, including the illegal immigration. We are talking about security. We can resolve the problem of security if we don't include in the illegal fishing and illegal immigration. On that note, I'd like to existence of the SADC, Center of Monitoring, Control, and the Surveillance of Fisheries, hosted by Mozambique, which is based on cooperation and can complement all other initiatives in the region to ensure sustainable use of our ocean. The Mozambican government is investing in the creation of marine protected areas and in combating illegal, unreported, and unregulated fishing to ensure the conservation of biodiversity. On policy and illegal frameworks on ocean, we have the law of the sea, and sea police, important guiding document for diverse sea users. Mozambique has created, and we have ambition to focus of mobilizing funds of promoting blue economy and the proposal. We would like to underline the importance of a joint cooperation for face maritime security, intensifying measures against illegal fishing to protect marine species and decrease surveillance with international support. In this context, Mozambique has established a maritime court to combat crimes and such a resort traffic. Another problem we have to talk is about the climate change. We are affected about cyclones, rains, and wind. In this year, Mozambique was affected about intensive rain that give big damages in the cities and the rural areas. We hope to see African countries and the world people and world countries benefits of about our ocean, Indian Ocean, to continue to talk about how can we improve our security, how we can join together to mitigation and adaptation for climate change, and how can we know the contribute of the ocean to resolve the problem of poverty in the communities. Thank you very much.
It is now my great pleasure to open the conversation to the hall and to all of you, our most welcome guests. And I think we will take questions now. Please identify the respondent when you ask the question. Sir, you raised your hand first, so.
Thank you very much indeed for all the panelists. Very informative and rich presentations. Now, as we are talking about the security of the Indian Ocean at this particular time, it will be amiss if we do not really address the international crisis, but it's a crisis also from when you look at it from the perspective of the security of the ocean, of the Indian Ocean. And that is the question of the Strait of Hormuz closure. My question specifically to each of the panelists, if they wish to take up the question, is that what do you think in terms of practical steps? What do you propose as practical steps to address this issue? Condemnations, abstract condemnations are certainly not enough for this. So what is in each of you will propose as the practical steps to be taken from now on to address this issue? Thank you very much.
Could we...
Can I introduce myself? Sorry. Asad Shamlan from the Institute of Diplomatic Studies in Riyadh, and I am here in my capacity as an academic. Thank you.
Perhaps Egypt is best positioned to answer that first.
It is very simple that the fragile ceasefire now to convert it to a really lasting, sustained ceasefire. This is the only way out. For us, we are doing an extensive efforts. Minister Badr Abdelhati is in constant contact until even today with Witkoff and with the other Western partners to ensure that we reach a formula of a lasting ceasefire. This is the only way out, and also to rebuild the confidence in this very fragile situation. Thank you.
And from the other side of the world, Singapore?
Thank you so much. This panelist is one side Southeast Asia and one side Africa, where we're talking about something in the Middle East, which affects everyone. And I referenced it in my speech earlier. Probably working together in other aspects of plurilateralism, for which we don't abandon the concept of multilateralism altogether. We need to adhere to the international rules, no matter how hard it is, no matter the attempts to erode from it. Now, it is at this juncture, I thought, while the closure of Hormuz in and of itself is a response to an action, and what is understandable does not actually discount the fact that it is, I say, different or important for us to adhere to international law, just for this very same reason that we stop at the traffic light when it's red, even when there's no cars ahead, even when there's no one's looking, because it tells something about what we hold through for ourselves and what we want for everybody to hold true for themselves as well, because that's how we can then negotiate, that's how we can then build bridges and fences and relationships and have certainty amongst businesses. So in addition to what Excellency in Egypt said, the ceasefire is a good step, but on our own in this room, we can see how best it is to work together to make sure that we strengthen the bonds, the trade, the commerce that we have, and uphold international law. Thank you.
Senator, would you like to?
Yes. Hello.
about the conflicts we hope a solution will be found through diplomatic efforts because we think we can find the answers and the solutions when we are talking, when we are looking for the diplomatic efforts.
I think what we seeing happening, in the Middle East as well as elsewhere is the erosions of international norms and the selective use of international rules of law, for an example. And so I think for the future, what is important, like a forum like this, is to promote an alternative, ways, to strengthen norms, in an era of its decline. Because I think a forum like this is a constructive, mechanism, through which all participants have to be brave, have to be determined to get together and call blacks black, white is white, and then if not, I think we are going to get stuck, in the era of perpetual conflict.
Thank you all. Just one remark. The problem with wars is the law of unintended consequences. Wars begin at one point, and by the time they've entered, they've changed the word, and they've changed also the solutions that are required for the way forward. And Minister, just since you mentioned Middle East, it reminded me that I really have never understood why West Asia calls itself the Middle East. I don't know the middle of which East they are in. The only Middle East country is India. And I think the next, yes, please. No, I think you raised your hand first, so please, sir. And then after that, we'll come this side. There was a raised hand from the last call, then in the center, and then, yes.
Thank you, Chair. I'm Pradeep Mehta.
Right here.
Can you hear me? Yeah, I'm Pradeep Mehta, head of CUTS Global NGO, working on wide variety of public issues, public policy issues. I heard the Singaporean minister and the Cambodian minister speak about multilateralism. There's another tragedy which has happened on this continent just a few days ago at Yaoundé, the capital of Cameroon, where the WTO Ministerial Conference was held and it resulted in no result at all. This is something which is very important for ministers, for intellectuals, as the Cambodian minister pointed out, to discuss even when there is not nearly there on the agenda, because if one instrument of multilateralism is heard, then it would affect any other instrument that you would like to think about in terms of bringing about a global order-based, rules-based order. Thank you.
Thank you for.
Let us know whom you are addressing.
For the whole panel.
No, I think whole panel may be a little difficult because we want time for more questions. So just one respondent, please.
So thank you for that. I think I mentioned it in my speech that we not only have to defend the rules, but we have also got to strengthen them. And the way to do that is to see what are the reforms that are required to be made. And I think with discussions, dialogues, we can see how best to move forward with that.
No, from the back,
May-
gentleman with the red tie. Oh, sorry.
That's fine. I just want a quick response to that. I think, yeah, we are certainly facing the erosion of multilateralisms and international norms. I think, despite the shortcomings of the post, World War II liberal order, it has saved, the world from a lot of crises. If you look back, with the financial crisis of the 1980s, for an example, the IMF play a critical role. And so what is important, I think, moving forward is to find a way to reform the existing multilateral system rather than to discard it. And so you basically, if you're trying to discard it, you throw the baby along with the bath water. Excellencies, thank you very much for insightful reflections on maritime order. Most of the discussions featured upon the traditional challenges that we talked about, but equally important are the non-traditional challenges and how we need to work it out that. If you see from the perspective of the industry of private maritime security companies, the industry is almost capped around 35 billion annually, and maybe it's projected of 50 billion annually. It equally shows that traditional challenges, of course, impact global maritime order, but there is a requirement for more collaboration in joint operations into dealing with these non-traditional challenges. And I think that aspect has to be stressed by most of the maritime countries which have their strong naval presences. This somewhere needs to be strengthened into more discussions, more collaborations. That's just a reflection. Thank you.
That was a submission, not a question. So I think here in the center, please. Yes.
Hi, Rayu Thakkar here from the National University of Singapore. And my question is to the foreign ministers of Singapore and Cambodia. Today, since the morning, the conversation has been burdened by what is going on in the Middle East. But what is happening at the western end of the Indian Ocean, tomorrow the world does not get concerned about with similar happenings at the eastern end of the ocean. What are, because we have been constantly talking about norms and positions, and the Cambodian foreign minister so aptly put it, calling black black and calling white white, how both of your governments are taking positions, pushing for norms, calling black and white directly through your own governments and through ASEAN mechanism, so that the world tomorrow is not concerned about similar developments at the eastern end of the ocean. Thank you.
Sure.
Yes. Thank you for that. I think what Chairman mentioned, that the world war is not a worldwide war, but he had written about the war or the five seas. I think it's worth reading that article as well, how one aspect of conflict can have not just ramifications through the entire globe, but also repercussions in time. It's almost like Humpty Dumpty, you cannot put it together again. When things are shaken up, when conflicts happen, when vulnerabilities are exposed, that's when we have the right opportunity to make reforms, do a lot more cooperation, and try to progress together. Unfortunately, wars are theaters for which power is often projected and vulnerabilities or weaknesses are always exposed. But in this kind of uncertain times, it's when we need to get friends, like-minded partners to come together and work on common goods and common goals. And you've asked for specific examples of how ASEAN countries like in Singapore and Cambodia have come together. And Singapore supported the statement issued by the ASEAN foreign ministers on the 4th of March 2016, jointly expressing concern over the situation in the Middle East. And this includes the military operations. And we similarly reiterated our support and concern during the virtual special ASEAN foreign ministers meeting on the 13th of March of this year as well. And not only that, the ASEAN economic ministers issued a separate statement in March the 13th, where we maintain our commitment, reiterated our commitment to keep member states and keep ASEAN open for trade and investment. Singapore will continue to work within ASEAN, and next year when Singapore assumes ASEAN chairmanship, we will continue to maintain this spirit of openness, spirit of trade, brotherhood between ASEAN and the broader region as well. Thank you.
I think I agree with what Minister from Singapore mentioned about the role of ASEAN. But what I wanted to add, is the ideas of intentions. Sometimes intention by one actor could turn into deadly consequences. And that's why there is a need, for consultation. And that is very important, and that is consultation among relevant actors in order to avoid some sort of unintentional consequences of what happened, around the world. And once again, I just wanted to reiterate the importance of a forum like this, because as multilateralism is declining, pluralism or regionalism like this could serve as a platform to incorporate more participants, and in that way, it can serve as a counter force, to the declining multilateralism that have served us quite well, for many decades.
It's there. Yes. I think we have time for one more question. Sir.
Yeah, Excellencies, I just want to go back to the question of security. I'm sorry, I'm Dean of the School of International Affairs at Jindal Global University in India. Going back to the question of security and, the militarization and the war coming into our backyard in the Indian Ocean region. 1971, 55 years when, we adopted the Indian Ocean as a zone of peace resolution. And of course, that showed the unity of the global south at that time. Why are we not, as IOR littoral countries, able to come up with even a joint resolution of that nature right now, when we have Diego Garcia right here, Mauritius, and then we have South China Sea and eastern end of the Indian Ocean also, which is facing major militarization by extra regional powers coming in from outside, muscling in, and then using this theater to create havoc and insecurity for all of us. Most of the ministers, the excellencies, are from the developing world in the IOR region. Why are we not able to come together? Are we very divided in today's time compared to, let's say, the 1970s? And beyond a resolution or a statement, why can't we form a joint, patrolling or a naval force? Today, the minister from Tanzania was saying that, will I devote resources to patrolling the ocean or to agriculture and to livelihoods on land? So clearly there's a shortage of resources, but if we pool resources, so I'm asking for two things to secure ourselves. One, a united resolution against militarization of the Indian Ocean region. And two, a joint naval force comprising all the littoral countries that can maintain stability and actually show some deterrence to these extra-regional powers on both the ends. So we have the great power rivalry of United States on this side and China on the eastern side of the Indian Ocean. Both of them, we feel, are playing their old hegemonic games, and we are all affected by them, but we don't seem to be able to get our act together to prevent this penetration of our backyard and the insecurity that is being spread widely and of which we are facing grave consequences.
Thank you. I think that's the last question. Would you like to answer that?
No, I will tackle it in a different perspective. The question in itself is reflecting that the focus always on the regional one. I will go back to the Middle East crisis. It starts as a regional crisis, but now it's definitely a global one. And I will advise always to look to the economics, because this is somehow is affecting the behavior of the key player. If you go to the indexes of the financial markets, you can see how disruption happened and the volatilities. Look to the corrections in NASDAQ and going on and Dow. Look not only to the oil and gas indexes, look to the fear indexes, VIX, that is called, to what extent it's extremely volatile, by which it is affecting on the supply chain. It's affecting that we should have ended the inflation cycle, which usually takes 7 years. We were about to go to the normality, the global economy in a normal stage. What is going on now, that the inflation will shoot up everywhere in every single country globally, by which we are really going into real crisis and the repercussions of the impact of such regional crisis, but it has really an impact and become the epicenter of a global crisis that we are all facing. Thank you.
Absolutely. And while we are discussing the wars that have dominated the headlines, we shouldn't ever underestimate that war can become a viral fever. It can become very infectious. And we have a new land war happening just at this moment next to Iran, which is Pakistan and Afghanistan. And adventurism can become very, very infectious on that realistic, but perhaps slightly depressing note. Thank you all very much for, I think, what was a very interesting morning. Let us all thank our hosts, the government of Mauritius, the government of India, and of course, our intellectual host, Dr. Ram Madhav. Thank you.
Now I request Shri M.J. Akbar to felicitate our speakers. His Excellency Zulkarnain Abdul Rahim, Minister of State for Foreign Affairs and Social and Family Development, Singapore. His Excellency Un Khiang, Secretary of State for Foreign Affairs, Cambodia. His Excellency Abu Bakr Saleh Fatah, Deputy Foreign Minister for African Affairs, Egypt. His Excellency Gustavo Sobrino Gage, State Secretary for Environment, Mozambique. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now close the session and proceed for lunch. Request all of you to join us after lunch, and we will be beginning exactly at 2 p.m. Thank you. Restaurant. Lunch at the restaurant where we had our breakfast. So we'll have our lunch there only. Okay. The lunch is arranged in the Senso restaurant.
slow down. Would it be too crazy if we decided to stay forever? Decided to stay forever, forever. Stay forever. Stay, stay. Stay forever. Stay, stay. Stay forever. Stay, stay. Stay forever. Stay forever. Jump into the fire. I'd like to see your wild side. We should run away. But the sun never goes down. Time has slowed down. Would it be too crazy if we decided to stay forever? Decided to stay forever, forever. Stay forever. Stay, stay. Stay forever. Stay, stay. Stay forever. Stay, stay. Stay forever. Stay forever.
You gotta put your past behind you. Look, kid, bad things happen, and you can't do anything about it, right? Wrong. When the world turns its back on you, you turn your back on them. That's not what I was told. Then maybe you need a new lesson. Repeat after me. Hakuna Matata. Hakuna Matata. It means no worries.
Hello. Hello, hello, hello. Hello. Hello, 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 hello. Good afternoon, everyone. For the plenary session 3, it gives me immense pleasure to welcome the chair, Ambassador J. Bisun Dayal, Secretary of Foreign Affairs, Mauritius. His Excellency P. Kumran, Secretary East, Ministry of External Affairs, India. His Excellency Rogelio Villanueva Jr., okay. Deputy Assistant Secretary, Maritime and Ocean Affairs Office, Department of Foreign Affairs, Philippines. His Excellency Indramat. Yes. Yeah. I'm just, yeah. I'm just, yeah. Sanjeev Ranjan, Secretary General, Indian Ocean Dream Association, Her Excellency Ji Yoon Park, Ambassador of the Republic of Korea.
some, yeah, some, it's fine.
Multi-purpose landscape. देखो जैसे इसको ऐसे ही रख रही हूँ।
पे बिमस्टेक एंड आयोरा है। Seven.
सर्कल में बनाए क्या बेटर रहेगा नहीं ऐसे ही रहेगा ना बात करने को इजी रहेगा नहीं तो ऐसे
बहुत पास हो गया लास्ट वाला देखिए
because you have
तो मैं वही बोल रहा हूँ बट ये पूरा उस पोडियम साइड के लिए ज़्यादा हो गया इधर गैप ज़्यादा हो गया ठीक है या थोड़ा सा लेफ्ट Yes, just like that.
You gotta put your past behind you. Look, kid. Bad things happen, and you can't do anything about it, right? Roar! When the world turns its back on you, you turn your back on them. That's not what I was told. And maybe you need a new lesson. Repeat after me. Hakuna Matata. Hakuna Matata. It means no worries. Repeat after me. Hakuna Matata. Hakuna Matata. It means no worries.
Where are you? Maybe soon somebody more to put it on the stage.
Yes, sir.
बताने settle down. I request everyone to kindly settle down. We will start the next session shortly. Good. Good afternoon. I welcome you all to the third plenary session of the 9th Indian Ocean Conference 2026. I now welcome Honorable Chair of the session, Ambassador J. Bisandel, Secretary of Foreign Affairs, Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Mauritius. I now welcome the esteemed panelist of the session, His Excellency P. Kumaran, Secretary East, Ministry of External Affairs, India. His Excellency Rogelio Villanova Jr., Deputy Assistant Secretary, Maritime and Ocean Affairs Office, Department of Foreign Affairs, Philippines. His Excellency Indramani Pandey, Secretary General of BIMSTEC. His Excellency Sanjeev Ranjan, Secretary General of the Indian Ocean Ream Association. Her Excellency Ji Yoon Park, Ambassador of the Republic of Korea, and Her Excellency Irada Zainulava, Ambassador of the Russian Federation to Mauritius. With this, I now hand over the further proceedings to Honorable Chair. Thank you.
Hello. I hope you can hear me. So I will start. Thank you, Dr. Madhav. And Excellencies, distinguished guests, as we assemble for the third plenary session in our quest for collective stewardship for Indian Ocean governance continues. We are living in uncertain times, and the current headwinds we are facing make this gathering timely and opportune. We have been inspired by the messages of the inaugural session yesterday and the exchanges in the preceding two panels. Dr. Madhav is capturing the essence of our discussions, and he will soon communicate his outcome and his reflection to us. The common denominator emerging out of our dialogue is, I think, a call for deeper cooperation, a feeling of cautious optimism, the need for peace and stability to prevail. Without much ado, I am pleased to invite our first speaker to share his thoughts on our theme. Mr. Kumaran, Secretary External, Ministry of External Affairs of India, to take the floor. Please.
Honorable Chair, fellow co-panelists, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, dear friends, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon and namaskar. It's a great privilege to be here in Port Louis, a city that embodies the spirit of the Indian Ocean. Mauritius has long been a crossroad of cultures, commerce, and civilizations, and there is no more fitting setting for a conversation about the future of our shared maritime space. The Indian Ocean is a region of extraordinary strategic and economic significance. It connects 36 littoral countries, accounts for 35% of the world's population, and carries about 80% of global sea trade. Over 100,000 ships traverse its waters every year. Its seabed holds vast reserves of oil, gas, minerals, and critical raw materials indispensable to modern industry. It is also home to 1/5 of the world's arable land and a rich diversity of marine life. The stakes for every country in this region, and indeed for the world, could not be higher. For India, the Indian Ocean is not a peripheral concern. It is central to our national life. We have a coastline of 7,500 kilometers, over 1,300 islands, and an exclusive economic zone of 2.4 million square kilometers. Nearly 90% of India's trade by volume, and most of our oil imports move by sea. Our ties with the countries of this region are rooted in centuries of migration, commerce, and cultural exchange. Our commitment to the Indian Ocean is therefore deep, enduring, and strategic. India's approach to the Indian Ocean region rests on a clear and consistent set of principles: peaceful coexistence, shared prosperity, respect for sovereignty, freedom of navigation, and the rule of law as embodied in UNCLOS. We seek a free, open, and inclusive Indian Ocean, one where the seas connect rather than divide, and where all nations can pursue their interests without coercion or fear. This vision found early expression in Vision Sagar, Security and Growth for All in the Region, launched by Prime Minister Modi in 2015, right here in Mauritius. Sagar recognized that security and development in the Indian Ocean are inseparable and that India must be a net security provider and a trusted development partner for littoral states. It placed capacity building, HADR support, maritime security cooperation, and port and infrastructure development at the center of India's regional engagement. Building on Sagar, India announced Vision Mahasagar in 2025, mutual and holistic advancement for security and growth across regions, once again in Mauritius. Mahasagar extends our reach to the wider global south, embracing Africa, the Indo-Pacific, Latin America, and the Pacific Island nations. It reflects India's growing conviction that the interests of developing nations must be amplified in global governance forums, and that India has a distinctive role to play as a trusted and transparent development partner. Our engagement with littoral countries reflects these visions in practical terms. We have supported joint maritime exercises, EEZ surveillance, coastal surveillance networks, hydrographic assistance, and maritime domain awareness. We have provided aircraft, helicopters, coastal radar systems, and training to partner countries. We have been a first responder in times of crises, whether floods, cyclones, earthquakes, or maritime accidents. The Indian Navy's operations in recent years in the Western Arabian Sea, protecting hundreds of merchant vessels and saving over 500 lives of all nationalities, are a testament to this commitment. In this architecture, the Indian Ocean Rim Association, IORA, holds a special place. India considers IORA a vital instrument for peace, stability, and cooperation in the Indian Ocean region. In 2011, during India's chairship, IORA was revitalized with a focused set of 6 priority areas: maritime safety and security, trade and investment facilitation, fisheries management, disaster risk management, academic, science and technology cooperation, and tourism and cultural exchange. These priorities remain as relevant today as they were then. India is again assuming the chairship of IORA with one overriding objective: to restore its strategic relevance and give it clear political direction. We intend to anchor this ambition in concrete deliverables. We are considering hosting an IORA Leaders Summit in 2027, the occasion of the association's 30th anniversary, only the second such summit in IORA's history. We also propose to develop the IORA Action Plan 2028 to 2032 through a structured process of workshops, culminating in its adoption at the summit. Dear friends, the agenda for IORA's revival is rich and consequential. It spans maritime domain awareness, resource mapping and seabed cooperation, submarine cable security, anti-trafficking measures, HADR coordination, blue economy initiatives, digital public infrastructure, anti-IUU fishing protocols, oceanography and hydrography, maritime and air connectivity, shipbuilding and sustainable shipbreaking, cultural and heritage linkages, and institutional strengthening of the Secretariat. India stands ready to establish an IORA HADR Resource Center, a center of excellence on maritime crime and law, and to expand white shipping information sharing through IFC IOR. India's broader Indo-Pacific vision reinforces all of this. Through the Indo-Pacific Oceans Initiative, India has advanced an open, inclusive, and non-treaty-based framework for cooperation across maritime security, ecology, resources, connectivity, science and technology, and disaster risk management. 13 countries now co-lead its 7 pillars. The vision explicitly recognizes ASEAN centrality and draws on complementarities between IPOI and the ASEAN outlook on the Indo-Pacific. India's approach to the Indian Ocean and Indo-Pacific is guided by one conviction, that our shared maritime space must serve as a source of stability, not tension, of growth, not rivalry, of collaboration, not coercion. By reinvigorating IORA, deepening our partnerships across littoral states, and advancing cooperation in security, development, blue economy, culture, and digital connectivity, we can build an Indian Ocean community that is truly secure, resilient, inclusive, and prosperous. India is committed to that journey as a neighbor, as a partner, and as a stakeholder in the collective future of the Indian Ocean family of nations. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for sharing the insights of India for a safe, secure, and prosperous Indian Ocean. Having said this, I now invite Mr. Rogelio Villanova of Philippines to address it. Thank you.
At the outset, let me express my warmest gratitude and felicitations to His Excellency Ramgoolam, Prime Minister of the Republic of Mauritius, His Excellency Jaishankar, Minister of External Affairs of the Republic of India, Dr. Madhyav, President of the India Foundation, for the warm hospitality and the excellent arrangements. His Excellency Secretary Bisunduyal, Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Republic of Mauritius, our chair for this afternoon's panel, esteemed guests, fellow distinguished panelists, delegates, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. It is a great honor for the Philippines to participate in this 9th Indian Ocean Conference here in Mauritius. It is a privilege to join you here today in this ocean conference at a time when our shared maritime domain across the Indo-Pacific, particularly the Indian Ocean and the South China Sea, becomes increasingly central to global stability, economic resilience, and environmental sustainability. At a time of heightened uncertainty and rapid transformation in the maritime domain, this conference provides a critical platform to reflect on our shared responsibilities across the Indian Ocean and the South China Sea. Two interconnected maritime spaces that underpin global trade, regional stability, and environmental sustainability. For the Philippines, an archipelagic nation situated at the crossroads of major sea lines of communication, The seas are not merely geographic features. They are central to our cultural identity, national survival, economic vitality, and strategic outlook. Our maritime strategic interests therefore necessitate a robust understanding of and engagement with developments beyond our immediate waters, including in the Indian Ocean. As a state deeply reliant on freedom of navigation, the security of sea lanes of communication, and the consistent adherence to the rules-based order and international law, particularly the 1982 UN Convention and the Law of the Sea, the Philippines attaches great importance to maritime governance across regions. Increasingly, we observe a convergence of maritime challenges that transcend traditional geographic boundaries: illegal, unreported, and unregulated fishing, piracy and armed robbery at sea, transnational organized crime, environmental degradation, and the accelerating impacts of climate change. In this context, the Philippines underscores the importance of strengthened multilateral engagement. Our active participation in regional and interregional platforms, similar to our participation to the annual Indian Ocean conferences, complements existing national and ASEAN-centered mechanisms, while helping bridge critical information flows, enhance maritime domain awareness, and promote operational coordination across the Indo-Pacific region. At the heart of ocean governance lies the sustainable management of marine resources, particularly fisheries. For the Philippines, fisheries are not only an economic sector. They are a cornerstone of food security, industrial development, and the heart of the Philippine blue economy. Millions of Filipinos, especially in coastal communities, depend directly on the health and productivity of our marine ecosystems. We take pride in being a responsible fishing nation. At the same time, we recognize the scale and urgency of the challenges confronting the sector today. IUU fishing, marine pollution, biodiversity loss, and climate change-induced stresses on marine environments, such as ocean acidification and sea level rise. Addressing these challenges requires both national action and collective resolve, together with our like-minded partners here today. Domestically, the Philippines continues to strengthen its monitoring, control, and surveillance systems. We have operationalized a vessel monitoring system, enhanced the implementation of port state measures, and reinforced fisheries law enforcement across the supply chain. These measures are designed to ensure transparency, accountability, and compliance, while safeguarding the long-term sustainability of our fisheries. However, no national effort, however robust, can succeed in isolation. The maritime challenges that we face yesterday, today, and tomorrow will persist to be transboundary by nature. They demand cooperation grounded in shared norms and mutual trust. At this point, please allow me to echo our 4 key pillars of maritime statecraft as laid out by our Foreign Affairs Secretary, Maria Teresa P. Lazaro, in the context of how the Philippines sees the Indo-Pacific. First, we maintain a firm and consistent principle for adherence to international law, particularly the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea and the 2016 South China Sea Arbitral Award, are twin anchors of Philippine maritime foreign policy. International law provides the common language through which states can manage differences, settle disputes peacefully, and ensure the rule of international law governs state behavior. Second, we pursue a dynamic approach to dialogue, keeping lines of communication open to all, to promote an environment conducive to dialogue and dispute settlement. Even in complex environments, dialogue remains indispensable to chart ways forward in addressing our shared challenges in the maritime domain. Incidentally, the Philippines is currently holding the ASEAN-India Senior Officials Meeting as part of our ASEAN chairship responsibilities, to which we are looking forward to exploring new ways to address shared maritime concerns. Third, we sustain an active effort to leverage alliances and partnerships while contributing to the dynamism of multilateral approaches. The demands of our maritime challenges today, from securing sea lanes to protecting marine ecosystems, require coordinated and collective action, especially among like-minded partners. As an example, last month, the Philippines and India conducted our second Philippines-India Maritime Dialogue, a testament to both our countries' common vision of a more resilient Indo-Pacific that rests on strong and credible partnerships built on collective appreciation of a resilient, shared maritime environment. Fourth, the Philippine diplomacy plays an active role in supporting domestic capacity building. Strong maritime institutions, credible enforcement mechanisms, and resilient coastal communities are essential foundations of effective maritime governance, which drives Philippine maritime foreign policy goals. One example is how the Philippines is a contracting party to the Regional Cooperation Agreement on Combating Piracy and Armed Robbery Against Ships in Asia, or RICAAP. Alongside Mauritius and India, the Philippines has a strong position in promoting domestic capacity building, especially for our maritime law enforcement agencies in combating piracy, robbery at sea, and other transnational maritime crime in our maritime environment. Excellencies, the Indian Ocean and the South China Sea are linked not only by trade routes, but by shared challenges and shared stakes. The choices we make, individually and collectively, will determine whether these waters remain zones of cooperation or become arenas of contestation. The Philippines remains committed to working with all our partners to uphold a maritime order that is lawful, peaceful, and sustainable, one that ensures the continued flow of commerce, the protection of our marine environment, and the prosperity of our peoples. Once again, thank you very much for inviting the Philippines to the 9th Indian Ocean Conference, and we look forward to having fruitful discussions ahead.
I wish to thank Mr. Rogela Villanueva, Deputy Assistant Secretary of Maritime and Ocean Affairs, for providing us with an overview of the maritime strategy of the Philippines and its vision for a sustainable blue economy. I now have the pleasure to invite Mr. Indra Mani Pandey, Secretary General of BIMSTEC, for his views. Thank you.
Honorable Ministers, Excellencies, distinguished audience, good afternoon, Namaskar. Thank you, Chair, for inviting me to share my thoughts. It's a great privilege and honor to address this august audience. Before I do so, I want to thank India Foundation, as well as the Government of Mauritius and the Government of India, for inviting BIMSTEC to participate at the 9th Indian Ocean Conference and the warm hospitality extended to us. As pointed out by various speakers before me, the 9th Indian Ocean Conference provides a timely and vital platform for engaging in deliberations on critical challenges to maritime governance in Indian Ocean region and delineating pathways for its collective stewardship. The welfare of entire humanity depends on it. As Chairman India Foundation Sri Ram Madhavji pointed out yesterday in his inaugural address, in future all geopolitics will be regional. He had also noted that the purpose of the Indian Ocean Conference is to catalyze regional cooperation in Indian Ocean region. A number of other speakers also spoke about decline in multilateralism and the growing salience of regionalism. The salience of regional organizations like BIMSTEC has grown due to financial and other challenges being faced by global multilateral institutions, including the UN and international organizations. BIMSTEC has emerged as a vibrant and dynamic regional organization in Indian Ocean region. It shares the vision of a free, peaceful, stable, and prosperous Indian Ocean region. BIMSTEC Charter and Bangkok BIMSTEC Vision 2030 commit the member states to pursue the goal of a prosperous, resilient, and open Bay of Bengal region, a vital sub-region of Indian Ocean region. As you have heard from the speakers before me, the need to act together, both regionally and globally, to preserve the freedom of navigation and to deal with other challenges to maritime security is more acute today than ever. Our conference provides us a precious opportunity to define future pathways for forging regional maritime cooperation. The global peace and prosperity depends on inclusive and collective stewardship of Indian Ocean region. Bay of Bengal is a critically important sub-region of Indian Ocean region. It connects South Asia to Southeast Asia, and a large part of global energy and trade flows through the waters of Bay of Bengal. BIMSTEC acts as a bridge between South Asia and Southeast Asia, as it has 5 members from South Asia, Bangladesh, Bhutan, India, Nepal, and Sri Lanka, and 2 members from Southeast Asia, Myanmar and Thailand. BIMSTEC has its own charter. Regional cooperation under BIMSTEC is guided by its vision document, BIMSTEC Bangkok Vision 2030. Over past 28 years, BIMSTEC has been able to develop the requisite core and sectoral mechanisms to forge cooperation among our member states. It has a vast agenda comprising 18 different sectors, including maritime security. In almost all sectors, there are joint working groups and experts group. Member states have concluded action plans which are under implementation. All our member states act as the lead member state for pursuing cooperation in various sectors. The cooperation in security sector is led by India. Over past 28 years, BIMSTEC has already concluded a number of conventions, agreements, and MOUs. Many conventions, agreements, and MOUs are under negotiation. We have already established 3 centers of excellence, and 9 more centers of excellence are being established by our member states. Given the centrality of Bay of Bengal for BIMSTEC, it has naturally attached a high priority to maritime cooperation. Allow me to provide you few details. BIMSTEC has taken initiatives to strengthen maritime connectivity, which has been underlined by many speakers. The BIMSTEC Agreement on Maritime Transport Cooperation was signed at the 6th BIMSTEC Summit held in Bangkok in April 2025. A joint shipping committee is being set up to implement the agreement. Further, India has hosted 2 editions of BIMSTEC Ports Conclave, which brings together various ports authorities of our member states and contributes to strengthening maritime connectivity. Moreover, India has proposed establishment of a Center of Excellence on Maritime Transport, which will play the role of anchor in strengthening maritime transport cooperation in Bay of Bengal region. Maritime security cooperation under BIMSTEC has focused on 4 areas: maritime domain awareness, humanitarian assistance and disaster relief, oil pollution response, and various aspects of collective action to deal with challenges such as organized crime. The BIMSTEC Expert Group on Maritime Security Cooperation has finalized guidelines for maritime law enforcement agencies to ensure effective coordination during their interaction at sea. India has proposed to host a BIMSTEC multilateral maritime security exercise in the last quarter of this year. This will be for the first time BIMSTEC multilateral maritime security exercise will be held. BIMSTEC member states will be considering in future initiatives aimed at framing standard operating procedures for cooperation among BIMSTEC maritime security agencies, enabling real-time intelligence sharing to counter cross-border maritime crimes. In maritime domain awareness, there is a proposal to conclude BIMSTEC White Shipping Agreement, and the lead member state, India, will soon be presenting a draft for consideration of other member states. In order to preserve and protect and promote maritime resources, BIMSTEC has established an expert group on blue economy to promote sustainable use of marine resources. The group will be meeting soon to decide on its program of action. Recognizing the severe economic and environmental consequences of marine oil spills, BIMSTEC has finalized guidelines for coordinated regional oil spill response. Proposed initiatives include development of a regional contingency plan, standardized emergency procedures, joint pollution response exercises, and capacity building programs to enhance preparedness. As regards humanitarian assistance and disaster relief in maritime domain, the expert group on maritime security has finalized exclusive guidelines on the maritime component of HADR. As you are aware, Bay of Bengal is highly vulnerable to natural disasters. Under BIMSTEC, a plan of action on comprehensive disaster management has been finalized. 4 editions of BIMSTEC disaster management exercise have been held to strengthen joint operational capabilities. Additionally, India has proposed establishment of a BIMSTEC disaster management center to serve as a focal point for coordinating regional HADR operations. BIMSTEC has also been pursuing collaboration with the United Nations Office for Disaster Risk Reduction and the Coalition for Disaster Resilient Infrastructure to enhance disaster response and preparedness of our member states. BIMSTEC, thus, as I outlined, has taken a number of initiatives to enhance maritime cooperation, including maritime security cooperation, and it is committed to deepen further maritime cooperation in future. As an influential player in the Indian Ocean region and as the lead member state, India has taken a number of initiatives to enhance maritime cooperation under BIMSTEC. It's therefore heartening to know that India will be hosting the 10th Indian Ocean Conference. It is well positioned to take lead in creating a pan-Indian Ocean regional arrangement to ensure freedom of navigation and maritime security. To conclude, I thank India Foundation and our co-hosts, the Government of India and the Government of Mauritius, for giving BIMSTEC an opportunity to participate in this conference and to outline before you various initiatives that our member states have taken under BIMSTEC in maritime domain. I wish this conference success in fruitful deliberations. I thank you all for your kind attention. Have a joyful evening. Namaskar.
Allow me to thank Secretary General Indra Mani Pandey for sharing the commitment of BIMSTEC to multilateralism, maritime security, freedom of navigation, and maritime domain awareness, including white shipping. I now have the pleasure to invite Mr. Sanjeev Ranjan, Secretary General of the IORA, for his remarks. Thank you.
Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, it's a great honor for me to address the 9th Indian Ocean Conference. Let me begin by commending the Government of Mauritius, India Foundation, and Dr. Ram Madhav for convening this important platform at a time when the Indian Ocean region faces complex and interconnected challenges. The theme of this conference is therefore timely and essential. The Indian Ocean is a dynamic hub that shapes global trade, security, and environmental stability. Its strategic location makes it a vital corridor for shipping, resource extraction, and geopolitical engagement. The region is rich in natural resources, including oil and gas, mineral deposits, and fisheries, which supports millions of livelihoods. These opportunities are significant, but they require careful and sustainable management. At the same time, the region faces multiple transboundary pressures: climate change, sea level rise, maritime crime, vulnerability to disasters, marine pollution, overfishing, and geopolitical tensions. These challenges cannot be addressed by any single country alone. They require coordinated, inclusive, and sustained regional action. In this context, the theme of collective stewardship strongly aligns with the mandate of the organization that I represent here, the Indian Ocean Rim Association. IORA, as it is popularly called, provides a unique platform to translate the shared responsibility into concrete action. With 23 member states, 12 dialogue partners, and a network of regional and international partners, IORA facilitates dialogue, strengthens cooperation, and delivers practical outcomes. Over the past 30 years of its existence, IORA member states have been working together to promote a peaceful, stable, and prosperous Indian Ocean region. The IORA Action Plan 2022-2027 sets out a roadmap for collaboration, capacity building, and measurable results implemented through work plans of our functional bodies and the active engagement of our member states across the priority areas and cross-cutting issues. In this context, collective stewardship is not only a guiding principle, it is an imperative for the sustainable, secure, and prosperous management of the Indian Ocean. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, maritime safety and security is the foundation of stability and prosperity and the cornerstone of governance in the Indian Ocean region. The Indian Ocean has some of the busiest shipping lanes in the world, facilitating the movement of goods between Asia, Africa, Europe, and Australia. These routes are lifelines of global commerce, carrying vital resources such as oil and minerals, and manufactured goods. Ensuring their safety and security is a priority as disruptions from piracy, instability, or natural disasters have consequences both regionally and globally. IORA promotes what may be termed as maritime multilateralism for strengthening cooperation among member states. IORA member states have taken a whole host of initiatives that embody collective stewardship. These include, for example, search and rescue exercises, joint patrols, tabletop simulations to enhance operational readiness, capacity building programs on marine domain awareness, law enforcement, and real-time maritime information sharing workshops at the Information Fusion Center, Indian Ocean region, to facilitate exchange of intelligence on transnational maritime threats are practical manifestations of IORA member states' resolve for collective leadership to ensure maritime safety and security. IORA member states are also signatories to a search and rescue memorandum of understanding, which sets out guidelines for coordination and cooperation in SAR operations in the Indian Ocean region, which include, for example, maritime and aeronautical SAR operations. Workshops and legal studies for the implementation of UNCLOS among IORA member states, coupled with regional initiatives such as the Indo-Pacific Dialogues, Bay of Bengal Dialogue, and Gaye Dialogue, have strengthened cooperation, harmonized standards, and built resilience across the region. Together, these efforts demonstrate how coordinated action, shared responsibility, and regional collaboration can safeguard the Indian Ocean, ensuring it remains secure, sustainable, and prosperous for all member states. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, stewardship also requires protecting coastal communities from natural hazards. Transboundary hazards such as cyclones, tsunamis, and rising sea levels affect multiple countries simultaneously, highlighting the need for coordinated regional policies on early warning systems, shared data, and joint preparedness. Disasters can damage fisheries, ports, mangroves, and infrastructure, which affects marine ecosystems and livelihoods. The small island developing countries are at the risk of an alarmingly high vulnerability. Through IORA, member states have conducted joint HADR exercises, capacity building workshops, space-based disaster monitoring, and collaboration on resilient infrastructure frameworks such as the Coalition for Disaster Resilient Infrastructure and Early Warning System with IOC UNESCO, Indian Ocean Tsunami Warning and Mitigation System. By sharing information, technology, and best practices, and by building collective resilience, member states demonstrate how coordinated action and collective stewardship safeguard lives, livelihoods, and marine ecosystem across the Indian Ocean region. Sustainable fisheries is a critical component of the Indian Ocean Governance Framework, as the region's marine resources support millions of livelihoods, ensures food security, and contributes to regional economies. The shared nature of fisheries, migratory fish stocks, transboundary impacts means that no single country can ensure sustainability alone. This makes collective stewardship essential. Coordinated policies, information sharing, and joint monitoring are needed to maintain healthy marine ecosystems and equitable use of resources. The challenges in the fisheries sector range from IUU fishing, climate change impacts, gaps in monitoring and enforcement, lack of legal frameworks, and biosecurity. IORA has taken a number of steps to promote sustainable fisheries and combat IUU fishing through coordinated legal frameworks, capacity building, technology use, and partnerships. Adoption of the IORA guidelines on combating IUU fishing supporting port state measures, conducting training and workshops on fisheries surveillance, aquaculture, biosecurity, and innovative management approaches are examples of the efforts that IORA has taken for sustainable fisheries. Collaboration with partners such as Food and Agricultural Organization, regional exchanges, and pilot programs for young environmental leaders also strengthens regional cooperation and shared responsibility for sustainable fisheries across the Indian Ocean region. Excellencies, the Indian Ocean is a biodiversity hotspot, home to coral reefs, mangroves, and seagrass beds that support marine life, protect coastlines, and aid in carbon sequestration. These ecosystems underpin fisheries, livelihoods, and coastal resilience, and they must be safeguarded for the benefit of the present and future generations. The seabed offers potential mineral wealth such as manganese nodules, cobalt-rich crusts. Sustainable use of these resources is central to the blue economy and ocean governance. Only sustainable use, careful management, and environmental protection can ensure that economic growth does not compromise ecological health. But blue economy is not simply an environmental agenda. It is a development imperative that underpins livelihoods, food security, and long-term economic resilience. Promoting a cooperative and rules-based maritime environment consistent with international frameworks such as UNCLOS remains a shared interest for all IORA member states. IORA's cooperation with the International Seabed Authority further reinforces a rules-based approach to ocean governance, promoting the responsible and equitable management of seabed resources through collective stewardship. Climate change is a defining challenge, and the Indian Ocean is increasingly vulnerable to the impacts of climate change. Rising sea temperatures are causing coral bleaching, disrupting marine ecosystems, and contributing to sea level rise, which poses a serious risk to low-lying island nations and coastal communities, including displacement, damage to infrastructure, and increased vulnerability to storms and flooding. Ocean acidification is harming marine life, particularly shellfish and corals, while pollution from industrial waste, agricultural runoff, and plastic debris further threaten the ocean's health. IORA has responded to these interconnected threats through the climate change strategic agenda, integrating resilience and adaptation across all its priority areas. Collaboration with the United Nations Office for Disaster Risk Reduction on comprehensive risk management, integrating climate change adaptation in the disaster risk management is currently underway. Collective stewardship and regional cooperation is essential to safeguard marine ecosystems, coastal communities, and the long-term economic and social well-being of Indian Ocean nations. Without urgent action, ocean warming, acidification, and rising sea levels will have potentially devastating impact and consequences both for nature and our peoples. Renewable energy is another critical component for a resilient Indian Ocean region. Through cooperation with the International Renewable Energy Agency and International Solar Alliance, IORA supports member states in advancing clean energy, strengthening capacity, and enhancing energy security while contributing to climate mitigation effects. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, strengthening human and institutional capacity is essential to effective ocean governance. Stewardship must translate into practical cooperation where knowledge, data, and experience are shared inclusively. Partnerships with regional and international organizations are critical to scaling impact. IORA has responded by fostering strategic partnerships with international and regional organizations to enhance capacity building, technical cooperation, and knowledge exchange. Through joint programs, training initiatives, and collaborative platforms, IORA enables member states to leverage shared expertise and resources, ensuring more effective and coordinated responses to regional challenges. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, in conclusion, let me reiterate that the governance of the Indian Ocean cannot be achieved by any single country. It requires shared commitment, cooperation, and collective responsibility. International cooperation is crucial for addressing the complex challenges facing the Indian Ocean. The Indian Ocean can demonstrate that economic growth and ocean sustainability can go hand in hand if we act together and decisively. IORA remains committed to advancing a comprehensive and inclusive approach to ocean governance and is committed to collective stewardship for peace, prosperity, and sustainability. I thank you for your attention.
Allow me to thank Mr. Sanjeev Ranjan, Secretary General of the IORA, for his broad outline on the goals and achievements of the IORA in furthering economic cooperation, collective stewardship, contribution to maritime security, maritime domain awareness, climate change, disaster resilience programs, and IUU fishing. Thank you, Secretary General. I now have the pleasure to invite Her Excellency Mrs. Ambassador Hee-Yun Park from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Korea for her comments. Thank you.
Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, namaskar and good afternoon. It is a profound honor to represent the Republic of Korea at the 9th Indian Ocean Conference. Please allow me to begin by extending my deepest gratitude to the India Foundation, organizer of this vital forum, and to the government of Republic of Mauritius for their exceptional hospitality. I would also like to commend at the outset this forum's timely and resolute theme, collective stewardship for Indian Ocean governance. We are all witnessing an international conflict sending our devastating shockwaves through our global market and supply chains. It is a brutal display of a single juncture in maritime transport, jeopardizing the security of the entire global community. It is also a potent reminder that the global community must proactively collaborate to ensure our vital sea lines of communication remain open and safe, and to stand against geopolitical shocks. With deep concern about the current disruption in the Middle East, I would like to re-emphasize the importance of cooperation between countries in the region with a view to maintaining a free and open sea and upholding international law as reflected in the UN Convention on the Law of the Sea, including freedoms of navigation, overflight, and other lawful uses of the sea. And this call for stronger cooperation is even more fitting in the context of our Indian Ocean region, as it bolsters its role as one of the crucial arteries for global trade. Yet our region is also faced with its own challenges,
such as piracy and illegal, unreported, and unregulated IUU fishing, to marine pollution and threat of climate change. No single nation can weather these storms alone. The sheer scale of the entire Indian Ocean region naturally lead to what our theme suggests, collective stewardship. For the Republic of Korea, the Indian Ocean is not a distant sea. It has been deeply intertwined with our national security and prosperity. As a trade-dependent nation, we heavily rely on the Indian Ocean in terms of maritime trade, especially our energy import. In this regard, Korea has been expanding its contribution to the Indian Ocean based on its deepening commitment toward the safe, peaceful, and prosperous region with more effective governance. Korea is also the observer country of the IOC, Indian Ocean Commission. We joined the Indian Ocean Commission, IOC, as an observer during the 39th session of the IOC Council of Ministers in April 2025, and recommitted itself to increasing the contributions for stronger Western Indian Ocean in areas such as blue economy, food security, and maritime security. In that sense, I resonate with Mr. Kumaran also. And also, Korea is the dialogue partner of the IORA since November 2018. In 2025, Korea officially launched its new chapter of cooperation with the IORA, Indian Ocean Rim Association, by initiating its Korea-IORA Cooperation Fund, which enabled more vigorous sharing of expertise and capacity building in marine science and technology. Furthermore, based on its steadfast conviction, open and safe sea, governed by the rule-based order, Korea has been actively participating in international anti-piracy operations across the Western Indian Ocean region since 2009. The Republic of Korea has also been deepening its cooperation in maritime domain awareness, that is MDA. We have been expanding joint training and law enforcement capacity building with our Indian Ocean partners so that we can more effectively counter transnational threat from IUU fishing to drug trafficking. Excellencies, the Indian Ocean is a shared heritage and shared responsibility. The Republic of Korea stands ready to shoulder its share in our joint endeavor. We remain steadfast in our commitment to fostering a safer, more orderly, and more prosperous Indian Ocean region through more vigorous cooperation and genuine partnership. I'm convinced that today's discussion will lay the strong groundwork for our collective governance in this region, with full of opportunities and prosperity for all. Theme for the collective stewardship for Indian Ocean governance, I believe always the challenge is huge, but the cooperation is unlimited. Thank you for your attention.
I would like to thank Ambassador Hyun for emphasizing the importance of cooperation and for the Republic of Korea and the need to uphold the convention of the UN Convention on the Law of the Sea to maintain the freedom of seas. She also underscored the importance of maritime security, maritime trade, energy for the Republic of Korea through the Indian Ocean. She also mentioned, she emphasized the importance of the cooperation with the IORA and the IOC in furthering blue economy and maritime security in the Indian Ocean. Thank you. I think I have just received a message from His Excellency, the Ambassador of Saudi Arabia. He cannot join us because he has an online meeting. And so I think Ambassador of Russia also not present. So maybe we move, we have time for a few questions. Dr. Madhav? Dr. Madhav said 5 questions. No, 2 questions. 10 minutes. Okay, we have 10 minutes. And so I leave the floor. You have a question? Okay. Doctor.
Thank you, Chair. My question is either to Ambassador Kumaran or Ambassador Sanjeev Ranjan or both. This is specifically about IRA. IRA is almost 30 years old now, and you have all the big countries as members or associate members or whatever name you give. All the world powers are there, from Australia to Indonesia, India, South Africa, Iran. We are all members, and then you have China, you have Russia, you have USA, you have EU. But it remains a big tent. IORA lacks any hard power. At least that has been the experience in the last almost 3 decades now. It's just consultative in nature. It has not been able to acquire any institutional character. Something like ASEAN. ASEAN is also named as an association, but it is a very firmly entrenched institutional arrangement today. Can we expect IRO to grow into that kind of a hard power institution, not just a soft consultative body without any decisions and all? Or another decade will pass just like this? What is the idea? Because right now India is the chair for at least 2 years, or at least 1.5 years is left for India. Is there any plan to upgrade its institutional arrangement? Thank you.
A very relevant question. As I understand it, IORA was conceived about 30 years ago here in Mauritius on a consensus basis and not copying the rules of procedure of other regional organizations where voting, etc., may take place. By definition, the charter excludes any discussions on divisive issues. So political dialogue does not take place as a subject within the organization. If I were to put it in terms of what we do, there would be 2 baskets. One basket would have capacity building, sharing of best practices, knowledge, technology, and the second would be norm setting. For example, a framework on marine debris, guidelines for IUU fishing, a memorandum of understanding for search and rescue are the norm setting procedures which are there. Now, with the 23 member states and 12 dialogue partners that we have in the organization, I have not had an articulation from the member states to have a political dimension to the discussions within the organization. And being the Secretary General, I'm the servant of all the 23 member states and the dialogue partners who are there. So the day when they decide that it has to have a hard edge or it has to have an ASEAN character, I think one fundamental requirement would be upping the game by the member states in terms of their engagement on the issues which are on the table in the Indian Ocean region. That is something which a call all sovereign nations will take on the basis of their considerations. Many a times, the organization is that, I have been on the other side of the UN Secretariat where, we would be critical of the functioning of the Secretariat, but we are only implementers of what member states decide. We coordinate, we facilitate. We don't have an agency of our own to set the agenda for the organization. I will stop it at that. Thank you.
Let me also add something to what Secretary General Sanjeev Ranjan said. I fully agree with him. It is indeed driven by consensus. The IORA as an organization and the Secretariat finds a common denominator for carrying implementation forward in terms of what consensus can be achieved on. Our presidency or chairmanship of IORA will accordingly reflect that. We see it as an opportunity to try and create a habit of cooperative activity, find areas where we can promote shared interests, and identify a number of areas where we can work together and cooperate. Accordingly, as I mentioned in my remarks, we've identified many areas to try and revive the strategic relevance of IORA. The areas include enhancing cooperation in maritime domain and awareness, cooperation in resource mapping in the IOR, especially in the area of seabed mining, trying to elaborate on existing principles in this area to try and develop a IORA-wide framework, trying to find ways to cooperate, develop protocols on securing submarine data cables. We know that there have been threats to such cables and related infrastructure. Of course, there are regional challenges such as drug trafficking, human trafficking, and other transnational crimes. Those are areas where we are trying to develop ways to work together. India, as a first responder in the region, we want to try and develop cooperation protocols for HADR and disaster response, for incident handling, finding ways to share our existing resources. We are also helping share best practices using an IORA HADR resource center. Basically try and develop some kind of a regional rule setting mechanism using the IORA as a platform. A number of other areas also are of interest, such as hydrography, to try and map the ocean surface, ocean bed surface. We are looking at cooperation in the area of maritime heritage, developing protocols against IUU fishing. Many of my co-panelists spoke about this. Submarine rescue, if there is an accident involving submarines. White shipping information, IFC IOR is already helping develop ways to collaborate on that. Counterterrorism, cybersecurity, expanding the interoperability of digital public infrastructure. So all of these where we can find common denominators to work with, we hope that we can try and create a broader platform for cooperation. Thank you.
Thank you. I fully agree. I think it doesn't work, but I'm sure. I fully agree with the remarks made by Secretary General Rangan and by Assistant Secretary of Ministry of External Affairs of India. And but I think I just have 3 comments to make. First, we must remember that IORA was inspired by late President Nelson Mandela in the mid-1990s. And so I think it has an interesting and historic past. And the future can be brilliant for IORA in the sense that we are living at a defining moment of our history. And never since the inception of IORA was the Indian Ocean confronted to such challenges. We had piracy, but now it's a sort of global countries are being affected, and this can be a defining moment. We have, for example, we have just taken note of the interest of Canada to join the IORA. So this is in itself a positive development. And with the chairmanship of India, I think we can move toward the collective stewardship of IORA. Thank you.
Thank you everyone. I request Honorable Chair Ambassador J. Bisandwell to felicitate His Excellency P. Kumaran. I request him to felicitate Honorable Deputy Assistant Secretary Rogelio Villanova. His Excellency Indramani Pandey. His Excellency Sanjeev Ranjan. Her Excellency Ji Yun Park. I also request Major General Dhruv Katoch, Director India Foundation, to felicitate the chair of this session.
Good afternoon, everyone. We will now begin plenary 4 immediately. One more meeting? Yes. Takes you higher, I will. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the 4th plenary of Indian Ocean Conference 2026. May I now request His Excellency Ekapol Pulpipat, Her Excellency Huang Shifang, His Excellency Salim Rashid Al Shelby, Her Excellency Fatumia Ali Bazi, His Excellency Nguyen Than Hai, and His Excellency Craig Halmayo to come on the dais. And may I also request Ambassador Ruchira Kamboj to come on the dais and chair the session. I now hand over the proceedings to Ambassador Kamboj.
Well, good afternoon, everybody. It is indeed a pleasure to chair this session on maritime navigation in the Indian Ocean at a time when the question of safe passage is no longer routine, but I would say deeply consequential. We've had a long day, and from most of the speeches this morning, I gleaned from the speakers that the Indian Ocean has been the world's great maritime highway. From the Strait of Hormuz to the Strait of Malacca, it carries energy lifelines, trade flows, and the economic pulse of nations. Yet today, this vast expanse is marked by growing uncertainty. But I would also say, I would add, in fact, that the evolving situation around Hormuz is a stark reminder of how quickly a choke point can become a pressure point, where even the perception of risk can disrupt flows, raise costs, and alter strategic calculations. So therefore, what we are witnessing is not just disruption, but a shift, I would say a shift in how navigation itself is understood, where passage is no longer assured, where predictability is eroding, and where the stakes are rising for all. For countries like India, whose trade and energy security are closely tied to these sea lanes, the implications are indeed immediate and profound. Now, this brings us to the central question for this session. How do we ensure safe, secure, and predictable navigation across the Indian Ocean, from Hormuz to Malacca, in an increasingly uncertain world? To help us navigate these questions, literally and metaphorically, we have an excellent and outstanding panel, if I may say so, a star-studded panel of ambassadors. I will very quickly run through their names. His Excellency Ekapol Poolpipat, Ambassador of Thailand. Her Excellency Huang Shifang, Ambassador of China. Her Excellency Fatumia Alibazi, Ambassador of Comoros. His Excellency Nguyen Tan Hai, Ambassador of Vietnam. His Excellency Frédéric Bonton, Ambassador of France, and His Excellency Craig Halbmeyer, the CDA of the United States of America. So without further ado, may I invite, in that very order, His Excellency Ekapol Poolpipat, Ambassador of Thailand.
Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, it is a great honor for me to address the 9th Indian Ocean Conference here in Mauritius. I wish to express my sincere appreciation to the government of Mauritius, the government of India, and the India Foundation for convening this important platform. In today's global economy, maritime navigation must be open, safe, secure, and uninterrupted, ensuring freedom of navigation, safeguarding sea lines of communication, and sustaining resilient global supply chains. This is not only about transport. It is about stabilities and predictabilities of global system. Disruptions to maritime flows affect supply chains, energy movements, and market confidence. We must recognize that in our interconnected world, regional maritime instabilities can generate systemic risks across the global network. For Thailand, our position is clear. navigation security is economic security. In this context, Thailand placed great importance on Indian Ocean Conference as a platform for practical cooperation. At a time of growing complexity, the IOC provides a valuable space to share perspectives, build trust, and discuss about cooperation, a pragmatic and inclusive manner. Thailand supports a rule-based maritime order with the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea as our shared legal foundation. At the regional level, Thailand promotes a complementarities among cooperative frameworks, including ASEAN, the ASEAN Outlook on the Indo-Pacific, BIMSTEC, and the Indian Ocean Rims Association, IORA. These frameworks play mutually reinforcing role in advancing connectivities, economic resilience, and inclusive maritime cooperation across the Indo-Pacific and the Indian Ocean. Looking ahead, we see three priorities. First, promoting efficient and reliable maritime connectivities. Second, strengthening the resilience of maritime and logistic infrastructure. Third, enhancing information sharing and coordination. Thailand contributes through a connectivity-driven approach. We are advancing infrastructure and logistics linkages, including our land bridge initiative, a strategic alternative to help diversify routes, mitigate risks, and strengthen the resilience of the global maritime network. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the Indian Ocean must remain a space where navigation is open, safe, and free from obstruction. Thailand stands ready to work with all partners to advance a more resilient, reliable, and connected maritime system for the stabilities and prosperities of the global economy. Thank you.
Thank you very much to the Ambassador of Thailand for that brief presentation, but very impactful. I must apologize, ladies and gentlemen. I completely overlooked the fact that the Ambassador of Kuwait is also part of this very distinguished panel. And to him now, I hand over the floor. Ambassador, you have the floor.
Thank you so much. Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, it gives me great pleasure and honor to address you all at this distinguished gathering on the occasions of the 9th Indian Ocean Conference. This conference embodies the spirit of partnership and reflects our collective commitment to enhancing constructive dialogue, strengthening bonds of cooperation, and consolidating the foundation of security and stability. Allow me to express the State of Kuwait's deep appreciation to the Republic of Mauritius and India Foundation for their generous hosting of this important conference, which is being held at a time when the world and the region are witnessing events and developments of extreme gravity. I would like to point out the State of Kuwait's welcome of United Nations Security Council Resolution number 2817, which condemned the unlawful and unjustified attacks on the State of Kuwait and on the Gulf Cooperation Council states by the Islamic Republic of Iran and condemned any actions or threats by Islamic Republic of Iran aimed at closing, obstructing, or otherwise interfering with international navigation through the Strait of Hormuz. Kuwait also rejects Iran's continued reckless and irresponsible actions that undermine stability in the region in defiance of international legitimacy. In this regard, the state of Kuwait has repeatedly affirmed that it is not a party to any regional or international conflict, and that it has not and will not permit the use of its territory for launching attacks against any states. This consistent with its foreign policy, which is based on moderation, positive neutrality, and full commitment to the principles and rules of international law and the principles of good neighborliness. The state of Kuwait welcomes the announcement by the conflicting parties to reach a ceasefire and hopes for an agreement on a permanent solution that strengthens security and peace in the region. The Strait of Hormuz is not merely a regional waterway, but a vital artery for global energy security and international trade. A significant proportion of the world's oil and gas supplies passes through this narrow strait, making its security a collective international responsibility. Actions aimed at closing, obstructing, or interfering with international navigations through Strait of Hormuz and in Bab el-Mandab constitute a threat to maritime security. In this context, I wish to draw attention to the fact that the Strait of Hormuz is an issue of paramount importance to the world peace, economic stability, the rule of international law, and the security of maritime navigations. In this regard, the state of Kuwait reaffirms its commitment to principles of freedom of navigations as enshrined in the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea of 1982. We particularly emphasize Article 38, which guarantees the right of transit passage in the straits used for international navigations. Any attempt to disrupt, obstruct, or threaten navigation in such vital waterways constitutes a serious violation of international law and a direct threat to global economic stability. We express our deep concern over actions that endanger commercial vessels, civilian cruises, and marine environment. Such actions not only threaten regional stability, but also carry wide-ranging global repercussions, including environmental damage and disruption of global supply chains. The state of Kuwait firmly believes that maritime security can be only maintained through collective efforts, respect for the rules of international law, and commitment to peaceful principles. The safety of maritime corridors is a shared responsibility that requires cooperation, dialogue, and restraint from all parties. Excellencies, in conclusion, the state of Kuwait renews its call for respect for international maritime law, particularly the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea, protections of civilian cargo and commercial vessels, strengthening international cooperation to ensure safe, secure, and uninterrupted navigations. Let us work together to preserve the stability of our seas, protect vital maritime corridors and build a safer and more prosperous future for all. I thank you.
Thank you very much to the Ambassador of Kuwait. I think you brought in a very important dimension, the role, or rather the lack of role, by the United Nations Security Council. You mentioned Resolution 2817. Thank you very much for bringing in that important dimension as well. And now over to the lady ambassadors. We have the Ambassador of China. Over to you.
Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. It's my great honor to join you at the 9th Indian Ocean Conference in Mauritius. On behalf of the government of the People's Republic of China, I would like to extend my warmest greetings to all participants and my sincere appreciation to the government of Mauritius and the Indian Foundation for their excellent arrangement. The Indian Ocean Conference, as an important platform for dialogue in the region, has been focusing on major issues such as maritime security, blue economy, and environmental protection since its establishment, and playing a positive role in gathering consensus and deepening cooperation among countries in the region. China appreciates that this year's IOC, with its theme centered on the collective stewardship for Indian Ocean governance, reflects the common aspiration of the regional countries to work together for a better future against the backdrop of the changes unseen in the century. China and countries in the Indian Ocean region enjoy a long-standing friendship. In recent years, China has actively expanded mutually beneficial cooperations with countries in the region under such frameworks as the Belt and Road Initiative, the Forum on China-Africa Cooperation, and the China-Arab States Cooperation Forum, completing a large number of key infrastructure projects, including ports and bridges, and advancing industrial cooperation. For many years, China has been sending its naval escort task forces to carry out anti-piracy missions, helping restore the Golden Waterway in the Gulf of Aden, Somalia, and other waters. China has also championed the establishment of the China-Indian Ocean Region Forum on Blue Economy Development Cooperation, playing a constructive role in promoting inclusive and sustainable development in the region. The development of the Indian Ocean region bears on the prosperity and stability of Asia-Pacific region and beyond. China stands ready to strengthen solidarity and coordination with countries in the region and work together to build a better future. First, through joint consultation and construction, we can make the Indian Ocean a sea of fairness and justice. Sincere friendship and equality were variable experiences for regional countries to coexist peacefully and should be carried forward under new circumstances. Regional affairs should be handled through consultation. China is willing to work with regional countries to implement the Global Governance Initiative, uphold multilateralism, promote equal participation in regional affairs and major decision-making, and ensure the regional development benefit all countries and peoples, so as to make positive contribution to establishing a more just and equitable regional governance system. Second, through common development, we can make the Indian Ocean a sea of win-win cooperation. Not long ago, China's Two Sessions approved the outline of the 15th Five-Year Plan. A new round of high-quality development of China is gathering momentum. China is willing to open its supersized domestic market and share development dividends with all regional countries, deepening cooperation within the framework of the Global Development Initiative, coordinate the building of the Land-Sea Corridor, expand maritime resources development, and enhance cooperation in disaster prevention and mitigation. Together, we can sound a strong call for jointly pursuing modernization. we can build a peaceful and stable Indian Ocean. The conflict in the Middle East remains unresolved and complex, severely damaging regional security. China calls for resolving differences through dialogue and negotiation. We welcome all like-minded partners to rebuild a peaceful region. China is willing to work hand in hand with countries in the region to implement the Global Security Initiative, with a view to address traditional as well as non-traditional security challenges and to charter a new path to security that pursues dialogue instead of confrontation, partnership instead of alliance, and win-win instead of zero-sum. Through shared prosperity of civilizations, we can build an open and inclusive Indian Ocean. The Indian Ocean region embodies an ancient and splendid civilization, representing one of the greatest civilizations in the world. Working together with countries in the region, China is willing to promote exchanges and mutual learning among civilizations, advocate the common values of humanity, value the importance of inheritance and innovation of civilizations, as well as to foster regional development and prosperity. This year will be celebrated as the China-Africa Year of People-to-People Exchanges. China wishes to carry out more people-to-people exchange activities with African countries and beyond, to promote mutual understanding between peoples. For your information, by the way, as for the South China Sea, I wish to share with you that the current situation in the South China Sea is generally stable. The greatest security threat and challenge facing the South China Sea come from external interference. Certain countries outside the region have stepped up their interference in the South China Sea, sought to build small exclusive circles, and continuously sown discord among regional countries. These practices run counter to the trend of history and the will of people in the region. We hope that the international community will follow an objective and just stance to the South China Sea issue, support China's position at the international and regional level, and work together with Chinese side to jointly safeguard peace and stability in the region. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much to the Ambassador of China. I think you highlighted an important part in the early part of your speech about collaboration and working with countries for the greater global good, something I think all speakers have highlighted this morning. And now over to the Ambassador of Comoros. Madame, vous avez la parole.
Ministers, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed. First of all, I wish to extend my thanks and that of the government of the Union of Comoros, to the government of Mauritius, and to the Indian Foundation for the invitation to participate in this 9th edition of the Indian Ocean Conference. We are indeed very pleased to be here with you all, and I wish to contribute to this dialogue in order to promote South-South cooperation, collective stewardship for Indian Ocean governance. I will focus my intervention on specific but interrelated issues and wish to make a strong plea for a reinforced South-South cooperation for capacity building, skilling, and knowledge exchange for building resilient partnership across ocean, where the Indian Ocean Commission has already taken concrete steps with the establishment of the regional maritime security architecture. There are 2 agreements signed by 7 countries of the region and which has enabled the establishment of this architecture. We should expand this to include all the Indian Ocean countries around the following pillars within the spirit of Saga. Excellencies, we need to maximize from regional project mechanisms and fora such as IORA, EPRD, Djibouti Code of Conduct, Contact Group of Illicit Maritime Activity in the Western Indian Ocean, Indian Ocean Commission of Ministerial Conference such as this one. We cannot and should not promote a proliferation of projects, mechanisms, and conferences which is in the end do not improve maritime security and governance. We need to address the uncoordinated proliferation of capacity building projects, of regional mechanisms and fora, all of which, combined with the limited absorption capacity of the developing states, result in no significant improvement of maritime capabilities. I suggest that India works with the Regional Maritime Security Architecture, EORA, Contact Group of Illicit Maritime Activity in the Western Indian Ocean, and Djibouti Group of Contact, or participate in events such as IPRD, Indian Ocean Commission of Ministerial Conference, such as those initiated by Mauritius. While each regional maritime security mechanism may have its usefulness or raison d'etre, the overall impact is the dilution of their individual efforts. India has attained observer status to Indian Ocean Commission in 2022, alongside other major countries including Japan, China, EU, South Korea. There is a need to step up from a silent observership towards concrete partnership and cooperation actions. Such cooperation might not be limited to the Indian Ocean region. The IOC has long stopped looking inwards, restricted to the geographical scope of its membership, but beyond focusing on issues on the principle of subsidiarity. Excellency, so let us work together toward the full operationalization of the regional mechanism. The regional maritime security architecture. There is already an MOU signed among the two regional centers of the regional maritime security architecture, the one based in Seychelles and the other in Madagascar. One on one hand, and the Information Fusion Center in India on the other. There is also already an MOU signed between the IOC and the EORA. There are numerous areas of collaboration. One of each is to track down vessels involved in illicit maritime activity, drug trafficking, or EU fishing, which are global threats. Each Information Fusion Center has its own mandate and tasks. Whether it is Information Fusion or Sharing Center, it should provide actionable information in the maritime domain for national, regional policy, formulation and intervention relating to human security, environmental security, and transnational organized crime. So, Information Fusion Center have shared perspective on security threats, but all are limited in the scope of the coverage of the maritime zone while the vessels travel everywhere. To be effective, both IOC and EORA can deepen their cooperation with support from India for the Information Fusion Center to build trust and confidence and help each other to better align strategic perspective across the region and feed into national and regional policymaking. In concrete terms, we can work together for the establishment of a network of Information Fusion Center to produce a comprehensive maritime pictures of the entire Indian Ocean, enabling the monitoring of abnormal movement of vessels and identification of vessels of interest and their inspection to be coordinated by the Regional Center of Operational Coordination. The support from India can take the form of HRD development in the use of media tools which are information technology related, an area where most, if not all, the developing countries are lagging very far behind. Excellency, the President of the Union of the Comoros, His Excellency Mr. Zali Assoumani, is encouraging the various departments involved to the law enforcement to join forces in order to tackle maritime threats. The Union of the Comoros, which currently holds the presidency of the Indian Ocean Commission, is calling for greater partnership and coordination to avoid duplication across our various areas of activities. I hope that my intervention has contributed significantly to this dialogue and advanced the cause for collective stewardship for a sustainable Indian Ocean. I thank you for your attention.
Merci, Madame l'Ambassadrice. And I'm sure your suggestions for greater regional approaches, greater coordination has been duly taken note of, particularly by the delegation of India, which I see seated right in the front row. I move now and hand over the floor to the Ambassador of Vietnam, followed by the CDA of the United States of America.
Excellency Ambassador on the dais, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, it is my great privilege to attend the 9th Indian Ocean Conference. I wish to extend my sincere gratitude to the Republic of Mauritius for hosting the 9th IOC, and to the Indian Foundation and its President Ram Madhavji and its partners for sustaining this important platform. At a time of profound global transformation, the Indian Ocean is increasingly central to international peace, security, and development. It serves not only as the vital artery of global trade and energy flows, but also as the space where traditional and emerging challenges converge. In this context, this year's theme, Collective Stewardship for the Indian Ocean Governance, conveys a strong message underscoring the importance of shared responsibility in managing our interconnected maritime spaces based on cooperation, inclusiveness, and respect for international law. For Vietnam, a coastal state with strong links between the Indian Ocean, the Pacific Ocean, and the South China Sea, we call it the East Sea. This vision aligns closely with our consistent foreign policy of independence, self-reliance, diversification, and multilateralization, and proactive, responsible international integration. Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to share two key reflections. The first reflection, the increasing interconnectivity of maritime domains calls for stronger efforts to safeguard peace, stability, and freedom of navigation. Recent developments, from disruption in key choke points such as the Strait of Hormuz, the Red Sea, to fluctuation in global shipping and energy market, has highlighted how instability in one maritime region can have far-reaching global consequences. The Indian Ocean, the Pacific Ocean, and the South China Sea are closely interconnected through critical sea lines of communication and are important to peace, stability, and prospects of the region and the world. Ensuring that security, safety, and openness is essential for global trade, economic resilience, as well as the environment for peace and development. At the same time, we continue to witness complex challenges, including actions that may increase tensions or undermine trust, including unilateral actions, violations of international law. We continue to witness risks to maritime security and safety, such as piracy, transnational crime, and risks to supply chain disruption. Other challenges include climate change, sea level rise, maritime environmental degradation, unsustainable exploitation of maritime resources, and growing geopolitical competition. In some maritime areas, developments remain complicated. Although challenges are increasing, the overall picture still has positive aspects, such as economic integration trend and infrastructure connectivity. To ensure sustainable development in the region, shared vision and continued efforts are required to build trust, exercise restraint, and avoid action that could escalate tensions and affect peace and stability. The second reflection, strengthening a rules-based maritime order is essential for effective governance. Respect for international law is the cornerstone of stability at sea. Vietnam consistently reaffirms the importance of the 1982 United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea as the comprehensive legal framework governing all ocean activities. Vietnam also attaches great importance to peaceful settlement of dispute in accordance with international law, full respect for sovereignty, sovereign rights, and jurisdiction of coastal states, and freedom of navigation and overflight, unimpeded lawful commerce. We believe that adherence to these principles is essential for building trust and preventing conflicts in all maritime regions. Vietnam also supports ongoing regional efforts to promote dialogue, confidence building, and the development of practical arrangements that contribute to long-term stability and cooperation. Ladies and gentlemen, to advance our shared vision, allow me to propose 5 priority areas for collective action. Firstly, reinforce adherence to international law and UNCLOS must remain the foundation for all maritime activities. Its full and effective implementation is essential for maintaining peace, security, and order at sea. Vietnam reaffirms its commitment to contributing to international legal institutions, including its candidacy for a judge at an international tribunal for the law of the sea, ICLOS, for the term 2026-2035. Vietnam also made efforts in recent times, such as being one of the first states to join the Biodiversity Beyond National Jurisdiction Agreement and promoting the peaceful resolution of maritime disputes with the neighboring countries. Secondly, enhancing maritime cooperation and coordination at national, regional, and global level is crucial. Addressing challenges such as climate change, sea level rise, and marine environmental protection requires closer coordination among all states, both within and beyond the region. Thirdly, promoting sustainable maritime economic connectivity is also another priority area for action. We should strengthen maritime trade, port connectivity, and resilient supply chains, while advancing sustainable development. The promotion of the blue economy, including sustainable fisheries, renewable marine energy, and green shipping, offers significant opportunity for shared growth. Fourthly, strengthening capacity building and knowledge sharing is essential. Cooperation in knowledge sharing, maritime domain awareness, law enforcement at sea, disaster response, and environmental protection will enhance collective resilience. Last but not least, promoting synergy among regional and sub-regional frameworks is important. Greater coordination among initiatives across Indian Ocean and Indo-Pacific is needed to avoid fragmentation and maximize effectiveness. Regional organizations such as ASEAN, IORA, and BIMSTEC should play a greater role in fostering inclusive and practical cooperation. Together with ASEAN members and partners, Vietnam promotes ASEAN's central role in the regional structure. By strengthening complementarities among existing mechanisms, we can build a more open, transparent, and inclusive maritime architecture. Ladies and gentlemen, Vietnam firmly believes that our seas and oceans must remain zones of peace and cooperation and sustainable development. This requires continued efforts to build trust, to exercise restraint, to promote dialogue, to uphold international law. Only through collective stewardship can we ensure a stable and prosperous maritime future for all. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. I think you brought back into this conversation the centrality of a rules-based maritime order, UNCLOS, ICLOS, and the recently adopted BBNJ Treaty, which was frankly quite an achievement at the United Nations, despite the many strands that prevailed at that time. And you also stressed the importance of cooperation and collaboration. Thank you for that. And over to our last speaker, the CDA of the United States, Mr. Craig Halbmeier.
Thank you again, Madam Chair, Ambassador Kamboj. Your Excellencies, distinguished colleagues, friends, good afternoon. And I would very much like to start by thanking the India Foundation, the government of Mauritius, and fellow panelists for your candid remarks and the events this weekend. It's truly an honor to be here, and I've greatly appreciated the exchange of information and ideas by previous speakers. To call out just a few, but Dr. Ram Madev, Honorable Prime Minister Ram Ghulam, His Excellency Minister Jaishankar, His Excellency Minister Ramphul, and others. It is indeed, the conversation has not been an academic one, but realistic about challenges in the more competitive world in which we find ourselves. Similarly, the United States has been having conversations back home, as well as looking at the structure of regional and international organizations. I also appreciate the tone and tenor of discussions that are forward-looking about the collective stewardship and avoiding complacency. My humble message to you all today is that the United States will continue to be a regional partner in turning ambition into action on three specific topics. First, prosperity and economic growth. Second, security and cooperation. And third, building sustainable and focused regional institutions that take greater control and ownership of regional challenges, regional opportunities, and burden sharing. Just to go through those three quickly. First, on prosperity and economic growth. The United States is the world's largest market. We are also the world's largest investor. Currently, as you look around the globe, the United States has invested just shy of $7 trillion, trillion with a T, invested around the globe in foreign partners and economies. And now, as we see, the Trump administration seeks to increase United States trade and investment across the world with specific focus on the Indian Ocean region. As some examples, we have renewed the African Growth and Opportunity Act, AGOA, for another year, which gives African economies privileged access to the US market. The United States also is increasing our already starting point of hundreds of billions of dollars in two-way trade, as well as signing agreements with partner countries that we've seen recently, just last year, between President Trump, Prime Minister Modi, won a bilateral deal to double trade by the end of the decade to over $500 billion, as well as a strategic initiative called the Indian Ocean Strategic Venture, which seeks to cooperate with India and third partner countries across the region. Turning to our free trade partner in Australia, we just announced last year an $8.5 billion initiative to build secure and resilient critical mineral supply chains. And in parallel to these government-led efforts, great American companies are across the Indian Ocean, increasing their investment and trade and opportunities across the region. To point out one small example, Google has just announced the America-India Connect subsea cable. This is a subsea cable that comprises a $15 billion investment into the region that is going to connect Africa with India, Australia, and then the United States. And these investments by Google and other large US technology firms are essential to making sure the region is ready to prosper from the AI revolution that is already underway. Just last point, a bit closer to home here in Mauritius, we're very, very excited that Mauritius will co-host this year's US-Africa Business Summit. This we hope will be one of, if not the largest summit in the history of Mauritius, that you will see thousands of business leaders, government leaders, specifically African heads of states, US leaders, all coming to the island of Mauritius to discuss how the United States can increase trade and investment with the continent of Africa, using Mauritius as a strategic, secure, stable platform to do so. Something we're very, very excited about and very, very grateful to Mauritius. Secondly, turning to peace and security cooperation, and very much focused on maritime security. The United States, in practice, is the #1 enabler of freedom of navigation across the world, specifically in the Indian Ocean, ensuring the free trade and free flow of products across the region and across the high seas. This has been for generations, thanks to our Blue Water Navy and our commitment to standing up against illegal and excessive maritime claims. Additional efforts we're working on in the maritime security effort, counter piracy, something we've been doing for decades through direct action and international cooperation. We were very excited that last year, Mauritius became the 47th partner of the US-led Combined Maritime Forces Initiative in the Indian Ocean. Very much not just pointed at piracy, but very much a core tenet of that initiative's work. We are also working on countering the stolen prosperity of the region through IUU fishing, something that costs the Indian Ocean region billions of dollars every year. In doing so, the US is supporting training, capacity building, direct action. We've also taken measures back home. Fully 25% of US seafood comes from the Indian Ocean. Over the last many, many years, decades plus actually, we have been taking bold and aggressive steps to limit our market, and place strong restrictions against any fish, seafood, I should say, that has come from illegal, unregulated, or unreported fishing. Two last points to make on security, but as a parent of 2 teenagers here in Mauritius, I'm very proud of US efforts against US efforts countering narcotics trafficking in the Indian Ocean region, as well as the precursors for these synthetic drugs that have been a scourge in the Indian Ocean region and across the world, including back home in the United States. Lastly, on security in the Indian Ocean, the United States for decades has countered the scourge of terrorism by state, non-state, and proxy groups. On this point, I would echo many previous speakers' call to not be complacent and not accept actions that limit or destroy the free flow of maritime trade. As one example, as other speakers have noted, actions in the Red Sea have cut maritime traffic there by 60% through the Suez Canal. That costs the Indian Ocean region billions of dollars in trade or at added costs. Lastly, the third point, just thinking about the US as a continued partner, is indeed in supporting regional architecture, regional organizations. Trump administration's 2025 National Security Strategy identifies this as a top priority. And the Indian Ocean region, with its critical sea lanes, burgeoning economies, and challenges, is an ideal region for regional actors and regional institutions to advance regional solutions. And you'll find the US is a capable and long-standing partner in this regard. US engagement in the Indian Ocean region reflects a strategic reorganization that strengthens regional capacity, aligns incentives through targeted partnerships, and advances durable, locally owned stability that serves the long-term interests of the Indian Ocean region. In conclusion, as we work to revitalize initiatives of the 20th century for the 21st and beyond, I would be remiss if I were not to mention US efforts with the celestial entity that controls the Indian Ocean. I am, of course, discussing the moon, from which, as we speak, 4 humans, 3 Americans, and 1 Canadian are on their journey home, back from having traveled the furthest in human history, more than 400,000 kilometers, around the moon. Their mission is one of peaceful and scientific exploration. 50 years since our last trip there. I hope their mission stands as a symbol of hope for international cooperation, scientific advancement, and optimism that humanity can still do big things in turning ambition into action. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And I noticed that you stressed the importance of international cooperation in this era when multilateralism is under considerable strain. So thank you very much for raising that point and also for enlightening us about the very important event that the United States is going to host here shortly in Mauritius, the US-Mauritius Business Summit. Good luck for that. We still have about 10 minutes for questions. So I would request the audience now to raise their hands, pose the questions, and also identify your affiliation. Thank you very much.
Here. At the back, man.
At the back, yes, please go ahead.
My name is Mamidi Giridhar. I am an activist and a media person. I have one question each to the Chinese and the American representatives. A 5-member arbitral commission constituted under UNCLOS gave a judgment in favor of Philippines and against your country. You don't accept it even till now. Whereas now you're saying we need to respect the international law. So how does it work when you don't follow it yourself? And to the American representative, sir, you said, with regard to the work that you're doing in the Indian Ocean region, officially, UK transferred the ownership of Diego Garcia to Mauritius, which was encouraged by the Trump administration earlier. But now, President Trump says that that's a mistake and, that should not have happened. What is the official position of US with regard to the ownership of British Indian Ocean territory, Diego Garcia, with regard to Mauritius? Thank you.
Thank you for those 2 very interesting questions. Over to the Chinese ambassador and thereafter to the US CDA. To you first, Madam Ambassador. The question, I think, was on UNCLOS, if I'm right? Yes, it was the UNCLOS ruling. The UNCLOS, UN Convention on the Law of the Sea, the ruling in 2017, if I'm not wrong? 2016, yes. Would you kindly repeat the question for the ambassador?
A 5-member arbitral committee was formed under the UNCLOS, to which China voluntarily, joined. The dispute in the South China Sea between Philippines and China. The arbitration gave a verdict in favor of Philippines against China. So you have not accepted that verdict till now. So my question is, when you are espousing that international law should be respected, when you yourself don't respect it, then how is it that you expect the others to accept it? That's my question.
As for the South China Sea, just now I already mentioned in my speech, we hope that the international community will follow an objective and just stance to the South China Sea issue, support China's position at the international and regional level, and work together with the Chinese side to jointly safeguard peace and stability in the region. Thank you.
Thank you. And Ambassador, over to you for the other question.
Thank you. Regarding the US-UK joint naval base in Diego Garcia and the Chagos deal, more generally, do not have anything here to announce today. Cannot comment on ongoing diplomatic discussions, but other than to note that the US continues to recognize Diego Garcia as a vital and strategic base that has for decades helped contribute to stability and peace in the region. Thank you.
Well, we have a question right at the back. Yes, please go ahead.
Hello, this is a question to the American CDA. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. To the American CDA.
Yeah,
Yes.
the CDA, this is Pradeep Mehta. How strong does the US believe multilateralism should be? Thank you.
How much do you believe in multilateralism? How strong do you believe that multilateralism should be?
Thank you for the question. I think it is a question very much at play at home in the United States and around the world, and clearly in this conference. I couldn't quantify it for you today, but I do think it should be as big as it should be. It should be right-sized, should be focused on delivering for the people of the world. It should be sustainable. So those are all the questions, and just not all, I should say some of the questions and metrics that I think the United States and indeed the rest of the world is looking at multilateralism and its institutions with.
Well, the little that I could gather, if I may add, is that the matter is still under discussion and consideration at your end. Is that right?
Sorry.
Multilateralism, I think what he meant was, what is your take on multilateralism?
Quite an anodyne response.
Quite an anodyne response, he says. Could you be more specific?
I apologize for being too diplomatic, but I think you have seen the Trump administration has already announced significant actions at the United Nations, an organization that we are very proud to help found and advance. And I think it's all about, again, it mentions the words I mentioned just on sustainable, as well as I think in terms of the numbers of organizations, overlapping mandates, these are things that are at play. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. No, I think we can settle for that answer. Any other questions? Young lady, yes.
Nidhi Bahuguna from Jammu Kashmir Study Center. My question is for Her Excellency, the Chinese Ambassador. You mentioned land-sea routes. So my question is specifically for China-Pakistan Economic Corridor. Some thoughts on it because it crosses through Indian territory. Can I have some thoughts on that, please?
Passes through Indian territory is what the young lady is saying.
Well, thank you for the question. Well, I think this forum is not a place to discuss all those issues. But for, specific inquiry, I would refer, China's position is always clear and consistent. And for detailed policy and statements, please refer to the official website of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of China. And yeah, thank you.
Right. We still have some time, sir. Yeah, we still have some time. Yes, gentlemen, go ahead with your question.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for giving me the floor. I'm Laurent Hamar from the French Embassy in Mauritius. I would like to apologize for my ambassador not being present this afternoon. He was this morning. We, as a members state of IORA and IOC, we very much support what has been said by many previous speakers. We'll take over from the Comoros as the chair of IOC in a few weeks, and we'll definitely continue on operationalizing the regional architecture for maritime security in the way that has been described. In IORA, we sponsored the guidelines on IUU fishing, which was also mentioned by the Secretary General of IORA. I wanted also to highlight the importance of the Nice UN Conference on Oceans, which gave an impetus to the signing of the BBNG Treaty, which was also referred to by several speakers. As the Ambassador of Vietnam mentioned, the sustainable connectivity is very important. And here's my question. We have an ongoing discussion on the decarbonation of maritime transport. We find it very important for securing a sustainable transport system and connectivity. And we would plead for all bordering member states of the Indian Ocean to ratify this agreement, which will be under discussion at the end of this month. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, on that very positive note, thank you very much for your intervention. I think we have reached the end of this session. I thank all the ambassadors for their very valuable inputs. Thank you for your time, and thank you to the audience for bearing us out. Thank you.
Thank you. I would now request Ambassador Kamboj to facilitate the ambassador to Kuwait, the ambassador of Kuwait. I would now request Ambassador Kamboj to facilitate Charge d'Affaires USA. I would now request Ambassador Kamboj to facilitate Ambassador of China to Mauritius. I would now request Ambassador Kamboj to felicitate Ambassador of Vietnam. I would now request Ambassador Kamboj to felicitate Ambassador of Thailand. And now finally, Ambassador of Comoros. And before we proceed for tea break, I would now request Captain Alok Bansal, Executive Vice President, India Foundation and Organizing Secretary of Indian Ocean Conference to make an announcement.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. It's been a long day. Before we wind up for tea, last year in Muscat, we started with an Indian Ocean economic conclave. And this year, considering the salience of environment, we have also started with an Indian Ocean Sustainability Forum. So Indian Ocean Economic Forum will commence at 5 p.m. So we'll request all of you to be here in the hall after your tea break at 5 p.m. sharp. Thank you so much.
You gotta put your ass behind you. Look, kid. Bad things happen, and you can't do anything about it, right? Oh, When the world turns its back on you, you turn your back on them. But not.
আকাশ কবির আদাব পেরেছে আদাব পেরেছে Sí, sí. Sí. Oh. Evet. Evet.
Wanna be alone. Just wanna be alone. Just wanna be alone. The same old thing keeps me around. If you wanna come around, baby, it's. And if you wanna fuck around, baby, I do. Just wanna be alone with you. With you. With you. With you. Just wanna be alone. What's your name again? See so many of them call me just play pretend. Your girls, they just wanna have fun, but it's the same old thing that we all see. Same old thing that keeps speaking, but I wanna be alone. Wanna be alone. Same old thing keeps me around. If you wanna come around, maybe it's. And if you wanna fuck around, maybe I do. Just wanna be alone with you. With you.
ऐसे भी वैसे
You gotta put your past behind you. Look, kid. Bad things happen and you can't do anything about it, right? Oh, when the world turns it back on you, you turn your back on it. Sure. Needs to listen. Read after me. But not. Don't worry. Read after me. But not. Don't worry.
I bet will be your. Yeah.
Hands behind you. Look at it. Back on you. You turn your back.
Sorry. Kindly settle down. We'll be starting soon. Sorry. May I request all of you to kindly settle down? We'll be starting very soon. Distinguished guests, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I welcome you all to the Indian Ocean Economic Conclave being held under the aegis of 9th Indian Ocean Conference. May I invite the chair of the session, Shri Shaurya Dewal, the MD Zeus Caps, and member of the Governing Council of the India Foundation to kindly come to the dais. I feel honored to now invite the Honorable John Michel Zaun Sao Ying, the Honorable Minister of Commerce and Consumer Protection, Mauritius, to kindly come to the dais for a special address. Now I would like to hand over the proceedings to the chair.
Good evening, Namaskar. The Indian Ocean Conference is not complete without an economic aspect to it. And, the geopolitics of the Indian Ocean are very closely linked to the geoeconomics of this region, of this ocean. We are delighted that we are now, for the next 1 hour, discussing economic issues. And I have a very illustrious keynote speaker, His Excellency JMTS Yung Silk Yuan, who is the Minister of Commerce for Mauritius, and he will be delivering the keynote address. So I please welcome him to come and give his thoughts.
Excellencies, distinguished ministers, esteemed delegates from the Indian Ocean community, all protocol observed, ladies and gentlemen. It is indeed an honor to stand before you at the 9th Indian Ocean Conference 2026 in Mauritius, organized by the India Foundation in association with the Government of Mauritius and the Ministry of External Affairs, Government of India, focus on the theme Collective Stewardship for Indian Ocean Governance. We meet at a critical juncture, a time when the global trading system is undergoing a profound transformation. For decades, the assumptions underpinning global commerce were considered stable, predictable maritime routes, relatively stable freight costs, and highly efficient supply chains. Today, we must acknowledge that these assumptions no longer hold. Maritime routes are no longer guaranteed, supply chains are no longer secure, and the cost of moving goods across our oceans is increasingly influenced by geopolitical realities rather than purely from the prolonged volatility in the Red Sea and the Strait of Hormuz to cascading disruptions extending around the Cape of Good Hope. Recent developments have laid bare a fundamental truth. The stability of the Indian Ocean is not merely a regional concern. It is a global economic imperative. For large continental economies, global disruptions may translate into higher logistics costs and delayed shipments. For small import-dependent economies like Mauritius, they represent more immediate pressures on energy security, food availability, and the cost of living. We import the fuel that powers our national grid. We import a significant portion of the food that sustains our population. When global tensions force vessels to reroute, adding 10 to 15 days to transit times, the cost to us is not theoretical. When freight rates surge significantly or maritime insurance premium increase, these changes are transmitted directly and rapidly into our domestic economies, affecting the price of fuel, the cost of essential goods, and ultimately the daily lives of our people. The present situation has caused severe disruptions in global energy supply, with sharp increases in oil, gas, food commodity, and fertilizer prices, alongside rising freight and insurance costs. Brent crude oil prices have risen from around $70 USD to almost $120 per barrel, an increase of around 70%, significantly affecting Mauritius' petroleum import bill, which rose by 82% in March 2026 and is projected to increase by a further 21% in April 2026. Global growth is expected to slow from 2.9% in 2025 to 2.6% in 2026, and growth in global merchandise trade is projected to decelerate from approximately 4% in 2025 to between 1.5 and 2.5% in 2026. While smaller economies often feel these shocks first and most sharply, no country bordering the Indian Ocean is truly insulated. These challenges affect us differently, but they affect us all. Mauritius is often described as a small island state, but in truth, we are far more than that. We are a large ocean state with one of the world's biggest exclusive economic zones, a regional financial center, a maritime crossroads, and a platform of trust. Notwithstanding the global headwinds, Mauritius has maintained resilience with GDP growth at 3.2% in 2026, underpinned by positive performance across trade, financial, and business services, ICT, transportation, and tourism. Growth will continue to be supported by resilient sector performances, with construction expected to pick up during ongoing investment projects. India and Mauritius enjoy excellent bilateral relations grounded in historic and cultural affinities, high-level political interactions, development cooperation, defense and maritime partnership, and people-to-people linkages. India has been our ever faithful and active partner in the socio-economic transformation of Mauritius. And this partnership is pivotal to the collective stewardship we discuss today. As Mauritius navigates an increasingly ambiguous global landscape, it is essential to boost fiscal space, uphold investment-grade credit ratings, and safeguard our whitelisting by FATF, the EU, and the OECD. We are committed to charting a long-term policy blueprint grounded in homegrown innovation, citizen empowerment, and structural reform, anchoring the economy towards a trajectory of high, inclusive, and sustainable growth, with a view to mitigating the immediate impact of a crisis. Mauritius is taking concrete measures, including strengthening fuel security through increased reserves, accelerating renewable energy projects, expected to generate around 405 megawatts over the next few years, securing petroleum supply through mid-2026 and beyond, establishing dedicated crisis units with ministries to monitor developments, and advancing a government-to-government agreement with Indian Oil Corporation to reinforce energy supply security. Looking beyond the immediate crisis, the government has set forth Vision 2050, a medium and long-term roadmap reflecting the collective aspirations of the Mauritian people, designed to define goals and development priorities in making the shift towards an inclusive, resilient, and sustainable future. It is built on three key pillars: prosperity, sustainability, and inclusion, and aims, firstly, to join the League of Advanced Economies by 2050 through embracing technologies such as AI, robotics, and digital services. Secondly, to uplift the country to a high-income economy. Thirdly, to transition to a high-wage model, creating resilient jobs in fintech, medical science, and other emerging sectors. And lastly, to open new engines of growth in the blue economy, renewable energy, the creative industry, advanced manufacturing, and high-value tourism. We are no longer in an era where supply chains can be treated as passive systems. Supply chains have become strategic assets. Logistics has become geopolitical, and maritime stability is now inseparable from economic resilience. The Indian Ocean is not a peripheral region. A substantial share of global trade and global energy flows passes through these waters, sustaining the economic lifelines of continents of our East and West. And yet, our engagement with global trade systems remains fragmented. When a crisis emerges, we negotiate separately, procure separately, and respond separately. In doing so, we weaken our collective position. Individually, many of our markets may be small, but collectively, the Indian Ocean represents a significant, stable, and strategic demand base, particularly for energy, food, and essential commodities. The issue before us is not a lack of capacity, it is a lack of coordination. Within this economic conclave, we collectively need to ensure strengthening regional shipping links, improving logistical integration, and facilitating trade within the Indian Ocean space must become shared priorities, including increased investment in port connectivity and supply chain infrastructure. From maritime security to food and energy resilience, our challenges are interconnected, and so must be our response. The Indian Ocean must not remain merely a corridor through which global trade passes. It must become a space where countries of this region actively shape the conditions under which that trade takes place. We must advocate dialogue for cooperation in logistics, coordination, and strategic procurement, including more structured engagement with global shipping operators to strengthen our collective resilience. Excellencies, our shared commitments must endeavor to ensure transparent supply chains to prevent disruptions in the movement of essential goods, sustainable consumption that respects the delicate marine ecosystem that sustain us, and collaborative innovation to build regional capacity in the blue economy for future generations. Collective stewardship of the Indian Ocean is not merely a diplomatic ideal. It is an economic necessity. Mauritius remains dedicated to this cause, committed to a region where trade is a tool for development, where markets are fair, and where every consumer in the Indian Ocean can benefit from our shared prosperity. Friends, this conclave is not an end. It is the beginning of a new chapter in the Indian Ocean partnership. Let us leave here inspired, united, and committed to turning opportunity into action. Together, we will go further than ever imagined, shaping a future of shared prosperity and lasting partnership. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much, Excellency, for your remarks. Now, I would like to request Shri Shaurya Dewal to kindly felicitate the Honorable Minister. Now, I would like to invite Mr. G. Subbarao, Group CEO of GMR, Mr. Abhimanyu Kondaswamy, CEO, Economic Development Board, Mauritius, Mr. Shahzad Athar, CEO, International Ports, Adani Ports and SEZ India, and Mr. Kevin Ramakolan, CEO, Business Mauritius, to kindly come to the dais.
Baby, I can feel with you.
I request the chair to kindly carry forward the proceedings.
Thank you. After the incisive comments on the role of Mauritius in the Indian Ocean and the importance of the economic architecture in this region of the Commerce Minister of Mauritius, we now have a very interesting panel of both practitioners and regulators at this with me today to talk about what is the prospects of the economic development of the Indian Ocean region. I'm delighted that we are evenly balanced between Mauritius and India. And so with that, I will request first Mr. Abhimanyu Kundaswamy, CEO of the Economic Development Board Mauritius, to grace us with his comments.
Dr. the Honorable Arvind Gulel, QSK Minister of Agro-Industry, Food Security, Blue Economy and Fisheries. The Honorable Dana J. Ramphal, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, Regional Cooperation and International Trade. The Honorable John Michael Shu Sao Young Sikien, Minister of Commerce and Consumer Protection. Excellencies, ambassadors, members of the diplomatic corps, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed. A very, very warm Mauritian good afternoon to all you all. And I thank you for attending this conference in such great numbers. It is indeed an immense privilege and pride for me as CEO of the Mauritius Economic Development Board to join you at the 9th Indian Ocean Conference and to speak at this vital panel on economic development within the Indian Ocean. And today we gather at a pivotal moment, one defined by both disruption and opportunity. The global order is in a state of profound flux. Geopolitical tensions are disrupting supply chains and redrawing the maps of trade. Economic tools, sanctions, tariffs, technology controls are now instruments of strategic competition. At the same time, climate change is accelerating with its harshest impacts felt in small island states and in the developing world. As India External Affairs Minister, His Excellency Dr. Jaishankar recently observed, we're entering an era marked by volatility and uncertainty, one that compels nations to hedge, de-risk, and diversify. And so it is in this context that the Indian Ocean rises in strategic importance. The Indian Ocean is not a peripheral to the global affairs. It is in fact central to them. Over 40% of global seaborne trade transits these waters. This Mahasagar is more than a body of water. It is a dynamic corridor of commerce, culture, and connectivity. But more importantly, it represents an opportunity too. An opportunity because the reconfiguration of global value chains creates genuine openings for well-positioned, well-governed economies to become new nodes in the emerging multipolar order. And it is precisely for this reason that the partnerships anchored amongst all the nations in the wider Indian Ocean community offers such a compelling and timely pathway forward. We are collectively the stewards of the world's most strategically consequential waterway. And so this conference brings together nations from across the Indian Ocean rim, from the shores of Southern and Eastern Africa to South Asia, from the Gulf to Southeast Asia and the Pacific. We represent diverse geographies, economies, and culture, but we share a common stake in the ocean's ability, security, and prosperity. Collective stewardship is not a slogan, it is a practical necessity. No single nation, however well positioned, can govern this ocean alone. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Mauritius sits at a strategic crossroad, anchored by deep historical, cultural, and familial ties to both Africa and India. Ours is an island that has for centuries been defined by convergence and a sanctuary for meeting of civilizations. We occupy a unique position as a super connector, holding membership in SADC, COMESA, the African Union, and the African Continental Free Trade Area. This overlap is a strategic advantage that allows our island to serve as a risk mitigating gateway for global capital entering the continent. Our geography places us at the nexus of Africa, Asia, and the wider Indian Ocean region. And our economy has evolved from sugar to diversified services-led model, finance, ICT, maritime services, tourism, logistics, and a growing fintech and renewable energy sector. It is this combination of strategic location, political stability, strong institutions, and business-friendly frameworks that allows Mauritius to act as a gateway linking African markets to partners in the Indian Ocean Rim and beyond. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, despite the severe economic disruption, Africa's future is bright. Its economic narrative is no longer one of unfulfilled promise. It's one of accelerating momentum. And in fact, Agenda 23, which is the African Union's master strategic blueprint, which was adopted in May of 2013, and where our current Prime Minister was Prime Minister then, and he adopted it with other leaders at the African Union Summit in Addis Ababa, reflects Africa's determination to write its own story, integrated, prosperous, powerful, driven by its own citizens. And with Africa 2063, a central pillar is the African Continental Free Trade Area, which brings this vision into sharper focus. When fully realized, it will boost intra-Africa trade from 17% to 52%, creating a single continental market of 1.7 billion consumers in just 4 years' time. With an estimated $6.7 trillion in combined spending, that is consumer and business, spending power. And the population of Africa will be 2.5 billion by 2050. So the challenge and the extraordinary opportunity is translating this vision into bankable, scalable, and sustainable projects. And this is where the Indian Ocean Partnership can play the most constructive and catalytic role. But only, and only if it is underpinned by stronger regional cooperation. So, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, if the Indian Ocean is to fully realize its full potential, it must be shaped not by a few, but by all who border and depend on it. And this calls for a model of collective economic stewardship, where island states, coastal economies, regional partners work together to safeguard shared resources, strengthen connectivity, and ensure that growth across the ocean is inclusive, sustainable, and resilient. And it is within this broader framework that deeper partnership must take shape. With this wider Indian Ocean community, the India-Africa-Mauritius nexus offers a particularly strong and practical example as a pathway for action. India has emerged as a key partner across Africa, investing in infrastructure, advanced digital innovation, supporting capacity building, and fostering development across sectors from agriculture to healthcare. And His Excellency Dr. Jaishankar has stated, and this is very important, India's approach to Africa has always been guided by deep-rooted commitment to building long-term, mutually beneficial partnerships. This reflects a collaborative approach, one that supports Africa's transformation and prioritizes shared growth and mutual prosperity. There is thus enormous scope to collectively drive Indian Ocean-Africa collaboration in 5 key areas. 1, in infrastructure and connectivity, such as in ports, coastal shipping, subsea cables, as examples. 2, in technology and innovation, such as in fintech, health tech, agri-tech, and digital public infrastructure, as an example. 3, skills and education, such as in vocational training and technical exchanges. 4, sustainable blue economy, such as in fisheries, marine security, and marine conservation. And in fact, in Agenda 2063, which I had mentioned earlier, the blue economy is indeed one of the top priorities for Africa's economic transformation. And 5th, private sector linkages, channeling investment into African enterprises through strong governance frameworks. And in this transformational process, Mauritius is not just a passive observer. We are an active catalyst. We can contribute in 4 constructive ways. First, by serving as a trade logistics platform connecting Indian Ocean producers to African markets. By acting as a financial hub, channeling capital into infrastructure and industry. Third, by supporting skills development and digital capacity and enabling SMEs to integrate into value chains. And 4th, by advancing green growth and the blue economy aligned with continental priorities, as I mentioned in Agenda 2063. And as often rightly highlighted by our Prime Minister, Dr. the Honorable Navin Chandra Ramgoolam, Mauritius stands ready to serve as a gateway, an enabler, and as a trusted partner, bringing together Indian Ocean investment, African markets, and global capital within a framework of strong governance, shared standards, and measurable impact. To translate ambition into results and to give practical effect to this collective economic stewardship, so together we must first align the policy and regulation across borders to reduce friction and enhance predictability for investors and traders. Second, mobilize blended finance, combining concessional finance, public finance, private capital, and multilateral resources to de-risk transformational infrastructure and industrial projects. Third, prioritize capacity building and technology transfer so investment lead to sustainable local value creation and jobs. Fourth, strengthen maritime and digital connectivity to unlock trade and services. Fifth, embed sustainability at the core, climate resilience, circular economy approaches, and social inclusion, so growth is durable and equitable. And 6, invest in the governance architecture of Indian Ocean itself, including IORA, the BIMSTEC, and other RIM institutions, so that multilateral or regional institutions frameworks match the scale of our shared ambitions. As CEO of the Economic Development Board, so I extend a concrete invitation. Let us bring Indian Oceans closer through African investor forums, technical working groups, pilot initiatives aligned with the African Continental Free Trade Area priorities, and these initiatives will be vital in also preparing our young people for the jobs of tomorrow. And in closing, by weaving together Agenda 2063, the market promise of the African Continental Free Trade Area, and a partnership-driven approach within a broader framework of Indian Ocean collective economic stewardship, we can build a resilient and sustainable prosperity for our people. Africa's future is indeed very bright, and Mauritius is a small island at the crossroad of the Indian Ocean, has never been more purposefully positioned to help realize this potential. The ocean and our people connect all of us. Let us govern it together. I thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. May I now request Mr. Shahzad Athar, CEO of International Ports, Adani Ports, to please give his comments.
Thank you, Chair. Distinguished dignitaries, esteemed panelists, ladies and gentlemen. It's a privilege to be part of the Indian Ocean Conference, reflecting on a theme that is both timely and fundamental: collective stewardship for Indian ocean governance. Let me begin in thanking the Indian Foundation, Dr. Ram Madhav, and the host country, Mauritius. The Indian Ocean is not just a maritime corridor, it's an engine of global trade. Nearly 80% of the global seaborne oil, as well as the bulk cargo, moves as a significant share towards the Indian Ocean. It moves through its water, positioning this region as the heart of the global commerce. But more importantly, the Indian Ocean is fast becoming the center of gravity for economic growth, linking Asia, Africa, Middle East into an interconnected economic ecosystem. The economic advantage of the Indian Ocean rests on three pillars. First, the strategic geography. It connects the fastest growing economies and enables seamless trade between production and consumption areas. Second, the demographic momentum. With over 2.5 billion people across its rim, the region is witnessing rising consumption, industrialization, and urbanization, creating a sustained trade demand. Third, the supply chain rebalancing. As the world shifts towards more resilience and diversified supply chain, the Indian Ocean is uniquely positioned to emerge as the backbone of a new global trade routes. However, these opportunities cannot be unlocked in isolation. It requires collective stewardship. Secure and efficient sea lanes, sustainable port development, digitized and transparent supply chain, and a strong public-private partnership. The Indian Ocean must function not as a fragmented geography, but as a collaborative economic network. At Adani Ports and SEZ, we believe that ports are not just infrastructure assets. These are gateways for national and regional prosperity. Our journey from India to global market reflects this belief. Our international footprint in the Indian Ocean through our investment in Sri Lanka, in Tanzania, are a step forward towards building a shared economic systems. Our experience has shown that real economic value of a port is unlocked not at the waterfront, but through its ability to connect seamless and hinterland industrial clusters and regional markets. As a global supply chain evolves, the Indian Ocean region presents a unique opportunity to develop a network of interconnected ports and logistics platforms, linking India, East Africa, Middle East, and beyond into a more efficient and resilient trade ecosystem. Our aspiration is to expand across the ocean in partnership with the governments, and we are long advocate for a PPP model under the public-private partnership, in which the asset always rests with the country, and it brings in expertise for global terminal operators to sweat the asset and bring in the required capital in a much more cost-effective manner than the country can bring in. Let me conclude with a powerful thought from the chairman Gautam Adani. India's rise will be led by its ability to connect efficiently with the global economy. The Indian Ocean will be central to enabling that connections. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Shahzad. Next speaker would be His Excellency Kevin Ramakolan, CEO Business Mauritius, to address us.
Thank you. May I take the wild card, all protocols observed, the ministers, excellencies, the India Foundation who's organizing this, with all due respect, all protocols observed. I was very lucky because yesterday at the dinner, I sat at the table with people who've attended the 5 to 8 of the previous editions, and I realized the importance of the India Foundation and of this Indian Ocean Conference. So really, we're talking of a think tank that can help us think through. And as we go forward, the Indian Ocean really is a question of commons. I think our Prime Minister mentioned it yesterday. It is a commons issue. Commons means that if you treat it individually as parcels, you do not win. If you treat it together in common, you actually can find added value. So our issues and the issues that we talk to as Mauritius and as different other partners are always localized, but the solutions can only be found at the regional level, at the level of the Indian Ocean, if I might say. So today we are at the Economic Conclave. We're talking about stewardship of the Indian Ocean. We as Business Mauritius, we are a dialogue partner of government. We represent the business community. We're here to talk to the government of Mauritius usually on the economic development, on social capital, on sustainability, and very recently on AI and new tech. This actually matters because I think to be able to understand the way forward, we need to have a very short snapshot of the state of affairs today. We are in a world of fragmented global trade and global supply chains. We've known this, I mean, we're talking about it today with the Middle East crisis, but to be honest, we've known it since COVID. COVID showed the first signs of fraying, and today we know the world is much, much more fragmented. So we need to talk about the regional supply chains. Our minister earlier today made an excellent expose of the needs and of the current status of the regional affairs, of the regional supply chain. But let's be honest, we have missing elements in this regional supply chain. And I really think this is where a lot of the value of this economic conclave can materialize. The first one has been mentioned in various levels, but I would like to talk about it at a higher level. It's the connectivity missing element. We've talked about sea connectivity. The previous speaker really made a very good case about it, but we also have an issue on air connectivity and on internet connectivity. A few weeks ago, when in Mauritius, we were talking to government about how do we actually prepare for the Middle East crisis, our members in the IT and BPO sector were telling us about the threats that can happen to our marine fiber cables if ever there is some unwarranted events. So sea, air, and internet connectivity are part of the, if not missing link, have to be seriously improved. There's a second area which I'd like to really spend some time on. It's business intelligence. I think we all love being here. It's been great networking and we continue networking, but real business intelligence in this part of the world still has to grow. For me, there's two challenges at the regional level. There's two missing elements actually form the basis of the opportunities going forward. I'd like to, together to that, bring the global challenges and the transformation that is happening in the world, which is again a challenge and an opportunity for us. Firstly, is climate. And climate for the Indian Ocean firstly really means the sea level rise and the issues for small island developing states like Mauritius, which depend on tourism, which have a coastal economy. It means that our beaches get eroded. It means that we need to prepare for the coastal rehabilitation. This is not an issue simply of Mauritius, but for the whole of the Indian Ocean that has a coast, so all of us today. So after climate, I would like to, I mean, in no particular order, but secondly for me, as importantly is AI and the transformation of AI, which has real impacts for us as a region and the new tech that comes with it. There has been a digital divide in the past. There should not be an AI divide going further. The third one, and has been mentioned by my good friend Mahen and many other speakers, is energy. Now, energy, when there's a fragmented global supply chain, energy becomes the issue, but at the same time, there are various opportunities in looking at energy at a regional level. And if we look at energy, immediately, I think we should be talking about food security. With food security, we understand today, as we move forward, that the need to look at circular economy, particularly when we're smaller elements of this region, is important. India is big. You know, you have a few large economies that can sustain the circular economy internally. But for many of us, we need to have a common view of circular economy. If we take plastic waste from one country and try to transform it, there's no economies of scale. We need to actually regroup it amongst a few countries to get scale and to be able to actually develop that economy. So for me, those are key. And I would like to just add a last point to it, which is about reindustrialization. Mauritius has had a fantastic history of growth. We are children of this growth, and we've seen this growth, and really it's been remarkable. But today, as we look at the future, we realize that we need to reindustrialize part of the economy. We are fully services centric. We do so much in terms of services. I count tourism and financial services and education. But when we look at the core of the country, there is a part of reindustrialization that is needed. Now, reindustrialization means economies of scale, means regional supply chain, and it means there's a whole level of work that needs to be done. Now, if we look at the fragmentation, the regional supply chain, and the global or transformative opportunities that are there, for me, it is very clear that we need to look at cooperation solutions, not competition solutions, to be able to move forward as the Indian Ocean. And this is why the India Foundation is such a great platform for this. Now, cooperation, let's not misunderstanding. Cooperation doesn't mean development aid. This is not what we're talking about. We're really talking about comparative advantage from us different countries of this part of the world. Now, a very simple example for us at the level of Mauritius and how the business community gets involved. For energy and for food security, we now work with Mauritius. We work with a neighboring country called Madagascar, another island called Reunion Island, and South Africa to be able to help us on energy and food security at a regional level. We, of course, leverage on the institutions that have been created for this. The IOC is a key one. IORA is a second one. And I think you all know more about it than me. But there is this level of, to be regional, we need the right institutions for businesses to be able to go forward. And this is perhaps my first realization today, is that for us to prosper larger than small regional subgroups in this Indian Ocean, we need to have more macro level structures, probably macro and then probably also meso level. Now, India is a leader in it, and India has been pushing this forward, and rightly so. But for me, the institutional frameworks that need to be put into place needs to be collegial. We need to be able to get the right participants at a steerco level on the core issues, maybe the ones that we've discussed earlier, maybe also others, because this is obviously Mauritius-centric, but have those macro structures, collegial, that can really work on it, and then have technical or regional groups that can work on core issues. I'll give you a very, very simple example. Is we are today talking about how do we measure the impact of climate change when we're taking loans. So credit is linked today, the availability and the cost of credit is linked to the climate situation of your country and of your project. Now, we cannot, in Mauritius, it started as each bank giving its own climate rating. We are now working together as a financial community to come up with a harmonized climate risk. But we have to go further, because projects cannot be done by a small country on its own. We need to work towards a regional, an Indian Ocean climate risk assessment. So those cannot be done at country level. Those cannot be, well, they can be done, but they can be done much more effectively if we work at a macro level. Another point which I mentioned earlier is circular economy. If we really want to succeed, we need to have a global view, a regional view, or at least a multi-country, multi-stakeholder view of circular economy and of waste. I'll go very quickly here, because what is the role of Mauritius? I represent the business community, but really in Mauritius, this growth of this country has been with public-private collaboration, and it's a strong public-private collaboration. It's been long-standing, and I think today we really know how to work together on this. The different sectors have been mentioned, and I think they are all very right. We've talked about coastal, we've talked about ports, etc. So I will not go back on those. I'll just bring the ones that I think has added value. Coastal rehabilitation is certainly one. There are techniques that are required, there are strategies that are required, there are institutions and financing required for coastal rehabilitation, and this concerns the whole of the Indian Ocean. The second one is carbon capture, because with climate, we need to be able to capture carbon. The ocean is the best source of carbon capture. The Minister of Ocean has been telling me about that and has actually been evangelizing on that particular part. Of course, Mauritius and tourism, extremely important. But finally, I would also like to bring the point of innovation. We have not talked about innovation so far, but we have ecosystems of incubators in all our countries. They're all working in silos, but the solutions will be regional. And I think the investments in ocean incubators are extremely important as we move forward. So finally, and perhaps this will be my concluding remarks, is why Mauritius? Mauritius, because with all this that is happening, we have, of course, the institutions present here, IOC, IORA, what we do with Japan, with the Indo-Pacific element also. Our Minister of Foreign Affairs is very much on top of all this. But together with those very clear regional institutions, Mauritius has a huge financial services, a very strong, rather than huge, a very strong financial services, and all those elements need financial services. Thirdly, we talked about, and my dear friend Mahen Kandasamy from EDB talked about the role of Africa. Mauritius is really the platform for you to work, live, and play as you move onto the continent. Lots of our African friends are here, and clearly there's a role of Mauritius beyond financial services, in shared services for the African continent. But more than all this, and more than the time zones and the educated labor and our bilingualism, the core reason why I think Mauritius really is a key strategic element in this solution is that we really have a different perspective, natural perspective, I think, of cultural affinity. A great Vedanta student of Mauritius called Malcolm de Chazal used to say that Mauritians are occidentalized Orientals and Orientalized Occidentals. Today, I think we've gone much further. We are Indianized Africans and Africanized Indians. So for that reason, simply, I think Mauritius is the choice. Thank you.
Thank you. We now invite our final speaker, Mr. G. Subbarao, Group CEO, GMR, to give us his comments. GMR is a big Indian conglomerate as well.
Yeah, thank you, Dhavalji. Respected dignitaries, ladies and gentlemen, a very good evening to all of you. I would like to introduce that I am Subbarao, representing GMR Group. I am Director. GMR Group in India, we have developed international airports, world-class airports in Delhi and other major cities. We own about 5 airports we have developed, and continuously all the airports are getting best awards in the world. Especially Delhi Airport is #1 consecutively for 9 years. It is #1 in the world. Not only in India, but also in the abroad, like Indonesia, Greece, and Philippines, Maldives, Turkey. We have developed a lot of airports, and some we have sold and some we continue to hold it. So that's how we are concept to commissioning the airports. We have got the expertise in the entire globe. We can proudly boast that we are the only corporate today in the entire globe. Further to the airports, we are also into the energy sector. We are also into the development of highways. This group is about 5 decades old in the industry. But what I want to say about our group is not the main thing. I was very, very happy today to see lot of dignitaries from various countries have deliberated several things about mutual cooperation, coordination, and support, and blue sea economy, environmental issues, all of these things, which are very, very, very constructive for the development of the Indian Ocean region. My only request and suggestion is 2 things. One is focus on infrastructure. Whatever infrastructure, whether it is maritime infrastructure or airports infrastructure or road infrastructure, whatever it is, when infrastructure is developed, automatically economic growth will happen, employment will get generated, GDP will grow. So that is the secret of developing infrastructure. That is number one. And most importantly, second one, embrace the technology. Every day technological developments are happening in the world, which even technological companies are confused to cope up with the development. That's why all of us should embrace the technology right from beginning stage and continuously work on it to be with the world progress, how they are going, and we will also develop in the same way, because this will enable us to give the best in the fastest time. You are all aware, but I just want to highlight that and embrace the technology, which is very, very good for the country and for the Indian Ocean. Thank you all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Sura. We literally are running out of time. I don't have much time, but do I have time to take 1 or 2 questions? Maybe if the audience would like to ask a question of the panel, we could take 1 or 2 questions. No, I don't see too many hands, in which case I think we'll bring this panel to a close, and I'll hand it back to the compare.
Thank you, sir. As we wind up this session, now may I request the chair of this session, Shri Shaurya Dewalji, to kindly felicitate our panelists.
Good evening, distinguished guests, excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. I welcome you all to the first edition of Indian Ocean Sustainability Conclave. Please join me in welcoming Shri Jagjit Sareen, a leading climate expert from the Indian Ocean region and India head of Dalberg Advisors. It is my great honor to invite His Excellency Arvind Bulel, Minister of Agro-Industry, Food Security, Blue Economy and Fisheries, Government of Mauritius. Thank you. I request Mr. Sareen to take ahead the proceedings.
Thank you, Shashwat. First of all, a big thanks to Ram Madhavji and colleagues from India Foundation, not just for hosting the 9th edition of Indian Ocean Conference, but bringing sustainability and the issues related to green transition and resilience to the core. As I was hearing the last panel, I couldn't differentiate whether I was listening to the climate panel or the economy panel. I guess the difference is hardly there. Dealing with climate is dealing with economy. With that, let me invite Honorable Dr. Arvind Bulel, Minister of Agro-Industry, Food Security, Blue Economy and Fisheries of Mauritius, to deliver a special address, please. So, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Now, you know what they say, it's difficult for a child to be the father of the man, although I'm a grandfather standing before such a distinguished crowd. Now, it's a daunting task to speak after so many eloquent speakers. And if I say that Mauritius and Seychelles are as big as India, what would you tell me? I'm presumptuous. But we have the legitimate ambition to be a big ocean state. But then it's like conquering the United States of America. What happens when you've conquered it? What do? Will you be able to put up a common front, ward off the threats, and address relevant issues? I will subscribe to what John Donne, the English poet, stated. No man is an island entirely of itself, and every man is a piece of the continent, a part of the main. But are we? Is sustainability of our ocean ecosystem a myth or a reality? If I tell you that in relation to illegal, unreported, and unregulated fishing activities, which is a big threat to our fisheries industry, Mauritius loses almost 25 million US dollars. Do we realize the loss incurred by a small island developing state which had the legitimate ambition to be a big ocean state? But then we need like-minded, we need friends, reliable and trustworthy friends. Notwithstanding IUU, we have to face the coral reef degradation, plastic pollution, and to a large extent induced by climate change. And yet we say that no one owes us a living. But we need reliable and trustworthy friends. And who are our reliable and trustworthy friends? India, our friends from the African continent, our friends from EU, although sometimes our friends from EU are like angels with a tight fist when it comes to disbursement of payments in relation to the market access, but they are reliable friends. But sometimes they have to clench, and sometimes they have to let go. Now, you imagine, we have a vast exclusive economic zone. And together with Seychelles, in the light of good diplomatic neighborhood relations, both of us share an extended continental shelf. And you know what it means? Opportunities are knocking. But we need to make sure that we're able to exercise proper patrol and monitoring our EZ. But if you look at the EZ of all the members of the foundation, I stand to be guided, I think it's more than 7 million square kilometers. And if you don't come together to ensure that there's proper monitoring and surveillance, and if we don't work with countries which have the know-how and which is able to disburse the resources, then it's a futile exercise. And Prime Minister and my colleague, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, have stated very forcefully that fisheries is an opportunity in relation to our GDP, but it represents only 1.2%. But the powerhouse of our economy is the blue economy. It represents almost 11% of our GDP. We are talking of course, fisheries sector, blue economy as a whole, it's tourism, maritime tourism, what lies on the bed, on the surface, our seabed, and of course, biotechnology. But we need resources to be able to tap those rare elements, which is of prime importance in relation to industries which can shape and move policies. Today, I heard my friend talking of IT sector. But the elements which will move the IT sector to a large extent is on the surface of our seabed. We can talk of laying of cables, and we are doing it with the support of like-minded friends. But somehow somebody has to pay for this. Mauritius has the opportunity in the light of uncertainty in the Middle East countries to become a port which can be the envy of many countries. And I heard our friend who is who works at, what you call that big Indian company which invests massively in port? Adani. I heard him earlier. And I can tell you opportunities are knocking in relation to port development. We cannot talk of blue economy and the fisheries sector if we don't invest in port development, if we don't create an auction market, a fisheries port. So I'm telling all our friends from India, the great subcontinent, from St. elsewhere, the opportunities are knocking. And Mauritius is a much sought after destination. So come and invest. You know, it's almost virgin territory. My friend from Seychelles is coming in. I was telling all of us that we can be as big as India with our extended continental shelf and our EZ. So you see how happy he is. Now, but you see, our port is our frontier of development. And much can be done. Because there's lost time to be recovered. When we look at our container port index, we need to strategize and conclude and bring in strategic partners. I don't know whether it's going to be MSC or works. But they all know that Mauritius is a great destination in relation to the number of ships that cruise in the Western Indian Ocean. More than 38,000 of ships cruise in the Western Indian Ocean, but only a handful stop over. So you can imagine the opportunities which are knocking and what we need to do in relation to port development, a modern fisheries port, and auction market. And then the blue economy is from here to eternity. But control and surveillance means resources, and our friends from India and Europe, especially from India, is helping us to ensure that there's proper monitoring and surveillance. Not easy. We need new technology, and for the transfer of technology, we need to rely on trustworthy friends. And India always in the forefront to come and dispense support to us. I'm not going to say it's a big and small brother relationship, but India is all over. And if there's a continent which is growing, it's Africa, with the biggest, youngest population. The average age on the African continent is 19 years old. So continental trade area, as my friend, the director of the EDB was saying, continental free trade area agreement is market access. So the ocean, as we say, is a vast resource, but sustainability is very important. And to make sure that we have the means, we need to cluster. It is true that as a small island developing state, we cannot punch above our weight. But sometimes we have to hitch and stand on the shoulder of those who can afford to look at the world and say, yes, we can make it, and together we shall make it. This is where relevance and importance of regional and international cooperation is the powerhouse to make things happen. And we work in close collaboration with the Indian Ocean Rim Association, with frameworks such as the Colombo Security Conclave and the Indian Ocean Commission. And in the Indian Ocean Rim Association, of course, together with our friends, small island developing states, be it Seychelles or our friends from on the African continent, elsewhere, we advocate for enhanced information sharing and coordinated enforcement across exclusive economic zone. But, and I will say it again, because we are never tired of saying it and repeating it, our partnership with India remains central, supporting maritime cooperation, capacity building, joint surveillance, including the use of strategic infrastructure. And Mauritius is also committed to global agreement, such as the High Seas Treaty, and call for increased technology transfer and financial support to enable effective implementation. And we'll continue to engage in international forum and seek support for climate resilience development with acknowledging the contribution of partners like EU, World Bank, Canada, and Norway. But over beautiful words, there is a call for action. We cannot simply relax, enjoy armchair comfortability, and say we've attended beautiful conferences organized by our friends from the foundation. But if we want a foundation to be deeply rooted, we have to make sure that action speaks bigger, louder than words. I thank you very much. Make sure that you come and invest in our port and take advantage of our exclusive economic zone. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for an insightful special address. May I request Sri Sareen to felicitate His Excellency Arvind Bulel, Minister of Agro-Industry, Food Security, Blue Economy and Fisheries, Mauritius. Thank you, sir. Moving forward, it is my privilege to invite our distinguished panel of speakers to join Sri Sareen on stage. May I invite Mr. Salim Fakir, Executive Director, African Climate Foundation. Dr. Amit Malik, Director of International Cooperation, International Big Cat Alliance. Dr. Rajesh Bahadur Thapa, Senior Project Coordinator for Glaciers to Ocean, International Center for Integrated Mountain Development. Ms. Meera Satish Chandra Kunjul, Director of Fisheries, Ministry of Agro-Industry, Food Security, Blue Economy and Fisheries, Mauritius.
So after that very, very stimulating and inspiring speech, we have also brought a stellar panel of practitioners, thinkers, and people who are running international cooperation organizations to enlighten us further, but also respond to the call for action, which Honorable Minister so eloquently put out, that our actions should speak louder than words. And I think this panel should guide us towards those concrete actions. Given it's end of a long day, productive day, I would use prerogative of the chair of the session to request colleagues on the panel if they could just be seated and make their interventions from here, unless they really want to go and use the lectern and kind of go through their prepared remarks. But let this panel be a bit more interactive, and let's see if we can spare some time for a few interactions with the audience. To kickstart the discussion, I'll say a few things as I see them. To my mind, as a practitioner of last 25 years in climate, sustainability, energy transition, for us as practitioners, sustainability is economy. Carbon competitiveness is going to be the currency of trade as we move forward. If we don't address impacts of climate change, you are staring at losses of economic growth from 5 to 7% of GDP. You pick a sector, whether it's agriculture, whether it's fishery, or just pure infrastructure. Last panel talked a lot about infrastructure. You're staring at the losses of $100 billion in the continent if we don't adapt to the impacts of climate change. You're talking about hurricane, cyclone, heat, drought, flood, you name it. Both Africa and the continent of South Asia is going to be the worst hit in the coming decades. And we are not talking about next generations, we're talking about our generation. All the impacts are going to be visible here. The other trends are that energy transition and digital transition are uplifting all sectors of economy, and both need huge amount of energy. Just the country we are sitting in, Mauritius, the levelized price of electricity from solar is 1/3 of the price of electricity they produce from diesel. Same goes for Seychelles, same goes for South Africa, and same goes for India. In India, solar price is subsidizing coal price of electricity. So that's the trend we are living in. With that, let me invite Salim. You run Africa Climate Foundation, which has presence across the continent. You deal with a lot of global partners, also take forward South-South collaboration. From where you sit driving this agenda, help us, I would say, reconfirm that economic growth and climate transition are two sides of the same coin. And if you disagree, why?
Thank you very much. And first of all,
let me say what a pleasure it is for me to be at the first Indian Ocean Foundation gathering, and also my first visit to Mauritius. So I want to thank and also express my gratitude to the host, the Indian Ocean Foundation, and the government of Mauritius. I just want to say one or two things about the African Climate Foundation. We are a philanthropic fund. We're based in Cape Town, but we operate in 10 different countries across the continent. And in fact, one of our new board members is also from Mauritius. So it's quite an auspicious occasion. And it's the first time I also met him here a day ago. So our links with Mauritius is growing. The foundation itself, although it works from a climate lens, takes a very strong developmental perspective, because on the continent, we don't believe that you can solve the climate issues without understanding the broader economic resilience question. And what I mean by economic resilience, there were a lot of speakers that spoke about it here. We are really talking about moving away from pure extractive economies to more diversified economies. And the reason we want to do that is we want to ensure we add value to all our natural resources, and we grow that. We also build our human capital. So often when people think of Africa, they only think of nature. They think of the gold mines, the copper, cobalt. They never think about the people. And the people are a vital resource on the continent. And I want to put that also in perspective, because largely everywhere in the world, the fertility rates are dropping. There are two regions. One is Africa, and the other is India, which will have the youngest population in the world. And I think that connection also needs to be made in this conversation when we are talking about it. They have to play a very important role in revitalizing not only their respective economies, but also the global economies, and how we integrate them into the regional and global economy is very important in the next couple of decades. It has been mentioned here before that the African population is going to double. Africa is a very important economy and region, not only for Europe, but the one thing that I take great pleasure of having learned things from here is how important Africa is also within the Indian Ocean arrangement. And I think those insights are something I think that I will take forward with our foundation. But what I wanted to mention here is, given the talk about needing to improve the interlinkages between climate and development, you are forced to take, as a result of that, a very investment-orientated approach, which is basically what the foundation does a lot. And we are working in 10 countries to not only solve the climate question, both from a point of view of bringing in new clean technology investments, and when we get a chance, I can talk a little bit about why we're doing that. And the second part is that we are also looking very closely at the climate effects and risks to key economic sectors that are important for employment, of exports, the earning of foreign exchange, and also for the development and growth of those economies. We are working with a lot of countries to build what is called investment platforms. So we look at the country's macro fiscal situation. We look at what their economic objectives are in terms of growth and development. And we try to look at how do we bring climate finance and other sources of finance to be a complementary stimulus to economic growth and development. And that's really the DNA and the game of the African Climate Foundation. I know you have a lot of other speakers, so I want to give them an opportunity to say stuff as well. Thank you.
Thanks, Salim. And also thank you for linking the economic development argument more central to how we respond to both climate impacts and the energy imperatives that are linked to it. I don't know, audience, if you paid attention, the 3 gold sponsors for Indian Ocean Conference are all getting their money's worth out of green transition. So Greenco, Adani's, and Am Green, you can, the display speaks for itself. Where climate is going, where energy transition is going, where economic development is going, given they are the gold sponsors and others are here. Let me, with that, shift gears a bit from energy and green to more biodiversity. We have Mr. Malik with us, who led a very illustrious career in Indian Forest Service, was Inspector General of Forests, also led our national mission on tiger. We saw the success there. For those who don't know, International Big Cat Alliance is one of the 5 international multilateral initiatives which started under the guidance of Honorable Prime Minister. Now they've taken shape into large multilateral organizations. So, sir, from your perspective, how do you see the role of your organization in shaping a common biodiversity conservation agenda for the region?
Thank you. As you're aware, the International Big Cat Alliance spans over 95 range countries, from the Americas, the Africa, Asias, and the big cats are the puma, the jaguar, the lion, leopard, and cheetah in Africa. And then in Asia, we have the tiger, the Asiatic lion again, the snow leopard, and so the landscapes, the terrestrial landscapes, are equally important when we talk about the oceans and seas, because the concept of ridge to reef is what we understand is important. The dialogue in the Indian Ocean Conference and many other speakers have actually flagged the biodiversity and the importance, with special reference to Nepal and Bhutan. It is equally important. In the International Big Cat Alliance, we look at the bringing in the best practices for the countries, because all these big cats are at a different level of threat. And it's not only revival of these species in their historical range, but apart from the welfare of the big cats, it's apex predator, or the apex iconic animal, which is being used as a flagship species, but under the umbrella, all the biodiversity functions, whether it is water, the communities, the landscapes, get protection. I'll give one example and then come to what you said. More than 600 rivers actually originate from the 58 tiger reserves in India. And that's true for even other countries as well. The riverine systems actually drain down to the seas. Now the silt load, the pollution, all depend on how we manage our terrestrial systems. So there is a direct link between the management, what we do in the landscapes, which directly impact the oceans. Coming to also how this alliance could work further beyond biodiversity is it's nothing but also can act as a soft power in bringing in eco diplomacy, or we sometimes call it as big cat diplomacy. So on the sidelines of any event, I would like to mention that the 1st of June and 2nd of June later this year, we're going to host the Global Big Cat Conference in Delhi. We would have over 500 delegates from across the world, not only delegates from big cut range countries, but conservationists, experts, practitioners, to talk not only about the future of the conservation, but also various other aspects of ecotourism, or bringing in economies which benefit the communities who actually are in and around these forests. Now, when we talk about, we have more than, I think, 66 kilometers running shores of the Indian Ocean. And if you see that many of our PAs do fall in these areas and have a direct relationship with the seas. So what I'm trying to tell is, it's not only biodiversity, but it is a direct connect between livelihood of the oceans, or the economies which derive from oceans, as well as from the terrestrial landscapes. And it also gives opportunity to bring in and talk beyond biodiversity. And because in any of the fora today, you discuss climate, you discuss issues of security, you discuss things of biodiversity, and forums do address. And there's an opportunity here through this alliance to take this further. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Malik, and also linking it to the broader economic opportunity ecosystem for the people living in the vicinity of protected areas, but also the ocean economy and the blue economy. With that, let me invite Ms. Meera, who comes from Mauritius Ministry of Agroforestry, Food Security, Fisheries, and Blue Economy, to take the podium and deliver her address, please. Thank you.
Members of the Diplomatic Corps, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. It is a privilege to address this distinguished gathering on behalf of Mauritius, a small island developing state whose history, culture, and prosperity are inseparable from the ocean. With our exclusive economic zone expanding 2.2 million square kilometers, our development is deeply tied to the sustainability of marine ecosystems. For Mauritius, the ocean is not merely a resource. It is our identity, our economy. As a small island developing state, Mauritius is highly dependent on ocean-based sectors, particularly fisheries, aquaculture, and marine tourism. But still, yet it remains disproportionately vulnerable to climate-induced oceanic changes. Mauritius contributes only 0.01% to global greenhouse gas emissions, but yet we remain the most vulnerable to the impacts of climate change. From a technical perspective, three interlinked stressors are shaping the sustainability landscape of our marine environment. First, ocean warming and acidification. Sea surface temperature anomalies in the Western Indian Ocean are increasing in both frequency and intensity. This has led to recurrent coral bleaching events. Mauritian reefs have lost between 50 to 60% of their live coral cover over recent decades. Ocean acidification is further reducing calcification rates, directly affecting reef building organisms and associated fisheries productivity. Second, declining fish stock productivity. Scientific assessment indicate variability and in some cases reduction in key pelagic and demersal stocks. Climate-driven shifts are altering stock structure and recruitment patterns, thus creating increasing uncertainty in stock assessments and fisheries management. Third, the persistence of illegal, unreported, and unregulated fishing, which has been talked about many times today. IUU fishing continues to distort catch data, undermine management measures, and compromise regional stock sustainability. particularly in a context where monitoring a large EEZ like Mauritius remains technically and financially challenging. Just to make you aware, the EEZ of Mauritius is 500 times our land area. In response, Mauritius has adopted a science-based and ecosystem-based management approach. We carry out regular assessments on key fisheries, have data collection systems to improve statistics and reporting. Research on aquaculture development and species resilience is ongoing. We are also strengthening fisheries governance-based frameworks through implementation of ecosystem-based fisheries management, development of marine spatial planning tools, progressive expansion of marine protected areas, and we have just reinforced our legal framework in 2023 with the Fisheries Act to ensure sustainable and climate resilient fisheries. We also align ourselves with regional conservation and fisheries management organizations under Indian Ocean governance structures such as the Indian Ocean Tuna Commission, the SWIOFC, the Indian Ocean Commission, and the IORA. Ladies and gentlemen, on the climate front, Mauritius is actively implementing adaptation measures with the collaboration of NGOs and relevant stakeholders. Some of the examples are the Coral Restoration Project with the UNDP, with assisted regeneration, reef interventions aim to enhance coral reef resilience, maintain biodiversity, and sustain ecosystem services. Mangroves, which are carbon sinks, are being propagated in Mauritius since 1995, and till date, over 400,000 seedlings have been planted covering more than 200,000 meters squared. We are putting emphasis to empower our fishers who are the most vulnerable groups by equipping them with modern techniques in suitable fishing, safety at sea, and post-harvest value addition. At the same time, strengthening their ability to adapt to climate change enhances their livelihoods, ensure food security, promotes sustainable management of marine resources. There is one issue, the IUU fishing, which remains one of the most pressing threats to the sustainability of our ocean resources. For a small island developing state like Mauritius, its impacts are profound. Mauritius has invested in monitoring, control, and surveillance systems and is cooperating in regional mechanisms to combat IUU fishing. As time is of essence, we must move beyond isolated national efforts to a unified regional front. Coastal states, regional organizations like IORA and IOTC, with the many international partners in the region, should synchronize surveillance, share real-time intelligence, and enforce the port state measures to bring these criminals to justice. As stewards of the Indian Ocean, we call for a collective commitment to protect our valuable marine ecosystems for present and future generations. Ladies and gentlemen, Mauritius views this conference as an important opportunity to reinforce collective resolve and to advance practical cooperation in support of sustainable fisheries and resilient ocean governance in the Indian Ocean. We therefore call for easier access to climate finance, particularly for small island states like Mauritius, access to marine research partnerships, technology and data sharing, stronger global ambition on mitigation to prevent irreversible damage to marine ecosystems, and above all, collective efforts to combat IUU fishing. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the ocean sustains us economically, environmentally, and culturally. Together, let us ensure through our actions that the ocean remains a source of life, resilience, and prosperity for our future generations. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Kunjul, for your remarks. But I must compliment your department and government at large and the people for keeping your beaches so clean. You know, for travelers like me and many others, if you go to the beaches in Southeast Asia, Europe, and even Indian beaches, plastic is everywhere. But your beaches, courtesy the efforts you have made to manage it sustainably, not clean. So kudos to your efforts. But the point you were underlining on bleaching of corals is real. You know, I took a glass boat ride this morning and I could see the corals were all kind of not the colorful corals they used to be. So that point across and the economic dependence on it from tourism and all is well. Anything you want to share how Mauritius is managing to keep beaches so plastic free?
Yes, we have the Ministry of Environment because most important is that we want to reduce plastics. We want to remove plastics from our system. So this is being done very systematically and with sensitization to the public and to everybody. It is already now 5 years since we have already started this sensitization program, and it's working very well. At the same time, when we are already sensitizing them, we also have the laws which need to be enforced. So we are trying to sensitize the public, sensitize the people. We are also from the government we have the Beach Authority, which we call the Beach Authority. It's one of the organizations which looks after the beaches. So they are responsible for it. And this is how we are trying to ensure that, because ours is not only a coastal state, it's like a tourism paradise. People love to come to Mauritius. This is very important that we need to keep our beaches clean and our seas clean. So this is what we are sensitizing the people about.
Thank you, and kudos to your efforts. Really a two-hander for that. With that, let me shift gears a bit and take you to the mountains and Himalayas and invite Mr. Rajesh Thapa, who's Senior Project Coordinator from Glaciers to Oceans, Ikimode, Nepal. Sir, in your remarks, if you could highlight the impacts, the severe impacts of climate change as we are seeing in the region, and the economic impact, and what should we do about it? Please.
Good evening, everyone. So I'm coming from the mountains, and I wanted to connect this top of the world to the ocean, and there is a linkage to your questions there. And we are observing that the Himalayan glacier it's a melting. And at Ikimode, we developed database systems for the last 30 years using remote sensing and field verifications, field observations. And then we found out that the glaciers, it's melting very rapidly. The 12% of the glacier area is gone. And 9% of these ice reserves is also melted. And then we also observed through this tracking that the seasonal snow melting is also the persistence, it's a very high low. And then this is about 23% low compared to the last 20 years. So these all make alarms that the continuations of these systems to the below in downstreams. When this melts, then it comes to the midstreams and then come to downstreams through rivers, cities, and agricultural fields, and towards to the coastal regions, and that has some impact. Sometimes there is too little water that creates droughts because of this seasonal snow melts, which supports the early summers of water requirement. But if that persistence is not remaining there, then the water is already very, very low, and that creates the drought situations as a too little water. And then when there is a monsoon start, so there is already so much floods occurring, and erratic rainfall is also existing there, and then a lot of disasters, especially to landslide and then the floods. And that also brings a lot of sedimentations to the downstreams in Bay of Bengal, for example, we can take. And then all these has an economic importance because there is a loss and damage in agriculture sector, in every sectors, you can see, in infrastructure. And then also hydropower. If you, I think you have heard many disasters of Gulf, that Gulf melting process. And then the very recent is Rasuagadi hydropower systems broken in Nepal in 2025. And maybe there is a very big news about Sikkim flood. Yeah, was in 2023. So there are a lot of economic impact that we can observe this. Then we thought that let's bring attention and then make some assessment, some understanding, create some knowledge, because Ishimoto is a knowledge center, and create some knowledge based on scientific evidence that that knowledge discuss and link through the glaciers in the high mountain, and then bring that into the oceans, because the things happen in high mountain that never stay there, that comes to the downstreams there. Then we had we form collaborative initiatives, Glacier to Ocean initiative that I am leading. We started from last year, and then this is in collaboration with Ocean Policy Research Institute of Sasakawa Peace Foundations, and they are supporting us in the ocean side. And we form in Ganges Basin. We started now for Ganges Basin. Its Ganges Basin is a 10 million square kilometer. This is a large basin, and 10 million out of 10 million square kilometer, 79% is in India, and 3% is in China, 14% is in Nepal, and 4% is in Bangladesh. In Bangladesh, we have local partner, Dhaka University. And in India, we're working with IIT Bhubaneswar, Caritas India, and Cedar India. And then in China, we're working with Tsinghua University. So in next year, that we heard that the Indian Ocean Conference will be held in India. Maybe I will bring a lot of information and reports there with a whole assessment in that meetings. So I think through this, we can see a lot of issues, even linking with economic impact. I do not have any quantifications result here, but we can expect a lot of issues there, and a lot of things can be connected, not only economic, but also the biodiversity and some other aspects there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. If I have to summarize, what you're saying is what happens in mountains doesn't stay in mountains. You know, it will impact us all. We've seen what happened in Uttarakhand, what happened in Nepal, in Bangladesh. When glacier melt happens, you know, the impact is widespread in real economy, and it shakes. Colleagues, we have about 10 minutes. Let's, 5 minutes, stand corrected. Oh, you have a question. All right, let's start with Ram Madhavji with his question. Please go ahead.
This is a comment come question. Anybody in the panel can take it. Look, the real challenge as far as sustainability and green transition is concerned is two things. One is finance, the other one is technology. Both have to come from the developed West. Let's not hide it. Fact is, it has to come from them. It's not coming. We want smaller countries in the oceans, island nations, which are the real victims of whatever has happened in the climate area because of the big powers. These victims to transition, but we are neither funding them nor providing required technology. 100 billion is what was committed at the Paris Climate Summit. For years, it was not fulfilled. Finally, when it was fulfilled, 70% is loans. Do you want Mauritius, Seychelles, and Maldives to be burdened with loans merely in the name of green transition? Similarly, you worked in Solar Alliance. He's in Big Cat Alliance. I know You have alliances, but you don't have money
Yeah.
to implement your programs. I mean, what is the point in talking about sustainability when the responsible nations like the developed West are not ready to shoulder their responsibility, not ready to shed money, not ready to share technology? How do you go about it? I mean, we are all in the third world, developing world, or nowadays fashionably we call it global south. How do we bridge it? Technology, money is there.
Yeah.
Development, change has to happen here. My question is that.
And thanks, Ramadas, you just raising the
Can I raise
red button
question?
issue.
Can I? We are here, back here.
Where?
Um,
Okay.
A question to Meera, Madam Meera. Excellent presentation, because the fisheries is a livelihood issue for our region, for Indian Ocean countries, island nations especially. Now, my question is, you mentioned, of course, it is recorded that 20% global catch comes from Indian Ocean. That sounds very impressive. But it also means we are just raking the ocean. Now, my question is, what is the limit of the industrial scale fishing? And what are the action taken against bottom trawling? Are there rules and regulations? Are you happy with that? Or there is more action needed to limit industrial scale fishing, especially by external fleets out of the Indian Ocean, and bottom trawling by ourselves? Can you comment on that?
Let's take one more question, and then we come to. Maybe we can take one more question if there is. Sir, you wanted to ask, please.
Hello.
Go there.
The larger question following on from what Ram Madhavji spoke about, we're looking at financing not only climate but biodiversity as well. Both the conventions have outlined the kind of funding which is required, and very rightly money is not coming forward. In fact, promises are coming forward, even those are not being met. If you heard in Abu Dhabi, it was the most ridiculous thing where US offered peanuts, about $137 million as against what they should have done earlier. My proposal is that there are alternate ways and innovative ways that you can raise the money without touching any treasury of any government. For example, use of Tobin
Sir,
tax.
do you have a question?
No, I'm responding to the comment that was made and request a friend from the Climate Foundation to respond to this.
Sure.
I'm sure they would have studied these in much depth. But then you have to link it to biodiversity as well. You cannot, look at climate in isolation to biodiversity. There is a co-linkages. In terms of financing, unless the financing route is clear, that we are able to raise money, I gave an example of Tobin tax. This was proposed in G20 Europe meeting in France, and it was agreed, but the US shot it down. Tobin tax is 0.1% of tax on all financial transactions, would have raised at least $3 trillion a year, for example. Now, if you look at climate finance requirement and biodiversity, we are looking at something like $40 trillion over the next 10 years. Where do we get that money? Otherwise, we.
Sure. We'll let the panelists respond, and I'll invite them. Before I do that, just wanted to respond to Ram Madhavji's question on technology as well. The hard truth in clean technology is that majority of the technologies, and I may sound a little provocative here, are not with the West. They are with China. Solar, battery, green hydrogen, you name it. From critical minerals to the refining, most of it is with China. So we have to find a new complex of cooperation where West, the traditional West, the global North, the global South, and emerging economies in global South have to come together and figure out a way how we solve CBDR, the common but differentiated responsibility in climate parliaments, how we deal with the technology transfer, which traditionally used to be in global North, but now in the last 2 decades, it has shifted. With that, let me invite Ms. Kunjal to respond on the fisheries, and then I'll invite Salim on the finance bit.
Yes, thank you for the question. It's a very important question because you're talking about the entire Indian Ocean and the industrial fishery in the Indian Ocean. So as you are aware, you're from Sri Lanka, and Sri Lanka is party to the Indian Ocean Tuna Commission, which is one of the biggest fisheries which is carried out in the Indian Ocean. Almost 20% of the tuna in the world comes from the Indian Ocean. So when you're asking the question whether there are rules and regulations, yes, we have 29 countries in the IOTC. Mauritius is one of them, and we have Seychelles, we have small island developing states and big nations. So these regulations need to be followed. This is what is called compliance, and we have to follow these the resolutions and the conservation and management measures. So this is the reason that we meet up every year to ensure that the compliance is followed. But the trawling, what you talk about the trawling, it's in the respective EEZ of the countries. For example, in Mauritius, we do not have trawling in our EEZ. We have fishing and we do not have trawling in our waters. We do not allow trawling in our waters. So it is the responsibility of the different countries to ensure that trawling is not done in their EEZ. So this is my answer to your question. If you are satisfied.
I think rest could be taken offline in bilateral discussion. Salim, do you think Tobin tax can help solve climate finance?
Good luck with that one. But I just wanted to, because it's been discussed many times in different fora, but I think there are lots of other innovative tools, and I want to share something. Actually, I did a paper on this because a lot of that innovation is actually happening in Africa. So, for example, we worked with the South African government to establish what is called the Just Energy Transition Partnership. And within a span of 2 years, we were able to raise $12 billion behind that program, but also to support a public-private partnership investment platform that can raise capital from the domestic economy and within Africa. So there are tools. And I want to mention that is because another institution in South Africa tried to get money out of the Global Green Fund, and your friends work there.
Good luck with that.
It took them 9 years to raise 40 million. And we developed this tool, the investment platform tool, which we are now busy developing in other parts of the continent, in 10 different countries, allows us to go beyond the traditional climate finance institutions, because frankly, you're going to waste your time, if I may put it very bluntly. Yeah.
Thanks, Salim. One part of the question which Ram Madhavji asked was, there is a temptation to create new institutions, various alliances, which may not be fully or adequately financially resourced. So let me invite Mr. Malik to respond, in terms of the resource constraint, how best we can utilize these alliances.
Thank you, Chair. Keeping the very fact of what Dr. Madhav said, we are planning to also have a very important segment during the International Big Cat Alliance Summit, and that's conservation financing for the big cats. And we plan to bring in the financial institutions, the business houses in a panel where wanting them to also form a consortium for financing big cats and take it further. Being fully aware, and what you rightly said, is very difficult because financing or CSR is very easily given to not for conservation but anything else, education, pharmacy, and things like that, because that gives them a lot of limelight. So, but there are some changes which are coming. But taking the very fact which you said, and we've planned it from the very beginning, and we're thankful to Government of India as well. There's a seed money of 20 billion initially, which was given, and a million, which is very small. But then to take things forward, we have very definite plans, because I mean, you have very rightly actually pointed out, because otherwise we would get stuck in the very beginning itself. Thank you.
Thank you. We have, I guess, 2 more minutes, so I can take one more question. Is there one from this side? Any question? No. Okay, go ahead. And go ahead. You snooze, you lose, as they will say in Swahili, walala wasala. So with that, let's give a big round of applause to our panelists. And again, a big gratitude to Ram Madhavji for his intellectual and global leadership, and to colleagues at India Foundation for organizing this inaugural Sustainability Forum. Thank you very, very much.
Now I would request Mr. Sareen to felicitate our speakers. So. Ms. Meera Satish Chandra Kunjul, Director of Fisheries, Ministry of Agro-Industry, Food Security, Blue Economy and Fisheries. Mr. Salim Fakir, Executive Director, African Climate Foundation. Dr. Amit Malik, Director of International Cooperation, International Big Cat Alliance. Dr. Rajesh Bahadur Thapa, Senior Project Coordinator for Glaciers to Ocean, International Center for Integrated Mountain Development. May I now invite India Foundation's Executive Vice President, Captain Alok Bansal, who also happens to be the organizing secretary of the Indian Ocean Conference, to deliver the vote of thanks.
Good evening, dignitaries, ladies and gentlemen. Although the conference will continue tomorrow and we are having thematic sessions, but a large number of our delegates are leaving before that. Hence, it would be prudent for us to express our gratitude to all those who have helped us in making this conference successful. This conference has happened at a time when the global community has unambiguously realized the significance of maritime commerce, as well as the salience of Indian Ocean. Russia-Ukraine war and consequent developments in Black Sea highlighted the need for uninterrupted maritime commerce to eradicate global hunger. This was further reinforced by the recent conflict in the Gulf. And I better say the Gulf, because adding any adjectives could start another war here. The conflict also established the salience of Indian Ocean in 21st century, a fact that was alluded to by our chief guest, His Excellency Naveen Chandra Ramgopalam, the Honorable Prime Minister of Mauritius, in his address in the inaugural session. The conflicts have highlighted more than ever that the Indian Ocean should be governed collectively in accordance with a set of rules, rather than by global or regional hegemons according to their whims and fancies. To that extent, this conference and its theme of collective stewardship for Indian Ocean governance couldn't have been more timely. Similarly, the three sub-themes of freedom of navigation, maritime security, and maritime laws and governance are more relevant today than any other time in recent history. It was in 2016 that India Foundation felt the need of organizing this conference to get various stakeholders in Indian Ocean region to come together and deliberate on mutual concerns to evolve a way forward. The conference that started in Singapore travels through Colombo, Hanoi, Male, Abu Dhabi, Dhaka, Perth, and Muscat before arriving in Mauritius. With each conference, the stature of conference has enhanced, and so has the participation. The aim of the conference was to bring policymakers from various countries and scholars on one forum so that the ideas could be exchanged and an Indian Ocean community could evolve that would generally be on the same page as far as issues concerning the region are concerned. Last year, we introduced Indian Ocean Economic Conclave at Muscat, and this year, to highlight the problems of climate and other ecological challenges, we started the Sustainability Forum. Although a section of the globe, even today, completely denies that there is any threat from the climate change. Such a conference would not have been feasible without the unstinted support of various organizations and individuals, and I'll be failing in my duty if I do not express our gratitude to them. First of all, I'd like to thank His Excellency Naveen Naveen Chandra Ramgoolam, the Honorable Prime Minister of Mauritius, for his unstinted support and for hosting the conference in this beautiful country. He was also gracious enough to host the inaugural dinner and interact with you all. I would also like to thank Dr. S. Jaishankar, the Honorable External Affairs Minister of India, for delivering the keynote address and his continuing support. It would not be out of place to say that the conference owes its existence to him a great deal, and consequently, he has been associated with all editions of this conference. His Excellency Dhananjay Ramphul, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, and the teams from PMO, led by Mrs. Kang, the Home Secretary, and the team from Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Government of Mauritius, led by Ambassador Bisun Dayal, Foreign Secretary, provided their unstinted support to make this conference a success. This conference acquired gravitas from the presence of esteemed speakers. I'd like to thank all our speakers, chairs, and moderators, including ministers, senior officials, and scholars who came from various corners of the world, taking time out from their busy schedules to be with us. I'd also like to acknowledge the continuous support that we have been receiving from our partner, S. Rajaratnam School of International Studies, who have been associated with us since the first edition in 2016. They'll, of course, be hosting the dinner today, which you'll all be attending very shortly. We have also been fortunate in having the complete support of Ministry of External Affairs, Government of India. I'd like to acknowledge the immense support we received from Shri P. Kumaran, Secretary East, Dr. Aparna Ray, JS PPNR, Shivani Jirwal, Undersecretary PPNR, and other members of the team. Special thanks to our sponsors, Adani Group, Greenco, GMR, Lulu Group, Mega Engineering, State Bank of India, Aurora Group of Institutions, Global School Foundation, BLS International, Greenspans Logistics, Bharat Coking Coal Limited, and Manchester School. I would also like to thank the members of the organizing committee. I'd also like to express our gratitude to all the missions in Mauritius and India for their support, members from various media houses for covering the event. I'd also like to thank the staff and team of the Intercontinental Resort for their warm hospitality. I'd be failing in my duty if I do not thank Team India Foundation. We had a large number of trustees and members of our governing council who were present, and they actively participated in the conference. The conference owes its existence to Dr. Ram Madhav, President India Foundation, who has been the main force behind the conference, behind its inception and execution. Those of you who have traveled from far and wide, my team comprising of Diksha Goyal, Srishti Pukharam, Shashwat, Pavan, Yanshri, Trishla, and Parth were available to you round the clock to answer your queries. They have literally burned the midnight oil to ensure this conference materializes. I'd also like to thank Mohanji and his team for event management, Vipin and Praveen for photography. Finally, the success of this conference eventually depends on you, the audience. During this conference, over 200 delegates from over 34 countries and multilateral organizations participated. Your continued presence throughout shows that the conference has been gaining greater visibility globally. Thank you very much for being a wonderful audience. Hoping to see you in our homeland, India, for the first time next year. Before I close, a reminder that we have 3 parallel sessions tomorrow morning. In this ballroom, we'll be having freedom of navigation. In Barracuda, maritime security, and in Trashita, maritime laws and governance. So all of you are requested to be here tomorrow morning at 9:15 sharp. And may I now request all of you to kindly join us for dinner being hosted by RSIS. Thank you so much.
Proceed towards Sugar Island for dinner tonight. Thank you. This way, this way. Out. So this island is just next door. We can go walking. It's just sponsor. No, you don't need a boat.
جرب يا أخي.
Yes, pretty good.
الحين شو يوخر الدعاية؟ حاول لا تطلع الإعلان. شنو هذا؟ هذا شنو؟ هذا شنو؟ هذا شنو؟ ايش فيك انت؟ ايش فيك انت؟ يا الله. تلعب شنو هذا؟